Well, it's like uh one of the things about it was there definitely needed to be a tonal shift if it was going to have like every monster we could think of in it. Like there had to
Right.
be a tonal shift because you can't if you're all sitting around like moping about your humanity, that kind of blows.
Well,
You
it
know,
works. It works in World of Darkness
it works
because,
in
like,
World of Darkness because everyone is kind of trapped in their own bubble, and that's kind of what you do when you're trapped in your own bubble. But
yeah,
the point of Babylon was to actually break out of that, and everybody's got some sort of weird shit going on, and in order to make everything work, everyone's constantly making deals. So it's not political in the sense of political sniping. It's sort of like real politics and it's disaster politics in action. It's just sort
right.
of like this thing. Oh shit! Like we got like guys coming and killing everybody. What do we do? Well, we got these options. Like, all right, who's got the relic of fucking blow uppiest so we can fucking just nuke these people? Um,
Well, it's like what we kind of started with when we were going through this. Hi, everybody. I know this is like a really weird opening, but we're talking about Babylon, so we just kind of said, "Fuck it, let's go."
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah. We just said, "Fuck it." We're just doing it live. We're doing it
right.
live. You know.
Like we both kind of said, like we love World of Darkness, we love Vampire, and I still
Um.
love those games. I'm actually playing a Vampire campaign very soon, like this
Oh no,
weekend.
Vampire's great. Like I love that
Vampire's
game.
great. Werewolf is fun if you get the right crowd.
Yes.
The other parts of the World of Darkness, your mileage may vary.
Well, yeah. Like here's the thing. I always thought Wraith was a really cool idea, but it never quite got cool enough. Like it started out on the surface, it's a good idea, but the more you go into it, the more you're like, dude, like, could we be
Yeah,
doing something? Like that's the big deal. Like, I thought it was going to be like you're a wraith and like you're in your city and like shit goes down and you have some effect
right,
over it, and then it turns out that all the underworlds are real, and now you have to deal with that.
right.
Like occasionally, like you'll be hanging out in the netherworld in, like Atlanta. I actually thought having the main setting being Atlanta was a good choice, actually.
Yeah, it
Um,
was.
yeah.
Because you can't set everything in New Orleans.
Well, yeah, New Orleans would have been great, but the thing is, like, I don't know how to put it. Like, it's like too much shit happens there.
Yeah, exactly. It's like in the World of Darkness, like New Orleans is already busy as fuck.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's like you can't start out every day being like Chuck E. Cheese, like or better yet, like it can't you can't be like going to Disneyland every day. Like, like
Right.
that's got to feel like if you set something in New Orleans, you're not going to be dealing with the French Quarter all the time. It's just going to be the thing that's there.
Right.
You
Well, and
know.
I always feel like people get New Orleans as this, like when they put it in their settings, they only think of like two places, which is obviously
French Quarter.
French Quarter and Bourbon Street. And it's like, no, no,
Well,
no,
Bourbon
no,
Street's
no,
in the
no.
French Quarter.
No, no, French Quarter's like at the end of it. Remember,
Oh,
Bourbon
really?
Street, yeah, Bourbon Street goes pretty much like it's a long street.
Oh, oh,
Yeah.
oh, 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 oh. You're talking about Bourbon Street in its entirety. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah, Bourbon
Like,
Street goes through the French Quarter. It doesn't
yeah.
yeah.
And like maybe Jackson Square if you're like a history nut or some
Why
shit like
yeah, yeah,
that.
yeah. If you're a local, like one of the ones that's going to like come up or should come up for your locals, Decatur Street.
Oh fuck yeah, it
Because
should.
that's where all the locals are. That's the part. Just I forget which of the cardinal points it is, but like just if you go from the main street through the
Mhm.
French Quarter, it's on the other side of the French Quarter, basically.
Yeah.
You
It's
know.
like, and it's like literally just a block away, like if that.
hmm
Yeah.
Yeah, you go through like a block and a half wasteland of like not much, and then there are lights again. That's Decatur Street, or at least that's where
Yeah.
how it was in the late '90s. I'm sure it's
It's
different
still
now.
kind of like that. It's
Oh,
still kind of
okay.
like that. Last time I went, like a couple of years ago, it's still kind of like that. But what I was about to say was like everyone like treats New Orleans as like just those like locations, which is fine because a lot of New Orleans history is there. But New Orleans is such a bigger
Oh
city than that.
yeah.
And
Oh
here's
yeah.
the other thing: once you get outside of New Orleans into like more of the more Cajun and Creole style side of Louisiana, that's when like Louisiana gets real interesting.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. Definitely. Like most people don't even like know think about the Treme.
Yeah.
You know, like
Like,
that's now that place is a little intense. Like, gonna
yeah.
tell you, like Whitey
Fuck
better
yeah, it
be a
is.
fucking local when he's there. I mean, no shit. Like, you
Yeah.
gotta already be if you're white, you already gotta be a homie. You know, like otherwise you're in trouble. You
like
know.
you've already had to have had you've already had to pass the check.
Yeah,
You
you have to
can't
pass.
just
You have to pass a sniff test, man. If not, you're gonna have a rough time, you know, like because it's gonna be like, hey, this motherfucker's got his. Don't be wandering around that place with your luggage.
all over him.
No, because I'm gonna tell you, you walk into the Treme with your luggage, you're not gonna have it very long.
It's not it's
I
he's not
fucking,
joking,
I
folks.
no,
Like,
I am not. I was at a youth hostel. I stayed in a youth hostel, which was literally across the street from where the Treme starts.
right.
You know, and I actually asked the guys, like, okay, like, what neighborhoods do I need to be made aware of, like, so I don't just, say the wrong thing. And the
Right.
guy's like, all right, over there, that's a Treme. Right across the street, that's a rough neighborhood.
Don't
Don't
go
go
there.
in. Don't. If you need a hard and fast rule, don't go there. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, how bad is it? Now, at this moment that I'm asking, like, how bad is it really? Because I'm like, I'm used to places like, you know,
DC.
DC, 80s, early 90s, late 80s, Brooklyn.
Right.
Well, not a place I like, but I can function there. Anacostia. I, so I'm wondering, like, all right, are we talking like Oakland, Oakland sketchy? Or are we talking like Compton sketchy? Remember, this is in the late '90s,
Right.
and this person comes in. He's like, bunch of guys just broke into my fucking car and stole all my shit. And I'm like, when? Right now! That's them! And they're these kids like running down the street. I just sitting there like, well,
Well,
there's now. Hey man, it's their property. That's my stuff. Property is theft. All property, all ownership is theft.
theft.
It's theirs now. Just forget it. And the guy was like, yeah, no, just forget it. It's gone. It's done.
oh, I went to this fucking cigar shop in New Orleans, which boy, if you want to like actually hang out with locals, that's a good spot to hit.
Oh yeah.
But they had like it's a hand rolling shop, so they hand roll the cigars in front of you, and they have a tip jar. Well, apparently somebody knocked over the tip jar and like it shattered.
Oh.
And all the money went out. Oh shit! And it was like on the street, like in the fridge.
No, done. 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 That's
said,
just whoever's now.
As they said, any kid who had a shine box or danced for who busked for money, instantly like locust.
Whoosh, wham! I'm taking the night off, bitches. Woo! No. Yes, I can see it. Holy shit. Oh my God. Like when you're,
Yeah.
I've known a lot of people. I've known a lot of people who fucking made a living on the street.
Right.
They were gutter punks, And yes, most of the gutter punks you meet actually come from rich families.
Oh yes.
No,
thank you for acknowledging
that's
that.
actually fucking true. But
Yes.
then there are like the lifers. Those people are interesting because no matter where they came from, like they're not going back.
Right.
And that makes them inherently more interesting. And they are part of, there is like, in Golden Gate Park, there are like camps and territories.
Mm-hmm.
There is a society that only people inside of it and some of the cops know about, have any sort of inkling of. So of course it is actually where like the majority of drugs fucking come through the area. Because you got to do something. You gotta, even when you're fucking homeless, you can't just like break into the zoo and kill an animal and have something for dinner. You still gotta fucking get something from like, the Whole Foods or some shit. Which, oh god, when the Whole Foods moved into Haight Street, I was like, yeah, it's over. We're done. We're done.
The dream has died.
Yeah. I'm like, we're done. Like this. I knew it's a very San Francisco thing to have a fucking. God, this city has so many Whole Foods fucking grocery stores.
Dude, like my little town just got a fucking Trader Joe's, and I'm like, I hate it.
Oh, actually, I like Trader Joe's.
Oh,
I like Trader Joe's.
That's your California coming out.
Yeah. I'm okay with Trader Joe's. Whole Foods fucking gets on my nerves. Now, because here's the thing. Whole Foods will try to tell you that it's like the best. Wrong. Right. It may be the best, but it is also the most expensive.
Right.
You can get the best of anything you can get at fucking Whole Foods at an Andronico's. Because Andronico's is actually like the upscale supermarket.
Right. And hear me out on this. It's crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some fucking hippie shit. Mm-hmm. You could go to your local farmer's market.
Not if you want meat. There's not as much fresh meat.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Never lives in the South where you just kind of like go get meat from somebody.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing you can't do. Like, yeah, you remember, that scene in fucking Devil's Rejects where they just drive up and buy a whole chicken from somebody? Yeah, you can't do that. Or rather, you could, and you can, but you're dealing with a whole other level of sketch. My favorite just being, it is, in fact, the cheapest way to get a chicken for dinner.
It is.
It is. Like, you walk up and you're like, hey, I'll take that one. They put it in a bag. Its wings are already clipped. They hand it to you, and then they're like, your problem now. Your problem now.
Yeah, just go.
Yeah, just go. A friend of mine fucking he's coming back to the farmer's market. Old Asian lady comes in with the old Asian lady wheel cart, and one of the bags starts clucking. And she doesn't. I can't. Yes. Yeah, the guy's like, you can't bring a live animal on this, and she's like, okay. Opens the thing up, breaks its neck, and then it's like, okay. And my friend Mike is just watching this, and all he can think of is, it was a baby. Oh my god! And but here was my favorite, most ridiculous thing. Yeah, we're talking about chickens, live chickens, live chickens that become dead chickens,
unalive
chickens that you put in Korean barbecue or whatever the hell you please. So they used to have, you used to be able to buy live hens there, not like broody hens, but like meat hens. There's a whole other classification of chickens that are used primarily for meat.
Right.
And then they're different from the ones that you use primarily for eggs. There's sometimes some crossover, but, it's a little different.
Like, if you're doing, like, big farming, there's a huge difference.
Oh, yeah.
Local farms is kind of like, well, if the chicken stops laying eggs, then it gets in the pot.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and there are a couple of things that like a lot of people don't know. My favorite being, okay, chickens just lay eggs.
Yeah.
You are not interrupting the life cycle of shit by eating chicken eggs.
No,
Nothing.
you're not.
Nothing. This is the to explain. Let me tell you a really gross and disgusting way to remember this, which is chickens always ovulate.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they ovulate like several times a day. Okay, it's a lot. So imagine every time you had your period, the egg fell out and it was that big. And it happened like 3 times a day. That's what's happening to the chicken. That is not a little baby chick. It is an unfertilized egg. The only time the egg is fertilized is if the fucking rooster comes in, rapes the hen while that's going on. And then you're like, well, I guess that one's alive. I guess that one's fertilized. And it's usually really easy to tell the difference.
Right. And also
farmers do it every goddamn day.
Yeah. Also, damn. Then them chickens better be real worried about like what's going to come out of the fucking Supreme Court in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, like so here we go. I told you that story to explain a couple of things.
Right.
One, all chickens that either lay eggs or that you eat, they're all female.
Yes.
Occasionally someone will cook a rooster, but the male to female ratio on roosters to hen is insane.
Yeah.
It's like there are like 100 hens to every rooster. It's ridiculous.
Well, that's because like roosters are like assholes.
Yeah, they're super territorial.
Yeah.
They're super dicks.
I've seen a rooster fight and kill a fox.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Actually, one of the things I thought was really fucking funny is that there is another bird that the rooster is like kind of afraid of. Not like super petrified, but like, oh shit.
No, this is gonna hurt.
I can't just muscle over there and scare this guy off with my aggression. And that's peacocks.
Because peacocks don't give a fuck about your toxic.
Peacocks don't give a shit. Yeah, they don't give a shit. It's one of those like, it's like, haha, that those tail feathers are just for show, peacock. It's like, yeah, I'm already way more aggressive than you are, dude. Like, don't fucking test me. Like that is your local fucking good old boy running into an old drag queen.
Yes. It's like, listen,
who carries a knife. Like, don't. Just
listen here.
Don't.
Listen here, Jim Bob. I know all about tucking.
Yeah. Don't fucking do it. Anyway, so at the local farmers market, local animal activists like held this protest there, and it was all first of all, it was against factory farming, which
fair enough.
Yeah, which was like okay, but that there are specific rules that family farming can't be at a farmer's market in the city.
Right.
That's already a rule. So they're protesting factory farms at a place where they are not allowed to be. So all they're doing is upsetting people
that kind of agree with you.
Yeah, that already kind of agree with you. And then they start, and here's the other thing. The other thing about this, it was real easy for animal activists to get real racist.
No shit, Jack.
Yeah, they get real racist, particularly against Asian people.
No shit, Jack.
Yeah. That is...
Are you telling me that all the white people in PETA might just be like a little insensitive about anyone else's culture?
Oh, yeah, no, totally. Totally,
Aww.
Completely.
I'm shocked.
like it's one of those, like, if you're at a farmer's market and someone starts, like, claiming that you're torturing animals to eat and not actually come out and saying cats and dogs, but kind of getting real close to it, that animal activist. That's a PETA activist, and my opinion is fuck off.
Yeah.
You know, do you want me to not eat your dog? Then go away. You know,
because I'm gonna eat your fucking.
oh yeah, I'm gonna eat Fifi if you don't fuck off. You know, like,
see, that's the thing though. PETA people don't have pets because they see pet ownership as slavery.
PETA people absolutely fucking have pets. They're a bunch of hypocrites.
Oh,
you know, they're absolutely fucking hypocrites.
Oh, the more moderate ones, yes, but the more like
animal rights ones,
yeah.
And my opinion is like, if you don't take care of animals, you have no business telling me what the rights of animals are, because you don't fucking live with them.
Right.
You know, you don't fucking live with them. You don't get the right to judge. You don't know. You know, you don't fucking know. If you don't take care of if you've never taken care of a pet, you don't know.
Right. And here's the other thing, right? Like domesticated cats, they do not need to be out in the wild. It actually harms the environment and it shortens the lifespan of a cat.
Let me put it, well, look, I have an indoor-outdoor cat. I would have preferred he was just an indoor cat.
He had other options.
He had other ideas. So it comes down to this. That's the thing you got to remember about your cat. Yes. The thing you really have to worry about with cats is wild dogs. Wild dogs, like, you know, coyotes, wolves, things like that. And vehicles.
Yeah.
And right after, and actually, here's the thing. Before dogs are a problem, and under vehicles is people.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the one thing the animal activists do kind of have right, which is there are a lot of people that just will kill animals. Why? Because they're fucked up.
Because they peaked in high school. That's why.
Yeah, some of them peaked in high school. Some of them didn't ever. Yeah. And some of them are just, how to put it. Have you ever met like an actually like violent, like retarded person?
Yes.
You know, like we all have the image of like the nice, sweet, you know, person who's retarded, and those exist. You know, like they're real. You know, they have bad days too, but like, you know, for the most part, they're people, right? You know, like by default, they're like, the worst thing that they were going to do to you is an inconvenience your day, you know, because like, you know, you're having an awkward interaction. That's what the worst thing that will usually happen. But occasionally you will find an actual one that is violent.
Oh,
and
well, here's the thing.
Oh man,
it's like, it's not even just like their mental deficiency that's the issue.
No, you could tell. Yeah, I was about to say, you could tell it has nothing to do with the mental deficiency. It's something else.
It's the environment that they grow up in. See, in an environment where like they are like, look, you're a little bit slower than everybody else, but you can still be your own person. They usually come out a lot more, at least like they have the ability to be more socially adept. But like you're like occasionally you run into that one that's like in a very abusive, usually religious family.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, there was like,
I've known 3. That's the reason why I could say it for.
I've never known them personally, but I've lived near one. And I know of another. You know, a friend had other I have friends who deal with special needs kids. And so they're like, oh yeah, every once in a while there's a bad kid, just like in any other group of kids.
Right.
You know, but I've had personal experience with one. He was this guy in this neighborhood, and the guy would not stop throwing fireworks around.
Yeah.
And when I say fireworks, that makes it sound like a little cooler than it really was. Like this is a guy who's like throwing like M80s at people's houses.
Right.
You know, shit like that. And I know for a fact he killed animals in the neighborhood.
Well, yeah.
Like he showed up. He showed up. All of a sudden, there are cats that look like little grenades have gone off near them.
Yeah, weird that, huh?
Yeah, weird that.
Gee, I wonder how that happened. This guy who's throwing fucking M80s everywhere.
Yeah, I know, right? And the thing is I'm like, normally an animal's just gonna fucking avoid that kind of shit. He's trying.
Oh no, he's catching them when they're in the yard.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
and there were a lot of street animals, but like, I don't know how many of these were people's pets. But I'm just like, fuck you, man. Like, the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what the hell? And of course, like, I'm like, this guy is fucking. And of course, like, cops never want to do their job, so they don't do anything. I mean, granted, there's also the question of like, well, what do you do with these people? We
used to have an option for that, but
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan killed that.
Kind of got rid of it, and it's sort of like, well, look, asylums aren't the best, but like, it's something, because occasionally you do actually find someone that you're like, no, this motherfucker needs to be put away. This person needs to be away from everybody fucking else.
Right. Like we can't put crazy people in prison.
Yeah.
That doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work at all. It's a really bad idea. It's why I'm sort of like, I'm okay with innocent by reason of insanity, but mandatory hospitalization, or some version of that, because I'm like, look, the point is not on street.
Yeah.
Hopefully getting help.
Right.
But I don't need that. It's one of those, like, sometimes I don't need that guilty conviction. I need that, we're gonna take care of this.
Right.
This is taken care of. We'll do our best.
But that would be taking mental health serious in this country, and we can't do that, Jack.
No, we really don't want to do that, and it's really a shame.
We have to have multiple shootings in a fucking week for us to actually talk about the reality of the situations.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
I think I got to be honest. I think that's changing, but it's funny enough, it's not changing as quickly in a lot of places where these shootings happen. I've noticed there's a little bit of a correlation there.
It's like, you can talk about that all day.
Yeah.
But the thing is like, everyone wants to talk about like why this shit, because this week's been like fucking bonkers, at least the last time since we've talked, with fucking Buffalo and
a lot of
the one that happened in LA,
a lot of fun. There are two shootings, one fucking escaped prisoner who escaped with his corrections officer's help because they were in love or something.
Like that was the Alabama one.
Yeah.
That wasn't a shooting, was it? I thought that was just like a fucking sort of.
No. That wasn't a shooting. That was just another weird, fucked up thing that happened.
Oh, that's just how love's found.
Yeah. Well, like I believe there was a shooting involved, but it wasn't like we're gonna shoot up a school. It's like like we're gonna hold up a grocery store, a bank, and someone got shot.
Well, I think she like offed herself or some shit like that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know too many of the details after that.
But
it was like that one was like violence as part of other criminal activity,
right?
Which I gotta say actually came as something of a relief.
Especially after Buffalo and fucking LA, it's like holy fuck, and everybody's like looking around for why he did this. And you know what's funny, Jack?
Well, they tell you. Funny? These guys don't fucking hide it from you.
Oh, it's funny, right? Because like you remember like when we used to have these conversations in the 90s and 2000s, it was, violent video games and heavy
Yeah.
metal listening and Dungeons and Dragons.
In
and
the
it's
world of streaming, it turns out these shooters will just tell you.
yeah,
They just tell you. And it's like, well, yeah. It's like, okay, he's a white supremacist. And he's like, I got to shoot up a black church.
stop
Yeah.
the Great Replacement.
Yeah. He believed in the Great Replacement. And he's like, I got to kill some black people to even the score. That was his deal. And yeah, I'm like, there's no mystery. He just told you. He told people live over the internet. You know, like he's not lying. He fucking shot people over it. He's not lying.
Well, it's like, so like Ellie Meistel, who I love. If you don't follow him on Twitter and you have Twitter, you're missing out.
I have no idea who he is.
He's like kind of an older black guy that's got like his fucking like poofed out like white afro, and he's like occasionally on MSNBC and shit like that. Really?
Oh,
really
that
cool
guy. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
He said it perfectly. He's like, this kid was 19 years old. He wasn't watching Tucker Carlson.
Exactly.
No. This kid had Twitch up. He had YouTube up, and they go out into those communities to find people like him for recruitment.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, like he's like, I'm not blaming gamers, but I am blaming streamers who are sitting on their ass and not talk about politics because they don't want to be divisive.
Well, he's fucking pointing the finger at guys like Ice Poseidon and shit like that.
Oh, 100%.
You know,
like, and that's,
you know, if you're random Twitch thought, he's not talking about you.
No,
you know,
he's talking about your fucking Fuentes, like your Nicholas Fuenteses, your fucking Alex Joneses, your fucking, you know, all these motherfuckers that constantly repeat the Great Replacement bullshit.
Yeah,
and then aren't held responsible for what.
Well, it's also one of the things that a lot of people got to consider. And, you know, here is the terrifying truth.
Right.
The Great Replacement is a really easy sell in primarily white areas.
Oh, yeah.
It's super easy. Like, no one disagrees.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I went to a fucking, like, cookout last weekend with, like, my parents. Oh, someone said, I guess I'm a racist. And he's like, yeah, well, I'm a racist too, and I'm proud. And I went, what the fuck? Like, racists have gotten too comfy, I think.
Oh, yeah. Like it's one of those things where I'm like, are we all racist? Yeah, we're all a little racist. It's just not, we're usually not racist enough to, like, kill people. We're also usually, most people aren't racist enough to actually hate people.
Well, like, that's the thing. Like, there's inherent biases everyone fucking gets.
Yeah. There is ethnic prejudice. You know,
yes.
that's real. Everyone's got a bit of that.
But, like, it's ironic because we talked about this last time I was on. I was like, everyone, like, all the white people that believe in Great Replacement are terrified of what happens when they become a minority.
Terrified, yeah.
Because they're like, well, once they get into power, what happens to white people? And I'm like,
you're still going to be around. Yeah, you already have, like, you're going to be fine for generations.
Yeah.
You know, the worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to have to endure harsh language, which, let's be honest, everybody else is already dealing with on a daily basis.
Yeah.
You know, you're only going to have to deal with it maybe a couple days out of the year. You know, maybe a couple times a month. You know, no, for everybody else, it's practically every day. So, you know, toughen up, Buttercup.
Well, that, and also, like, that's them kind of admitting we treat we treat minorities kind of like shit in this country.
Well, yeah, like, you're always the political football, baby. You know, like, I'm serious. Like.
Oh, I know.
Anything but white male. You're a football and political game. That's it. You know, like, that's how most people see you.
White straight male. Because remember.
Oh, right. You also got to be heterosexual.
Yeah.
You know, right. White straight male and Christian.
Yeah.
You know, just to get all the bases covered. Like, oh God. But because it's weird, like, I see actual racism in other countries, in countries where it has nothing to do with white or black.
Right.
Like, it exists, it fucking happens.
Like Japanese people not liking Koreans,
Oh, no.
Okay.
No. That's like ethnic prejudice. I mean,
Right.
like, the racism, like
Oh, the
American
racism.
type racism, where it's just sort of like, those are an inferior people and they should be hunted down like dogs. Like that kind of shit. Like, that exists. Like, that
Oh, it
exists. That
does.
totally exists in China. It totally fucking exists.
I mean,
I've been in
do we even need to talk about the Uyghurs?
That's the primary one, actually. The Uyghurs are the primary one because the fucking well, let's put it this way, very simply. The Chinese government has an axe to grind against Muslims. They got a big axe to grind, and the Uyghurs are the easy target. There are enough of them that everyone knows that they exist, but there aren't so many of them that they like. Not everybody knows one. They don't all have that one Uyghur friend.
Well, there's enough of them to be othered without them actually being human. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You don't have to actually deal. You, as a normal, average, Chinese person in China, does not have to deal. It does not have to see what that looks like.
Right.
There just aren't enough of them. I'm trying to think of, like, it's like Americans and Albanians.
Right.
Like, it's like, yeah, they're there. But if we all hated Albanians, like, how many of us would actually have ever been confronted with it?
Yeah,
like, even be in its vicinity.
If we had to describe why we hated Albanians, what would we actually say?
yeah, exactly. And the thing is with the Uyghurs, I know where the main tension comes from. Outside of the political and historical fucking, racism, there has to be a wedge there has to be something you can wedge, to pry these two things apart. And with the Uyghurs and the Chinese, it is the fact that they are both cultures that I'm trying to find the right word for it. I'm having to like make up new phrases.
No, it's okay.
Sometimes the problem is that both the Chinese and the Uyghurs are a little insular. They're more insular than Americans.
They both live in echo chambers where neither part of
culture mixes with another. And the fact that the Uyghurs live among the Chinese but do not wish
segregation.
But here's the other thing. Works both ways, actually.
Yeah.
It's just that, how to put it, it works both ways, but only one side has enough power to be the oppressor.
Right.
Which is the Uyghurs don't want to join mainstream Chinese culture. And the Chinese, to the Chinese mind, the minute you do that, you ain't Chinese at all. Like, you ain't Chinese. Fuck it. You ain't Chinese no more. Like, Chinese Christians are barely Chinese. They're like grandfathered in. It's like, oh, well, your grandfather wasn't Christian, so I guess you're still Chinese.
Oh, don't tell me about that, man. I can't tell you the amount of like preachers that would preach like, and we're going to send Bibles to China so that these Chinese Christians can enjoy their faith. They are prosecuted for their faith. Are you prosecuted for your faith?
They're snubbed.
Exactly.
They're snubbed. I wouldn't say persecuted. Like, there are plenty of Christian churches in China.
I'm
But
aware.
yeah. There are plenty of them. They are not a majority religion by any stretch of the fucking imagination. You know, it's one of those like that's one of those finding a finding a fucking Christian
But
Chinese person in China is like finding is like running into a Jewish person in the white suburbs. You're just sort of like, wait, what?
right.
You know, you're like you kind of do a double take, and you're like, oh, well, I guess okay. So you go to that building over there with the thing. That's why there's a cross over there. Oh, okay, all right. And then you just sort of sit there, and you don't know what to do about it because you feel like something unusual has happened, but you can't really say anything. You know, because you're
It's
like, what the? Okay, I guess, whatever. You
it's
know,
it's like living in Tennessee and there being a giant Buddhist temple just randomly in like Antioch. Because that actually exists here in Tennessee.
yeah.
Like you can't throw a stone and not hit a fucking Christian church. We have one beautiful, massive fucking Buddhist temple and like
Oh
one
yeah.
random borough, and I'm like, why?
Yeah. Well, one of the things I love about Buddhist temples is people don't realize how big they are.
Oh, it's a castle.
Yeah. Yeah, they're huge. And that's just the shit that they're limited to like in the States. In
Right.
fucking countries where they are the dominant religion, entire mountainsides are dedicated to that shit. Like you'll be like, oh, you'll be driving, and then you're like, wait, is that Buddha? Is that a fucking 300-foot Buddha carved out of the side of a mountain? It sure as shit is.
Yeah.
It sure as shit is. And the temple is like right by his feet and crap. And you're just like, dude, that is huge.
Like there's a gigantic sleeping Buddha statue that takes like
Yes.
that's
Yes.
fucking
Yes.
300 5 miles long.
Well, maybe not 5 miles, but like 300 feet, you know,
Yeah,
at
like-
least. And you'll just be like, yeah, I'm driving down the highway and hi, Buddha.
Well, see, we have that in the South.
Okay.
too. We have that in Christian country too, right? Because like there is like if you go deep enough in the South, you'll find some of these like churches that have like Jesus coming out of the water, like
Oh,
the
how big are those statues?
fucking huge.
Okay.
Like,
all right.
yeah,
You know, but yeah. Well, the thing is like Buddha is right by the road. Like he's
Right.
right by the highway chilling out. Like if he was real, he could fucking pick your car up like a Tonka toy. You know, you wouldn't even have to move. You'd just be like, meh, you know. So yeah, that's impressive. That's
I don't know
fucking
where we're going with
impressive.
that.
But like, okay, but the point is that the Chinese are kind of, if you don't want to be Chinese, then they're like, okay, you're not.
right.
And that will just culturally put you in the second in the less than everybody else category culturally. Will they treat you fairly? Well, they treat you about as fairly as any. If you're an American, they'll treat you as fairly as any American will, which is to say, not at all.
It's like, well, most of the people might not give a shit. The government, on the other hand,
Well, no. I'm talking about the people. I'm
right.
talking about the people. Like the people will, you know, they'll probably try to rip you off a little bit harder. You know, they don't care as much if your aunt is sick. You know, like that kind of shit. You know, and so when white people go to China, they're like, oh man, there's nothing you can do to be Chinese, and I'm like, you're right. You will always be the outsider. How does it feel? How does it fucking feel? It feels weird, doesn't it? Well, guess what? That's me every day. Get used to it. You know, like that's even me. Like that's even me when I go to an Asian country because like I don't blend.
No shit, Jack.
I don't blend. Like I'm sure I like if I go to like the heavy metal club, I think like people are still like kind of afraid of me. You know,
Right.
whereas I go to a heavy metal club here, I'm like, I'm a pussy. You know, like I'm a pussy. It's just like, oh yeah, fuck that guy. Like
Oh look.
I'm just cool enough to be there.
Oh
You
look. It's
know.
the old punk.
Yeah, exactly. Like I go into Asia and people become terrified. And of course, I feel really out of place because everyone can dance and I can't. I,
Sorry,
look,
you got the worst qualities of being white. I
yeah,
apologize.
yeah. I did not get the dancing gene. Like I got the white dancing gene, and that has been a curse. Now I've also got the height. That's nice. Not gonna lie, I like that part. Um,
I,
but
I didn't
yeah,
get the height, but I can dance.
me at a club in an Asian country is me looking at everybody and going like, Jesus Christ, is everyone born a breakdancer? And I think the answer is yes. I think the answer is yes because I'm standing around, I'm watching kids do kicks and spins and flips and fucking I'm sitting there and I'm going like, Jesus Christ, I can't do half this crap.
Oh my god. Anyway, girl, I went to India once. They asked me what skin lightening cream I got.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yep.
That's tough.
Yeah, like everyone just assumes I'm a thug.
Yeah,
and I'm like, well, I kind of am. I'm like, well, I kind of am, but not like professionally. Like they think I'm that professionally. like I'm the guy. I'm a guy who comes in with a cheap suit and a fucking like samurai sword or something, and starts threatening fucking boardroom members.
You're
It's like the prosperity. Everybody out! The prosperity sphere is tired of your crap. Uncle Wong says he is personally very disappointed, and we know you have taken the first oath. So what's it gonna be, my friend? What's it gonna be? We demand
like satisfaction.
We demand satisfaction. Yeah, like I found myself going like, Jesus, I could be a terrifying like fucking like gangster if the need had arisen. Because I mean, dude, just some of the stories of like what some of the Tong guys or what some of the like Yakuza dudes like would do to these guys in these fucking office buildings in these boardroom meetings. Like my favorite being they looked at one guy, threw a knife down in front of him, and was just like, you know what to do. Just like, damn. It's like, no, I don't wanna. Well then, the price goes up, doesn't it, sir? Do you have the money or not? Do you have the money or not? Because we're not leaving without something.
Exactly. I'm not leaving empty-handed.
We're not leaving empty-handed. You might be leaving without a hand, but I'm not leaving empty-handed. And people are like, can't you call the cops on these people? And the answer is, cops is in on it, baby.
Yeah, like what are you gonna call the cops and say, oh my god, officer, this Tom just cut my hand off because I didn't pay him money for illegal gambling.
Yeah, if you in business, if you're in business as like a real business person, you ain't a civilian. Mm-hmm. You ain't a civilian. You got power, you got money, you ain't a civilian.
Yeah.
Civilian, that might be like, hey, stop scaring the civilians, okay? Yeah, because that civilians are the cops' problem.
Right.
That's the way that kind of works.
Look, y'all can kill each other all you want. Don't put it on the streets.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah, don't let it get too crazy.
We have to work.
Like, yeah. No, exactly. And that's why in every fucking gangster movie, there's always that meeting between a police officer and one of the gang bosses. And with the police officer, this is particularly true in like Hong Kong movies, where they're just sort of like, it's on the streets now. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what I mean? And it's one of those like, this is where the cops get gangsta, because they're just sort of like, no, it's on the streets now. That means we have to do something about it. And I'm not sure who my boss is going to pick to go down. But when he does, I'm not going to feel particularly bad about it. So, I've known your family for a very long time. You've done me favors, I've done you favors. So do me another favor. Get it off the streets. Like that conversation really happens.
I feel like it's got a kind of, you know what, fuck it, we're bringing it all the way back to the beginning of this stream. I feel like that's got to be something that's something that I feel like Babylon has that some World of Darkness games don't, where it's like everything, like anything can happen in Babylon. Don't bring anyone here.
Yeah. It's basically
look, you
it's like, don't bring civilians in. We don't call them civilians. We call them lunch.
Yeah.
Don't bring lunch. Don't bring lunch home. It's a bad idea. We don't like it. They're not gonna enjoy it.
Right.
So just leave it out there. You're expected to protect your territory. It's like if you don't want guys coming into your territory and like killing humans around you, that's your business. You can have that fight. But if you bring them in, it's like you better have a real good reason for this.
Lunch.
Lunch. Yeah, it's like, well, okay then. All right, yeah, delivery then. Like we're just because it's something that I always wanted to bring to a setting, which is something that only D&D even touches on.
Right.
Which is, I don't know how to, okay, let me put it this way. What is a thieves guild? It's a criminal organization.
Yeah,
it's a mafia. It's a gang. Like that's exactly what it is. And I'm like, usually criminal organizations are like this weird other thing that's off to the side that no one really deals with. And I found myself going like for example, a great example is Shadowrun. I find myself going like, if you are a Shadowrunner, you absolutely are involved in organized crime.
Of course.
You absolutely have.
You are organized crime.
Yeah. You're freelance enforcers.
Exactly.
They're just like, yo, go get this money over there. I don't care if you kill him. Like that's I just need the nuyen.
Look,
it's like, okay. It's like, and if you don't take that, the guy's like, oh, look, you owe me how much? Do you really want those chips to come in? Really want me to call your chips? Come on.
It's like, do this and I wipe away your debt. Don't do this and I collect.
Yeah, exactly. And it was an aspect that I always had a hard time bringing in, because usually the setting, usually modern settings will put the organized crime like kind of to the side, and in settings like Vampire, that really rang stupid.
Yeah. Because it's like, I mean, I know like in Vampire, we have the Giovanni family, which are just like, hey, we want mobsters, but like not really.
Yeah, they're they're mafia vampires,
They're mafia vampires, they are incest. It's weird.
Yeah. They are mafia by way of the old necromancy families.
Yeah. Which by the way,
yes, that existed. That was a thing.
Yeah. Which by the way, now that's pretty much gone. So like...
Oh yeah. Because like the whole point of necromancy was the claim that you could talk to the dead.
Right.
That was necromancy.
But like at the same time, right? Like Vampire Masquerade Society in of itself is criminal.
Oh yeah, right? Totally, completely.
Like
completely and utterly.
What are you doing every night in Vampire the Masquerade?
You're manipulating people in order to fucking advance your I forget what they're called. Your coterie.
Yeah.
Yeah. And your clan. against all the others.
What is the Camarilla really?
Oh,
It's a crime
it's a
organization.
crime organization. Yeah, it's a criminal organization.
Yeah.
You know, like it is. It's not legal. You know, like it is a underworld power structure. You know,
Exactly. It's an underworld power structure that manipulates things. They're criminal.
yeah.
And like with Babylon, I always like when we started, the thing that kept going to my mind is like, stop trying to do this. Like have your humanity be there, but have it like less.
Well, it's weird to say. Here was the weird part. There's a part of me going like, you know, criminals are people, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like, you know, these people are people, right? Like they're maybe, are they a little bit more violent than most? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. 100 times yes, but that's kind of the major difference. You know, that's
Right.
the real major difference. They're still people. They can their morality is just skewed towards criminality. The good and bad, that breaks down about the good to bad axis doesn't matter as much as the pacifist to violence fucking
Right.
axis.
Exactly.
You know.
It's like good or evil doesn't matter. What matters is one person's going to ask you nicely once, and another person's just going to bomb your restaurant.
Yeah, it's just gonna. Yeah, it's just gonna. You know, because. But the other thing is that here's the other thing that I really want people to understand. I really want people to understand, which is criminal organizations are always inherently capitalistic.
Yes.
That's how they're all run. They're all run like companies.
We need to make the most money. Whoever's not making the most money needs to get the fuck out.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's all about counting them dollars, you know, counting them coins. You know, that's the big deal. And if you can do it peacefully, as long as you make more money, as long as you're coming back with a better profit margin, yeah, sure, do it peacefully, whatever. But they're not morally against violence. It's just sometimes less convenient.
Violence
it's a means to an ends.
Right. Violence doesn't always yield more money. Sometimes it yields less money.
Yeah, no, it really does. And one of the here's something that I found out that I was like, oh, that's interesting. Uh-huh. Okay, so you know those, we've all run into those gangbangers that like are the guys that obviously go places and cause problems. You know, and you're like, oh my God, this guy's a fucking idiot and he's a loose cannon. Like, what is going on? Mm-hmm. All right, turns out you never really get fired from a gang. What happens is they give you a job you're not supposed to come back from.
Right.
And if you think the bosses don't fucking give each other heads up on this shit, you're wrong. You either play the game with them or you don't last. Right. You know, like, you know, because one thing a criminal organization knows, you know, human beings got this really bad vulnerability to bullets. Bullets, knives, you know, things like that.
They don't last long.
They don't last long. You know, and like, and prison is bad, but
yeah, I think you usually don't cause many issues there.
Yeah, you know, the prison is bad, but like, you know, all they can do is take away your freedom. You know, like all they can do is kill you or take away your freedom. And now all of a sudden, once you learn that lesson, it's weird once you learn that lesson because now what side of the law you are in any given circumstance is now a conscious choice.
Right.
Yeah, it's a very conscious choice. And that's when, in my opinion, real morality starts to set in.
Right.
You know, a real moral compass starts to set in at that point, because you're going, well, wait, I could do this. But am I okay with hurting people like that? That becomes the question. You
Right.
know, and for a lot of people, the answer is no. No, I'm not
Yeah.
going to do that.
Well, it's
You know,
again, it's violence is bad for business most of the time. Violence is usually the last
violence
thing.
usually is bad for business. Yeah.
Yeah. It's harder for someone to make something with two broken arms. Like,
Yeah, exactly. Which is usually why intimidation tactics are the favored ones.
right.
You know, go in there, scare a guy. But here's the thing. Let him see you sweat, man. Don't try to be too cool. Because if they're like, oh, well, we can't intimidate this guy, well, go back to plan A then. You know, like,
Well, it's you can't threaten this guy. He doesn't care if he lives.
yeah. And it's sort of like, well, I guess we'll just oblige him at that point, you know. And it's interesting. It's very interesting. The getting rid of a body, that's something that I've always been real interested in, because I have this theory.
Mm-hmm.
I have this theory, which is, and the theory is that's just like any other job skill. Some people are really good at it, and those are the guys who you give money to deal with it.
No, you're about right.
You know, like I wouldn't be surprised if rival gangs occasionally use the same dude.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah,
Why wouldn't
exactly. Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't there be a guy that goes, look,
Hey,
I don't give a shit who the
1,000.
bodies are.
Yeah. Pure 1,000. You know, I don't ask questions. And you don't want to hear about it ever again. That's the guarantee over here.
How, like, am I picking up like skulls? Like, am I picking up skull fragments? Yeah, 5K.
Okay, that's more. I'm gonna need guys.
Exactly.
And they're gonna need a cut. Oh man, I loved how fucking John Wick dealt with it. It's like,
yeah,
I need a reservation for 12. We'll be right over, sir. You know? Yes. Johnny, you back? Not quite sure about that, Sal. Well, still got that 12? Yeah. In the living room or the kitchen? 6 in the living room, 2 in the kitchen, 1 in the upstairs bedroom. All right.
Hey.
We'll take care of it. You know?
You working again, John?
Working again, John? Just sorting some things out. Pleasure doing business with you again. But I was like, yeah, that scene obviously really, like, you know, affected the development of Babylon, because that is exactly where I came up with the fucking, like, monster scene cleaner / food truck.
Oh yeah.
You know? Because I was like, man, if those guys was vampires, they were like, all right, week's paid for, boys.
It's like, we can make that shit into chili.
Yeah. Let's just do that. Okay, woo.
But like, that's the thing, like that I've loved with the development of Babylon is like, we've got to figure out like, oh, we're using monsters to portray like that more criminal side of living. Like, yeah,
that more criminal side of living that is right there. It's right there. You don't necessarily, and the thing that I found so interesting about it is that they can occupy, a criminal organization can occupy the same space that like normal people fucking are every day, but you won't notice. You don't notice, you know, because that stuff is like, that's done on the DL.
Right.
You know?
It's like you don't know if somebody's like a fucking hired contract killer if you're walking the streets. You don't know.
As far as you know, that man's just walking his dog.
or that person could be a vampire. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, think about how many weird, strange people you've passed in an urban setting that look fucking wild, but you still like your brain still tells you it's human. What if they
What if
weren't?
they weren't? What if they weren't? And what's the real difference?
Yeah.
Like that
Like,
that it's a question that I like exploring because I don't really have an answer. It's just fun to think about. I love to think about like what would I enjoy as a habit, I enjoy seeing the world in a slightly mythical lens,
right.
you know. Um like
Like,
for example, like there is a restaurant in my area called Poi Tai 2.
oh, two, the sequel.
2, yeah, it's the yeah. And here's the thing. It's very well known in the area, but doesn't get a lot of tourist business.
Yeah.
Like if you eat there, you are a local or there with a local.
Right.
Um and when I first discovered this place, yeah, first of all, it's like there's like a door. It's like where is this? There's an open door here. There's a staircase. Where's the
What is
staircase
this?
go?
Yeah.
And so I go up and there's a restaurant. And I'm like,
What,
well,
what's
I could have lunch. Like
what smells like dumplings?
yeah. It was a Thai place, so it smelled like peanuts.
Okay. Okay.
Um
Fair enough.
and so we're there in an early lunch service, and there is this extremely eclectic group of people in the restaurant. Like way more than you would, like way more eclectic than you would normally see.
Eclectic for San Francisco.
Eclectic for San Francisco. Like
Like,
I'm like there was girl who brought date to her favorite restaurant, and this is one of her favorite spots, but she is a person who oh god, I forget what they're called, but they travel a lot. They travel a lot. My friend John Evans is the same way.
oh,
And
like
there's
a
a
travel, like a tourism journalist or some shit like that.
no, not Turner. She wasn't a tourism journalist, but like no, there are people who just like we go to every country to go hiking, and like that's
Oh,
their thing. That's their big
oh,
thing.
okay. I kind of know
Um,
what you're talking about.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. John Evans is he does much the same thing, and so like
Right.
he'll run into the same group of people like in the odd country he goes to. Like he's sort of like
Right.
you could go to India and he's like, oh, you were in Zimbabwe last year, like that kind of thing. Which he's like it gets really strange.
Right.
So she's like one of those, and she's brought a guy that she like hooked up with on Tinder or something, to this place, and he is nervous. Like he is nervous. Like I have
White.
not seen a man this nervous in quite some time.
Was he white?
Oh yeah, totally, of course.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
Now
Hold on
there
one second. I'm
were a
gonna like
couple
turn
of
on my dick fan real quick.
oh
Okay. Sorry about that. It was getting hot.
yeah, no problem. So another person is this guy. He looks like he's like some kind of this is a guy from somewhere around the Middle East.
Right.
He might be from Turkey, he might be from, Afghanistan, he might be Pakistani, like it's hard to tell. But here's the thing. So he's got the big Middle Eastern like fucking Hammurabi beard
Uh-huh.
and a green cap, so he looked a little bit like Castro.
Mm-hmm.
He had that Castro cap on, and this duffel bag. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. Like, he had this duffel bag, and he was like the duffel bag was super fucking important. And I'm
He kept
like,
looking at it like,
yeah. And I'm like, all right, it's either drugs or a bomb. I'm
it's
hoping
either
it's
drugs or money.
It's drugs, money, or bomb. I'm
Yeah.
really hoping it's drugs or money.
Right.
You know,
Please be drugs or money.
yeah. The girl knows this guy because he is also a regular.
Of course.
And it's like, oh, hey, how you doing? And he's like, says something kind of like, oh, hey, Cindy, or, I forget her name, but like, like
Right.
calls her by name, blah, 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 blah. Dude, date is just getting more and more uncomfortable and deflated, because he has just realized that he is way out of his element. Like, he's way out of his element. And I'm not helping that because I am in full Satanist regalia.
Right.
I am in full Satanist regalia.
Face
and
paint and everything?
No, I didn't have the corpse paint, but like I had like, I'm like black, red shirt, black, sunglasses, pentacle, fucking demon rings, like,
You're
I
going about town.
I had dressed up that day. And there's several others. And the other thing that I noticed is that the owner of the restaurant, it has a lot of nieces that look absolutely nothing like her. And I mean like not a thing. Like, I'm like, that. It's one of those like, that one girl ain't even Asian.
That girl
is just black. She is just a light-skinned black girl with slightly slanty eyes. I see what's going on here. Exactly. I see what's going on here. Okay, so I'm like, oh, I've totally pegged this place as like, I forget what they're called, but it's one of those. Is not a whorehouse. That might be also there. That might also be there, but that's not
cat
what I
house
pegged.
or
no,
like
it's
that?
not cat house. That's not what I pegged. What I pegged is that this is definitely one of those places that hires foreign girls and claims them as family, so that they can.
Oh.
Yeah, because that is a known racket.
Oh yeah.
Like that's a very popular Asian people racket. Like that's the other part of, all Chinese people just look the same. And they have these really big families. Now, Asians do have big families.
Yes.
So
Yes,
when you
they
have
do.
like all these extra nephews and nieces, people kind of don't bat an eye. And so they just take you at your word. You're just like, oh yeah, you're part of this. You're his niece. Yep. Absolutely. Known her her whole life. It's like, oh, okay, that's going on. That's going on here. Like this person is moving people from one country into America through the restaurant.
Before we go any further, Cat Hermit saying like, oh, that's sweet. Not all the time. Not all the time. Sometimes it becomes one of those indentured servitude things. So, like,
yeah, sometimes. It didn't seem like it was too bad at this place. And then again, I wouldn't have seen anything,
right?
Because I'm a customer. That would be officially making it my problem,
Right?
But definitely, I'm like, yeah, this. I am used to this kind of place, but it has been a while since I've been in one.
Right.
It's like, oh, hey, yeah, I haven't been one of these since Taiwan. Like hell, that's kind of
I'm
nice.
home.
I'm kind of home. Yeah, exactly. But oh god, it. Let me put it this way. If it turns out there was actually an attached cat house to the restaurant, I wouldn't have been surprised. I would not have been surprised.
You can get your peanut peanut noodles and a full body massage at the same place.
Oh yeah. Well, let me put it this way. What would probably be more likely is that the restaurant and the massage parlor would be owned by the same person.
Yeah,
And so they're like shuffling employees back and forth.
right.
You know, it's like I don't want to work in the massage parlor anymore, Mama. It's like all right, come work in the restaurant.
Right.
That kind of shit.
But but it's like, but the funny thing is like in our game we're just basically like, yeah, but like instead of worrying about like the cultural parts of it, now imagine like you walked into a monster bar by accident.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. I
like
wanted to. I for some reason I really wanted to explore that that sort of weird thing that happens where people treat others not just as if they are foreign people, but if they are another race.
right.
Like there is clearly nothing. We are normal human. Those are Asian humans. They are slightly different for some reason.
Right.
They all have slanty eyes and are weird and eat with sticks. We do not know why. And you're just sort of like, yeah, they're just people, man. Like they just people. Well, no one in my family. Your great grandfather was a bank robber. Shut the fuck up.
Fuck up.
Your fucking great grandfather was a fucking bootlegger. I don't want to hear it. Like these elements exist within your families. You sitting at home, I guarantee it. You just haven't heard about it.
Yeah. And it's like, and to me, it's just like, I feel like a lot of people forget that illegality is what makes a free. It's what good. I don't want to say this because it sounds very nationalist, but it's what makes good America is being is illegal activities.
Oh
All
yeah,
their favorite shit's illegal.
Yeah. Well, like it's a constant like it's a constant fucking it's part of the way power works.
Right.
It's part of the way power works in America. Like there have always been ethnic gangs in America,
Right.
like always, always, always. It just they just don't teach you that part of it.
Right.
Here's here's a question for you.
Okay.
Without looking it up, where did Zorro exist? Where did Zorro live?
California.
See, you knew. You knew.
Like, yeah, because California used to be Mexico.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, Zorro was in California. He wasn't in like Mexico City or anything. He was in California.
Right.
Like like that blows my mind sometimes, like
it's like, oh God, it's like we acknowledge the fact that like California is kind of like all countries are stolen land. It's at some variants, but it's like, but it's weird how like North America kind of like, it's weird how much
we pretend a little harder than most that we didn't steal it.
Oh yeah.
But my opinion is like no. Land is stolen. Like land is stolen, property is theft. Like whatever.
Oh, look at you being a little anarchist.
Well, yeah. I mean, like here's the thing. The only difference between legal and anarchy is bookkeeping.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the main difference. Like the main difference is somebody gets to say, all right, you're allowed to be here officially.
Right.
Like that's it. That's really it. There's no other criteria, that's it.
And the other thing is like lesser people do not live beyond our borders, like are like no one is illegal. No one is necessarily bad because they don't come from America. Just speaking purely from American perspective.
Oh
Here.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like
I mean, that's
because that's
definitely what
that's
I
the problem we
believe.
have. Yeah, well,
Oh
yeah, that's
yeah.
the problem we have. Is like there's so many people that are like just think like if you're not from America, you're inherently bad. Like that's the racism that's really hard to fucking unsettle.
Yeah, well, especially considering that it's the racism that we visited on the people who lived here before us.
Right.
You know, like, ask some American Indians how they feel about that shit.
Yeah.
You get a very interesting answer.
Some Native Americans are going to be like, "What do I think about illegal immigrants? I think all of you should get the fuck out.
Get the fuck out, eh?
Like, all of you should go."
Yeah.
We fed you one fucking Thanksgiving, and ever since then, we've had less and less shit.
Take your terrible cooking with you. You know.
Yeah. How the fuck do you not know how to cook vegetables? What the fuck?
Vegetables. Can't even make fry bread, eh? You know, like, get out.
But like again, all land is theft, especially here in America.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yes. You know, so like I don't allow myself a lot of illusions on that. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. It's nice to have a system where I don't personally have to fucking commit violence upon somebody in order to obtain property. You know, don't get me wrong.
Is it though?
Well, that's why I said
Sorry.
I don't personally have to do it.
Right. Well, I was gonna say, is that really preferable? I mean, in a way, every year that you're paying like rent and shit, it's like you kind of do that anyway,
Oh well, yeah,
right?
yeah. That's actually one of the things that weirds me out about the modern world is you're not allowed to live anywhere unless you give money to somebody.
That's some sucker shit. Yeah,
like that is weird.
That's some sucker shit right there.
Yeah, and it's but it's the way everything's set up.
That's how capitalism works.
It is. It is how capitalism works.
Like Elon buying shares for Twitter. Well, that shit fell through, ironically.
Yeah, because the fucking asshole couldn't keep his fucking mouth shut.
Oh, Jack, there has been breaking news today.
Uh-oh, what?
Elon Musk may be an Uncle Touchy.
Uncle Elon's naked puzzle basement. You won't wear a shirt and you'll cry.
Yeah, apparently a SpaceX flight attendant said that he like whipped his dick out and said, suck it. Like, which I'm like, I
have no difficulty believing that.
What? Like, okay, here's the fucking thing, right? Every time I hear it, the first thought that goes into my head is you are a fucking international celebrity.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone knows who the fuck you are, yet you have no tact.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No. That's privilege, baby. You know, that's privilege. That's how that works. You know, like the thing that I hated so much about what Donald Trump said when he was like grabbed by the pussy is that I was like, yeah, unfortunately, he's kind of right.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be that way, but it is. You know, and the reason Me Too, everyone got so pissed off about Me Too was finally someone was like, the culture collectively went, you know what? No.
Everyone's going under.
No. That's not okay. It's not okay. Yeah. It's not okay to just do that.
Right.
Like, hell. We tried to cancel Louis C.K. not even for touching people, just exposing himself.
Exposing
that was it was being real weird about it.
Well, like
You know?
exposing yourself and like jerking off in front of them.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
forcing
yeah,
them
yeah.
to
That was
watch.
it was definitely over the line.
Oh,
You know?
okay, all right.
Yeah, I'm not
That's-
saying it wasn't over the line, you know. I'm just like, I'm not doing like a Jim Norton bit where it's like, you're gonna sit by the jacuzzi and blow me, and everyone's like, he's crazy. Is he? You know, it's like let me put it this way: we tried to end dude over that, and that should have been one of those, dude. Fucking just put it away. I'm
Well,
not
and it's
saying
like-
that they should have done that. I'm saying that should have been enough.
right.
You know, that should have been enough. And if that's not enough, that's a problem.
Well,
You know?
and it's like when this shit comes out, it's always like people are like, I can't believe it. Why?
Why not?
Why can't you believe it? This shit happens at a level that's like embarrassingly minuscule. Like it's like some fucking manager at the McDonald's has done this exact same shit to multiple fucking people.
Oh,
Why is
yeah,
it
totally.
surprising? Why is it surprising that fucking Bill Cosby like fucking knocks women out and sucks their toes? Like, are you really surprised? by
Actually,
that?
that was a little surprising because I don't think that we were ready for there to be like a couple.
Right.
I don't think we realized how bad it actually was, and that was the big problem. Where we're like, well, wait a minute, whoa, 36
In a row?
in a row? You know, like, you know, it's like, oh, that's a bit much. Like, you know, I doubt they were all willing. You know,
Right. It's like I don't even think any of them are willing. Like, I'm not even going
No.
that fucking far.
no, well, because if they're willing, they're probably not going to complain, right?
Right.
What do you want to do?
Uh,
It's like you're gonna get in a legal battle with Bill Cosby? Like, no. You
Well,
know,
and it's
you
like-
try to get in a legal battle with Bill Cosby, you mean it.
And it's funny, right? Because like one of my favorite comedians, Chip Jeffries, has a wonderful fucking bit about it, which is this. Look, I'm a comedian. I tell rape jokes. They're terrible. I'm a terrible human being. I've come to terms with that. But you know what I'm not doing? I'm not raping people.
Yeah.
I cursed throughout my entire act, having raped exactly 0 people. Bill Cosby, America's dad, 36 people. Like, I'm not saying I deserve an apology, but
But yeah,
It's-
like it's one of those things. Like, how to put it? Why can't I don't understand anyone who can't believe Elon Musk would do that. Like, why wouldn't he?
yeah.
You know, like, he looks the time. You look at that guy, and he looks like the kind of guy who would do that.
Jack, you remember when Elon Musk didn't have hair? Remember when he was the PayPal guy that didn't have hair?
No, that I don't remember. I don't
Oh.
remember those days.
Oh, just look up Elon Musk bald. I'm pretty sure you'll they'll show you a fucking picture. Let me tell you
Oh,
something.
man.
Oh, that's the guy I want to follow through the fucking thick and thin. Sorry,
well,
I get Schadenfreude whenever like something comes out about Musk because I have to deal with like so many fucking space bros are like, oh, but he's making SpaceX. I'm like, he is a terrible human being. Stop following him. Like,
Yeah.
stop it. Well, he's making technology I love, and
He's
is he giving it away?
He's paying
Yeah.
for technology that you love. I mean,
Right.
don't get me wrong. Like, that, maybe that deserves a medal. Little one,
Does it
you
though?
know? But
Then
it
it's
doesn't
like
deserve this worship.
Does it
You
deserve
know?
does it deserve a medal when all you're doing is buying these things? You're not actually like they were working perfectly fine before you showed up and then said, "Here's $1 billion. Now I own all this." Like,
Yep.
because that's what he did. That's what he does. That's what he tried to do with Twitter. Like, yeah, stop sucking Elon Musk off. God damn it. Get
Yeah.
off the man's dick. He's not gonna give you a ride to Mars.
Fuck no. Like, you want to get on that Mars trip? Be my fucking guest. I'm either going to die in the assuming apocalypse, or through some strange miracle, I live and they're all gone. Like, that works for
Yay!
me. Like, it's like, oh man, look at that. Wow, a lot less assholes around here. Right.
Maybe we could do a community garden.
Yeah. You know, plant some roses here, you know. Oh shit, there's lava there. Oh, can't plant there. You know, like although I'll plant near it because that's nice and fertile ground. You know,
Right.
You know, just not in the lava. You know, Jeff Bezos doesn't look like. Here's the problem. The problem I have, I understand why the DC universe wanted to. We're like, ooh, we're going to make tech bro. We're going to make Lex Luthor a tech bro. And I'm like, there's just one problem with that. That's not scary. That's not intimidating.
Well, yes and no.
A frat guy is not an intimidating supervillain.
Right.
Not for real. Like,
Right.
Elon Musk may have the capabilities of a supervillain, but none of us are scared of him. And we're not gonna be. He could fucking blow up an entire island filled with orphan children, and we would still look at him and go like, dude, I think you're trying way too fucking hard.
Look, I get it. No one loves you.
Yeah, I get it. No one loves you. Literally all the money in the world could not keep your wife from leaving you. I want to point that out.
Your wife.
I want to point that out.
Your
You
wife
are
left
so
you.
odious that being the richest, one of the richest men in the world, didn't fucking matter.
Your
Didn't
wife
fucking
left
matter.
you.
She took your sperm and bounced.
Did your wife left you for a fucking leftist trans woman? Elon. Like, this is she looked at your bank account and went, I'd rather be happy.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Fucking knock that shit off. You know, like, good fucking damn it, you know. And like, and no one else wants to fuck him. Not really. You know, actually, I know a few people that claim to. They are women. They were also assigned female at birth. Because I think you have to be a white girl in order to be that stupid.
I mean, I know a couple of Elon bros that would definitely show up. Give Elon the Patrick Star treatment. You know,
Patrick Star treatment.
Your rusty sheriff's badge, if you will.
Right. But I was like,
Right.
sorry, I thought you were gonna say like, I should look for a trans woman. I know it's funny.
It's every time I think about it.
It's funny.
Like,
you know,
it's like Grimes is like, look, Elon, I can't deal with your shit anymore.
I can't deal with your crap. You are you're just too weird.
Yeah, it's like, what's wrong with me? You're not.
Oh, where do we
human.
begin?
You look at me as a product. That's not cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Like,
anyways, I'm gonna go date a woman that her precise purpose on life is to fucking get rid of assholes like you.
Yeah.
Bye.
That's who I'm fucking now. You know, like this. Yeah. Why don't you go expose yourself and get to a stewardess on your private jet or something? You know.
Elon, stop crying.
Maybe I will.
Elon, stop crying. I know Epstein's dead and you're really bothered by that.
Actually,
let's not
the
forget,
one thing I could never fucking get over was people like, Bill Clinton knew Jeffrey Epstein. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure Trump fucked him. You know, like, I'm pretty sure they fucking dicked down together. You know, like, they were that close.
Well,
like,
it's like,
I mean, if you want, hey, Bill Clinton fucking touched like fucking had sex with an underage girl, fine, fucking throw him in prison. Like, I'll fucking pay for the prosecution. Hell, fucking give him a length of rope. Maybe he'll just take care of the problem. You know, like, but how is Bill Clinton knew Jeffrey Epstein get Trump off the hook? That is what fucking enraged me. Because I'm like,
Uh,
Trump is way closer to Epstein. Are you kidding?
but here's the thing, right? Here's the Tai Chi that I've learned. You ready? Whenever they insult the Clinton, go, yeah, I hate them too. Like, can you believe it? Bill
but
Clinton
it's
was
like,
hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein.
I still
Yes.
don't understand how that became the excuse. It was like some fucking magic spell where they're just like, well, Bill Clinton.
Yeah, but so did Donald.
Yeah. Like, that has nothing to do with Donald Trump. What are you talking about? Well, I mean, Bill Clinton. What?
Donald Trump. I could say
Donald
names.
Trump. We could, yeah. We could throw out the names of, our guys if you want, but what are we doing here? But that was the response. It was like they were just taught, okay, whenever someone brings up the fact that Donald Trump was clearly connected to Jeffrey Epstein, just say the words Bill Clinton.
Well, that's because like Republicans always accuse you of the issues that they themselves are guilty of.
Oh, yeah.
Case in fucking point, Madison Cawthorn, former Republican, former Republican candidate for Senate, former Republican senator.
Yeah.
I just get a nice little like.
Well,
nice
I look at
taste in my
that
mouth
guy
when I
and
say
I'm
that.
like, I absolutely believe some old closeted queer senator asked him to get in a threesome.
Oh, 100%.
I totally agree with that. And I totally believe, and I totally know that there are people in high position that do some questionably sexual things in
Right.
which money is exchanged.
Right.
Discretion is called for and money is exchanged. And this is why prostitution will never be decriminalized, because if they do, then some people can talk.
Right. So
Can't
for those
have whores having rights. They might fucking wield
Oh.
power.
they might talk.
They might talk and therefore wield power.
But yeah, like Madison Cawthorn got primaried, yay. I mean, I don't think it's gonna like get us a Democratic seat, but it's not gonna be his seat anymore, so that's good.
Yeah.
But like he's went online and he's like, I'm so tired of establishment Republicans. We're gonna start the dark MAGA movement. And I'm like, oh, please do. Please do. Please split your fucking vote. Please do it.
Oh my God, these guys are crazy. Like, they're nuts. Like, let me put it this way. I knew, this is gonna sound really awful. Racism I get. Racism I get.
You don't agree with it, but you get it.
I understand its basic bullshit internal logic.
Right.
This QAnon thing. What? Like, I cannot believe. Like, it's one of those, like, wow, I knew white people were fucking crazy, but I didn't realize,
Jack,
the true extent of the fucking problem.
I don't know what's wrong with my people anymore.
Dude, there was a line in a show called Millennium where a journalist, a black journalist, was like venting his frustration at people, and just going like, look, everyone says that they're oppressed by everybody. Yellow people say it's black people say it's white people say it's extraterrestrials. And I was like, that's a good line. I did not realize how true that was. I'm just like, yeah, Jewish space lasers, QAnon, satanic pizza party. What the fuck? At some point, do you not step back and go, Jesus Christ, I am off my tits here? Like.
Well, see, that's the thing, right? Like when you go, okay. When you actually stop them for a second and go, I want you to think about this one question, and this one question will destroy every conspiracy theory that you have. If it was actually a secret organization, why the fuck do you know about it?
Yeah. Why the fuck do you? Why the fuck do you know
Are you
about
part of
it?
it? No.
But
Then
why is there no, and how is there no hard evidence?
yeah,
Like that's the other thing. Like Masons, I know exist. They
right.
got buildings. They say Masonic Temple
Masonic
on them.
Temple. You can
Yeah,
go in them.
you can go inside and say hello. You know,
Right.
like that's a ton of evidence right there for that. You know, like are Satanists real? Well, yeah. I mean, I'm here. You know, but
But do
this
but
this
do
pizza.
Satanists pray to Satan?
Sometimes, you know, like, it depends. You know, the two camps on the issue. Um, but, but I have yet to meet a Satanist that has so much as killed their own dinner. You know, I gotta be kind of honest.
Like
You know.
it's just like any other fucking religious group. There are a couple of nutters out there.
Oh,
That
oh
are
yeah,
honest.
yeah. There's super, well, like here's the thing. Like I know of like one satanic couple, supposedly satanic couple, that killed and ate a person. And now, I don't know them personally. This is like I found this on the news,
Right.
and I'm sort of like, okay, all right, that's well, that's taking that to a real weird place, man. You know, it's like you're a Satanist too. You're one of them. No, I worship the devil, but I still know it's weird to eat people.
It's
You
like,
know,
look, I worship the devil, but I don't burn churches.
churches. You know, like oh, and trust. You know, but if you're like only because it's illegal, yes,
Yes.
yes. You know, like oh,
It's it's like again, it's like they all the conspiracy theories, all the shit they fucking convince themselves are true. Like, and then like the hypocrisy of it, right? Because like we're pro-life, we're anti-abortion because we think every baby deserves to live. Oh, cool. Well, what about like a nationalized healthcare? Oh, we can't do that. Okay,
communism.
that's communism.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't let them babies be like drinking from the tit of the government. It's like, speaking of tits, we have a baby formula crisis that's going on in this country. Can we
Oh
like do something to fix that?
my
No.
god.
Like,
Oh my god. I was not surprised, but wow. I was still kind of shocked because I was like,
every
wow, that was so bald-faced, man.
yeah,
You know.
every
Oh, is
Republican.
Biden doing anything about this baby formula shortage? And it's like, okay, so is there going to be bipartisan support? No. Oh.
Oh, okay.
Oh. You really do just want people to starve to death for your reelection.
And it's, you know what's funny?
Wow.
They told us this shit like 2 years ago. Because remember when they were like going to be like, no, we're opening full back on, don't give a shit.
Oh yeah.
They're like,
yeah,
grandma
I know.
can die for the fucking
Somehow
economy.
I keep forgetting, you know, because
Yeah.
I think it's because it's just so horrible. It's
Yeah.
just so horrible to contemplate. It's like I'd rather not because it I have to put that in a faraway land. You know, in a
Otherwise,
galaxy far, far away. Otherwise, it's too real.
right.
You
Otherwise,
know?
I have to wake up with that knowledge every day that there are people who think I should just die for the almighty dollar.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Literally, we're like, yeah, we don't care if grandma or little baby Timmy die. It's one of those. What the fuck? I didn't. Scrooge is not supposed to have a fan club. But I knew something
Yet.
went wrong when they had that Onceler fan club. I was like, oh no, we've gone in a dark direction. That fucking Lorax movie happened. And I'm like, we have entered a dark timeline, people. You know, and everyone's like, oh, it's not that bad. I'm like, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. This is horrific. This is a horrific fucking moment in American culture to fucking use the Lorax to sell SUVs.
Right.
You done. I'm like, you
Right.
done. Like, I don't want to hear anything more. Fuck you. You
Right.
know, I just fucking no. No.
Right. And it's like, man, I just wish that people would fucking like I used to love looking at conspiracy theory shit. I never once actually like a couple of them I was like that might be true or actually this
Well,
one
yeah, yeah,
is
yeah.
true.
You're like, well, maybe. You
Right.
know, like, well, maybe. But like you're what you're really trying to do is you're trying to figure out like you're just sort of interested in the story, you know, and you're like, I
Right.
don't know if this is real. You treat it like it's about as real as maybe mythology.
Right. Like I treat it as real as like as a fucking James Bond novel or movie or some shit
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's
Where
like,
it's like, oh man, this requires so much fucking like working together and no one breaking the fucking line. But this is kind of funny to think about. Like maybe it's true.
oh, Trump is not Biff with the almanac. Biff with the almanac is Trump.
Is Trump.
Like
Like,
the guy who wrote the script literally said that.
yeah.
He's like, oh yeah, Biff, yeah, that's based on Donald Trump.
Yeah.
You know,
like okay, let me put it to you this way before I see Johnny talking about Mothman. Cryptids I consider a separate category from conspiracy theories. Like
well,
cryptids are
yeah,
fucking
because
really
like no
fun.
one's here's the thing. If you think Sasquatch is real, but no one can find him, that's one thing. If you think
Right.
Sasquatch is real and there's a government conspiracy to cover up this fact, why?
Yeah,
Like the
stop.
question is, yeah, it's stop because the question is why? Like
Exactly.
why? If there was a race of near human simian people that lived in the woods, we would have enslaved them.
Right.
You know, the fact we wouldn't have imported all those people from Africa. We would have just taken them from here.
Well, it's like, okay, one of my personal favorites that happened kind of towards the beginning of the pandemic, right? Someone said, "Ah, you know this is a pandemic, right? You know they're doing this so they can like make all the money." And I was like,
How?
"How?"
Yeah.
They'll make some money. I mean, fucking like Amazon stock went way the fuck up because everyone was ordering stuff. But
Yeah, but you couldn't have like
you can't
you couldn't
maintain
have
that,
planned for that.
right? Well, even beyond that, like, okay, let's say they did plan to release a deadly virus and have everyone stay in their house. How the fuck are they going to make products if you aren't going outside of the house?
Yeah. How was this
Like
supposed to
production
work?
stops when the pandemic, global pandemic
Mm-hmm.
happens. Like it's oh
Yeah.
god, it's
Yeah.
like,
Money is a magic fairy. Money is a
yes.
magic fairy and it just, exists. That,
How do you control like exactly how do you control that? How do you like you can't. There's literally no fucking way to control it. And people fucking believe it. And it's like, oh, they put like trackers in those fucking vaccines. Dumbass, you read that on Facebook with your fucking iPhone.
yeah. Yeah. Facebook has your information. You gave
Facebook
it to them.
if someone on Facebook told me that the government like I was that I with the vaccine, I had a government tracking element on me, but they still have Facebook. I'm sorry. I look at you and I go, one of these days you might have a brain that functions.
Yeah.
Because like, here's the thing, right? You have Facebook, right? Still,
Well, yeah, I have a Facebook account. I mainly use Messenger.
right? But like, occasionally you open Facebook, right?
Yeah, yeah, occasionally.
You ever notice like every time you open Facebook, something you've been talking about for the last week pops up as a fucking targeted ad?
Actually, no, because I
Oh well.
don't interact with that part of Facebook.
Ah, well
But
then,
but I am
bless you.
specifically avoiding it.
Right. Bless you. Because you know what's funny? I've seen it happen in real time with my wife. Because she has Facebook, so she can keep in touch with all the family. And she, like,
Yeah.
we'll be talking about
Run more
something, and
ad
she's like,
blockers.
"Well,
Run more ad blockers.
it's while using the app." So
Oh,
like,
on the phone.
yeah,
Oh yeah. Oh, I know. I don't have. I refuse to have Facebook on my phone. I will have Facebook Messenger on my phone, but the
right.
Facebook app itself, no way.
Oh,
Under
she has Facebook.
no circumstances.
She has Facebook on her fucking phone, right? And it's like we'll talk about something, all of a sudden she'll get ads for it, and I'm like, y'all, y'all want to talk about how like the vaccine's giving is going to take your right to privacy away, but like nobody wants to talk about the real shit, which is the Patriot USA Act doing the
The
exact same
exact same
thing.
thing. Yeah. Yeah. It's one of those. Well, it was also one of those like they're gonna steal our information to track us. I'm like, you idiot. That ship has sailed.
Yeah, you
Like
already
they
signed that
already
over.
have that.
It's like that shit's already gone. What the fuck are you
Yeah,
talking
like
about?
this is one of those things where Alan Moore is absolutely correct. Hey, all this surveillance and all this taking your information, um if you're really up to something illegal, you're probably going to be okay.
Right,
But if you share a name that's a little bit too close to a known terrorist, you're screwed.
right.
You're completely fucked. That's it. That's how that works.
And it's
And
like,
one of the things that I am consistently America is delusional.
yes,
It's
sorry.
delusional in how it thinks it still has privacy.
Right,
Like you don't. You do not.
right.
Like apparently the Fourth Amendment's just a fucking afterthought.
Who gives a fuck about the Fourth Amendment? We got the first two amendments that we constantly have fucking arguments about.
Yeah. And there's illegal search and seizure.
Yeah, search seizure, it's fine. Hey, you know that 14th Amendment? We'll get rid of that too.
Yeah, we don't need to worry about too many amendments at this point.
Right.
Just get rid of them.
God damn
And
it.
like, yeah, don't think they won't.
And
You know,
it's like they'll bitch about like shit like that, right? But when it comes to the real taking away your rights shit that the Republicans do,
oh yeah,
uh
oh, all for it.
oh, that's just misinformation. You're reading fake news. Those are fake news websites. I had someone very recently who we got like a little tip about fucking like abortion rights. I showed him national statistics. I showed him
Yeah.
actual research into it. And he told me that I was engaged in misinformation and that the people I was talking about are just druggies that don't deserve those rights.
Wow.
Yeah, and I went,
Hey, oh well, like here's the okay. I'm gonna let me get something. I'll be right
yeah,
back.
go ahead. Yeah.
Because I should probably we're gonna need to vent a little darkness, and then we're gonna have to bring ourselves back up.
Right.
Hang on just a sec. Be right back.
Um,
And some.
but yeah, it's like they just never like. It's just it hurts me because it's like people I've respected my entire life that are now just falling down this stupid fucking rabbit hole, and I don't know. Yes, fuck that guy. Luckily, that guy was someone I barely knew, so cutting that fucking line was real goddamn easy. I only knew him because he was dating one of my friends, and yeah, luckily she broke up with him. It's fucking heartbreaking. Uh, it is, but like, here's the thing, right? And I've come to terms with this, and it saves me a lot of heartache and a lot of anger. Not everybody is salvageable. Get the ones that you can. Hey, horoscope. Um, yeah, George. Now we got Chucklefucks just send their DNA in and giving it to private companies. Let's do a 23andMe so I can figure out where I'm from. Fucking your fucking phone now turns on by you looking at it. We getting high? Is that just the vibe I just got from him? I mean, smoke them if you got them, right? Try to keep my phone every day. It feels like it. It is, and like that's the thing. Like you got to understand, like, you can save them, but like, it's not everyone's willing to listen. You just kind of have to let that go. I don't talk to my brother anymore because of shit like this. Don't blame you, Ukraine. I have, there are parts of my family I refuse to talk to just because they're fucking nuts. That's why I teach, because people need to know how to decipher information. Yes, they like skepticism is important. That's the problem, though. In American education system, you don't question anything you're told. So you know, people saying Ukrainian Nazis means we shouldn't worry about Russian Nazis. Okay, let's address this motherfucker real quick before Jack gets back. Uh-oh. All right. Well, hey, I'm gonna say this real quick.
Okay.
Before we get into like a conspiracy. Hold on 1 second, Jack.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, Ukraine had Nazis that were put there by Russians. They were Russian apologists.
Yeah.
Almost all of them.
And the ones that weren't, America put there.
Yeah, exactly. But like legitimately, like, that's where that comes from.
Yeah.
So Russians were attacking Russian actors, and then surprisingly, a lot of them turned on Ukraine. I understand why people are a little bit iffy about supporting either one. I get it. I support Ukraine just a little bit more. Like,
hey, it comes down to this. First of all, Ukraine was the one that got invaded.
Right.
Like, they weren't trying to fuck with Russia's shit the way Russia is trying to fuck with theirs.
Right.
And even if I didn't have that, at the end of the day, Russia taking the Ukraine is bad for America.
Oh, not even just bad for America.
I live here.
Right. It's not even just bad for America. It's bad.
It's bad for a whole bunch
for
of
everybody.
People. Yeah, it's really bad. You know, so I'm not too worried. Let me put it this way. This is the mote in one's eye.
Right.
You know, like looking at Ukraine saying they have a Nazi problem. It's like, yeah, so does Britain and France and Poland and everybody.
America. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole world got a Nazi problem. If that is going to be used as an excuse to not do anything, fuck you.
Right.
You know, there's you can't just let the other people suffer.
Right.
You know, like you can't. And if you think anything is going to be better under Russian control, you have got another thing coming.
Yeah.
You know, like, just because the U.S. is bad doesn't mean that another place isn't worse.
Right.
You know, like, good God. You know, and I don't want to. And this is people who don't want to vote for the lesser of two evils either. So I'm like, fuck that. You know,
I'm sorry.
It's like you have to. You have to.
Look, it's the
better
minimum.
option. I'm sorry. It's like the better option doesn't exist. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's not there. It doesn't exist. You know,
well,
when it exists, we try to go for it.
Right.
But it usually doesn't. Why? Because people suck. You know, because humanity has limits.
Yeah.
And part of its limit is the limit of doing anything.
Well, you can't stop. You can't stop 100%. There is no such thing as an issue everyone agrees on.
Oh no, God no, hell no.
That's the reality. You can't. It's like what I was saying before you came back. You can't convince everybody that they're wrong about QAnon. They're good. Like, you can't convince everybody that they're wrong for being racist, but you can convince some, and some is better than nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And if you can't even, there's not necessarily there's a better option, but it really means not as bad. But you would be amazed at how much that matters.
Right.
You would really be amazed at how much that matters. And if you can't even be bothered as a white person to cast a vote to try just your well wish would. I'd rather the worst case scenario it didn't happen.
Right.
If you're not willing to stand in line for, I don't know, 5-10 minutes in order to make that happen, fuck you. You know, like, really? Really? Is that inconvenient?
Wait, so who's generally the demographic for who are not for helping Ukraine? Okay, so there are some people that are not for supporting Ukraine or Russia because like it's Europe and they suck to everybody, especially the Roma.
Yeah. There's some people who definitely don't care who wins.
But there are also people that are against supporting Ukraine because they think that the West is using Ukraine as a launching point to try to take down Russia. Which if you're
did you not realize that we are? Well, here's the funny thing, like now that it's looking like it's actually possible,
right?
That we could take Russia, we've kind of lost interest because the only thing they really had was the threat. And now it's like, oh, you suck, actually. You really suck.
Right.
Oh, wow, if it wasn't for nuclear weapons, we would just steamroll you. Like, just steamroll them.
I keep waiting for the first Russian nuke to go up about like 300 feet and just come straight back down because it doesn't have fuel.
Yeah, exactly. That's a real thing that's a real possibility. Isn't that fucked? I mean, don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't get me wrong is what I mean. Don't get me wrong. If fucking a Russian kleptocracy basically is the thing that disarms their nuclear arsenal, I'll take it. I want nuclear weapons off the board.
Yeah.
You know, when the next edition of humanity comes around, I don't want nuclear weapons to exist.
Well, and it's like, I don't understand why everyone thinks that like Russia and China are like these like, I mean, I know who thinks it. It's the authoritarian left fuckers who are like, oh, China and Russia are just victims of Western imperialism. It's like,
no, they're not.
Yes, but also they're also oppressors.
Yeah. It's like, no, they're the other guys in the poker game that we're fucking over.
Yeah.
You know, like they're not. Ooh, how to put it? Oh, I'll just put it this way. They're not South America.
Yeah.
South America got fucked over because we didn't want to pay more for bananas, okay?
Banana Wars, look it up.
Yeah. That's spread of communism. Fuck, they didn't want to fucking have to pay more for a labor force, you know, which also real. And the problem is having made them an enemy after we started to do this illegal Mexican thing and kind of put a crimp in the whole fucking process, which actually worked completely against American interests because it does. Because it does. You know, it's amazing. You know, I think about that a lot where I'm just sort of like, wow, we spent all this money trying to control South America and now we're doing everything to keep them from interacting with the fucking economy, the international economy, which was the whole thing we were afraid they wouldn't do. God damn it.
Well,
why did you do this again?
And Baron Somebody brings up another good one. Africa. Holy fuck. Africa.
Oh my God.
Africa's political landscape is just, it's basically like what is the problem? Africa is fucked up. Why? Because white people keep fucking around there.
Oh, there's a lot of fuck around in Africa. There's a lot of fucking around in Africa. You know, it's like, hey, raw materials, baby.
Yeah.
You know, we're getting close to the end of the Middle East's fucking usability.
And it's like You don't know how right you
Oh
are.
yeah. Oh, I do.
Like,
I
oh, son
do.
of a bitch. It's like, and eventually the Middle East is just gonna be one of those things where like, it stop being so 21st century.
No,
But
yeah, no. We are hitting that point. That change is happening now.
yeah,
Middle East, bullshit. That's gonna
when
be
we
bullshit in a decade. No
yeah,
one's gonna care.
when we, and I'm not talking about just America, I'm talking about the entirety of like the Western world, when we all decide we're done with fucking using oil and gas, because it's coming.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how
Oh
else to tell
yeah.
you, it's coming.
Yeah. It'll happen. It'll happen. Fucking
Middle East is gonna fucking
dude. Like the one country I'm gonna tell you the one country I would not be for all the money in the world right now during
Mhm,
this period of history is
mhm.
Israel.
Israel, UAE, fucking Saudi Arabia. Like,
Oh no. Israel specifically. Because if that area is becomes, and it looks like it might become strategically irrelevant, there's no way they're gonna fucking survive.
well, here's the thing, right?
There is no way.
Why, like, why is it now that like there's so many people that are going like, no, Israel's a fucking fascist country, and they're nationalists. They kick out like Palestinians who lived there before.
Mm-hmm.
Like what? Like why are we talking about it now? And it's because, well, back in the 90s and 2000s, you couldn't say shit about Israel. Why? Because like the religious right would fucking nail you on it. Like, like you can't, like, think about it, man. Like,
Yeah.
do you think like in 2001 we'd have been talking about Israel and being like, actually they're kind of a fucked up country, we need to like
Oh,
address
I
that?
I, I knew that was I knew that was gonna happen. Like
You
I
knew it
knew
was
that was gonna
coming.
happen. I knew it was coming.
But you
You
didn't
know.
think like in 2001 you couldn't say that. Like,
In 2001, only assholes like me said that.
right. Now let's
You
go back
know.
another 20 years, 1981.
1981, correct. Like
Like
that,
nobody could
nobody in
fucking
America was gonna fucking say that unless you were a Nazi. Like absolutely. But you get to like 2000 and you're just sort of like, actually, we're starting to realize that the only reason that this country exists is
yeah,
because we need a strategic foothold against Russia.
right.
That's it. That's why they're there. If it turns out that A, the oil in the Middle East runs out, and B, Russia can't invade anybody, now Israel's just another country
Right.
surrounded by enemies on all sides.
That they keep provoking.
Yes.
Like,
That they keep provoking partially with support that America gives it.
partially, you're
That's
being kind.
not gonna go well. Like, if the American Air Force decides it's not going to protect Israel is fucked. It will. I don't know if it'll go away completely, but it will get chipped away.
Oh, it won't go away completely. There will just be new maps
There
drawn.
will probably be a Palestine.
Oh, 100%.
I don't know what to say about that other than like, yeah, that Gaza Strip, that's just gonna be theirs.
Right.
You know.
Well,
Look,
like again, it's like it's one of those things where it's like it, I understand why people are like, oh man, it just feels like everything takes forever for like to make any fucking social movement. I'm like, yeah, but like in my lifetime, I literally saw the fucking like the perception change
oh yeah,
about these things. And I guess it's because we did 20 years of fucking war in that area, so everyone got interested.
oh yeah, yeah. It's a big deal. I'm actually really, God,
Flash,
I
so you
feel
sure all this? it's saying that you can short the stocks that will crash from pandemic. Oh yeah, no, like you can make short term money. That's the thing that I was arguing. I was like, nobody that actually owns a company that's huge wants this to happen because it had like short selling all their shit affects them deeply, but they don't really want like the world to stop making shit. That was my thing.
Yeah. People who stop making shit stop buying shit.
Right.
You know, like that's the problem. So like the idea that like we're gonna do this to make money, how? How? Like going into Iraq under false pretense at least had the fucking promise of oil. It's a promise that it couldn't keep, but it was a promise. It was something. You know? It was fucking something.
Well,
and that just had no, it has nothing.
Well, it's like all the QAnon fucking conspiracy theories. They're all just kind of like weird admissions of your own guilt. Like the whole fucking pizza place being a fucking pedophile ring. And look at how many fucking Republican like members we've caught being pedos.
Oh yeah, it's a lot.
You know,
it ain't uncommon.
Yeah, all gay people are groomers and pedophiles. It's like, well,
apparently a good quarter of Republicans are as well.
Right. Oh my fucking god.
At least.
Yeah, like it's like
literally voted in an actual pedophile. I couldn't believe that. I could not believe that. I'm sitting there going like, really?
That guy?
Really? That dude? That first of all, the dude's got no eyes. So
look at him. Look at him. He's not even human. Like
yeah. The guy's just a fucking homunculus, you know? Like, holy shit.
But that's that's the reason why
he's evil Sloth from the Goonies.
Hey, I don't like the fact you associated Sloth with evil. I Sloth is not a bad person.
No, Sloth is not. That's why he's evil Sloth.
But like, there can't be an evil Sloth. All
right? No, there can totally be an evil Sloth. There's like a mirror universe evil everybody. You know, I guarantee there's an evil me who's like a fucking tent revivalist preacher.
Wait, I was about to say, wait, you're not the evil version of you.
No, I may be the dark version, but I'm not necessarily the evil one. You know,
you're just the evil version of you, tent revival preacher.
Oh no, the evil version of me is like a tent revivalist preacher. You know, like raking in tons of money.
Is the negative version of you? Is that Greg Locke? Is that?
I don't know who Greg Locke is. So
bless your sweet ignorance. He's the new Jerry Falwell. I would say he's getting close.
Oh god,
he's from my neck of the woods.
Oh god, I fucking
he preaches out of like fucking Mount Juliet, Tennessee, and he's one of those like, you need to burn all your Bibles, not Bibles, excuse me. You need to burn all your Harry Potter books. You need to get these witches out of your life. He said the stupidest.
Pray with me.
He said the stupidest thing, which is this. I want you to go everywhere you go. I want you to have a Bible tucked under your arm. You won't see a Bible in a liquor store. And of course, people heard that and went, okay. Fucking took their Bible into the liquor store. Didn't get set on fire or nothing.
Yeah. I think people just don't like carrying Bibles under their arms.
What he's like, the point that he was trying to make is like, if you carry your faith, you won't be sinning. And that's like,
that's when you sin the most, baby.
Like, okay,
when God's on your side, you're allowed to do anything.
Jack, do you care if we talk about religion a little bit, specifically?
Yeah, we can totally
Christianity.
Talk about religion.
All right, the whole point of Christianity is that we are all with sin, right? Like that's the whole point of it.
Everyone feel bad already,
right?
Because we can't be bothered to fucking find out what each of you did individually. Were there
Right.
too many of you?
Right. So what I'm saying is like, we're all like, according to Christianity, we're all sinners. We all do some type of sin, and no sin is greater than or lesser than any other sin. Lying is just as bad as murdering, according to the Bible. All right, we agree to those points.
Well, that's a normal interpretation of the text. Yes.
Okay, well, we can get into the minutia of that.
Right.
But,
There's some finer nuance in there, but
well,
like,
there's only
that's definitely what they teach you at Sunday school.
well, there's like one unforgivable sin that you can never get redemption from.
But only if you're Protestant.
Yes, I'm speaking from an evangelical side here.
Yeah. From the evangelical side, renouncing the Holy Spirit,
yes,
and preaching against God is the only unforgivable sin. When I heard about that, I was like, what? And I contemplated that for a very, 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 very long time. Many years, actually, I contemplated this.
Have you ever just thought about the fact that you literally, if God exists, if Christianity exists, the evangelicals are right, you're not getting to heaven no matter what?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Like,
exactly. I'll either be like, I never actually renounced the Holy Spirit, fuck you, or, I'm just going to hell anyway, so,
Well, I'll say it right now, Holy Spirit's full of shit and God doesn't exist. I used to believe, now I don't.
I believe that gods exist, but not in the way we think that is.
I'm specifically talking about the evangelical God.
Oh yeah, no, that doesn't exist. Like that's complete bullshit.
Yeah.
Not suicide. That's odd. Yeah,
suicide.
I am of the opinion that if suicide is not forgivable, your religion is stupid.
Right. Well, and it's like, okay, suicide's one of those weird things because it's technically murder, but it's of yourself. So like, can you seek redemption before you commit the act, or like as you commit the act?
Oh, that I don't know. Like,
and
I got no idea. Because no one who's successfully committed suicide has come back to tell us.
Right.
Funny that.
Yeah.
But for me, it always came down to this. People commit suicide because they're in psychological anguish.
Usually. Sometimes it's okay. The reason why
unless you're talking about like accidents.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Okay, yeah.
Sometimes sometimes people are doing it like everyone's kind of like everyone that consciously tries to commit suicide or attempt suicide is doing it because they're in anguish of some sort.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so in a way, it's like
so I can't forgive you for being in pain.
Right.
That's fucked up.
Right.
Like that's fucked up. Like, fuck, God says that can kiss my ass. I ain't got use for that.
Right.
Like you gotta tell me that. Like, I'm sorry, you gotta tell me Robin Williams is gonna burn in hell. Fuck you. Like.
Well, maybe that means like Robin Williams is gonna burn in hell, but Roy Cohn's gonna fucking sit on the right hand of God.
I know, right? Like, fuck you. Like, fuck you. I have, oh God, like I've seen so much bullshit.
Right.
No one's rapier than a pastor's son. I'll tell you that.
Ooh.
But the pastor ain't off the hook. He learned it from somewhere.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, was that a little too real?
Oh, a little bit. RLM. Here's my understanding of renouncing the Holy Spirit and God. If God is love, then it's unforgivable to renounce love. Beloved mean caring for others, acknowledging their humanity no matter what. All right, that's a good nuanced way to interpret that particular text. But I mean, it's a lot more literal in the even in the like even in the unedited version and multiple versions. It's a lot more literal, as I guess is the way I'm
Yeah.
saying it. But like that's the thing. What is the unforgivable sin? Doubt.
Yeah. Unforgivable sin is doubt. It's
Like,
the easiest thing in the fucking world to doubt because they don't even tell you what the fuck the Holy Spirit is.
oh, that well, see, that's because you did you go to yourself one of them their Pentecostal churches or you go to Baptist?
I went to Baptist. I learned
See,
me Baptist.
see, that's your first mistake. So Pentecostals tell you everything you need to know about the Holy Spirit. And the Holy Spirit's this. You know, the spirit, it's the spirit of church that's entering inside you. And you might dance down the aisles, you might start, speaking in tongues, you might
Oh,
start
so is
playing
it
these
is it
tambourines.
actually localized to the building?
No.
Oh, okay, all right.
It's the spirit that like supposedly entered the upper room, the Pentecostal spirit that entered the upper room when like Paul was preaching that you're speaking in foreign tongues and shit like that.
I thought they just said he was speaking in foreign tongues because he was like speaking Latin to a bunch of fucking Jewish people.
No. See, like, no, he got filled with the Holy Spirit.
Oh, okay, all right, all right. Sure, why not? You know.
but
Mm.
but yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like, doubt is the issue. And again,
Yeah,
I understand Catholics, y'all are fucking weird with a lot of your beliefs, and I don't understand them. I'm
dude,
speaking
doubting is
purely
the
from it.
most Catholic thing you can do. I'm gonna just
Exactly.
be real honest.
Even the Pope doubts. All right.
Yeah, he's not supposed to, but he does. You know.
But evangelicals, you cannot doubt, you cannot question. And then you look at how like right wing Christian theocratic fascism works in this country, and it makes so much fucking sense. You can't question the message. That man's a preacher. He's been anointed by God to bring you the word that is God and is of God, and he's telling you that baby killing's wrong, like because he's anti-abortion, and
Yeah.
that you need to vote for Donald Trump, and that if you're a Democrat, you can't be a child of God.
My favorite thing, like, of course, I never get an answer to this. You ever ask someone, but what is the word?
Oh, they can't define it.
Yeah. I like, but what is the word? You know? And the thing is I'm like, I know what the word is.
Mm-hmm.
Do you? You know? And people are like, oh, blah, 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 blah. They have no idea. And I'm like, okay, Messiah.
Yeah.
That's the word. You know, that's the word. It's literally to call the name, Messiah, the name of God, Jehovah, all of that, Yahweh, all that jazz.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally the word God. We are here to bring the word God here,
Right.
you know, because it is oh God, what, I forget what the word for it is. A logomante. It's largely logomancy.
Right.
Numerology and logomancy with a bigger emphasis on words over numbers.
Right.
Yeah. If you want one of those weird number cults, then you got to be like, you got
Get
to
the
either,
fuck out.
yeah, you either got to be like a Pythagorean or like fucking Aleister Crowley. You know,
If you start talking about the golden mean in my house, like,
I, 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 the thing is that the golden mean is a real thing. It's a real thing, but like most people, but it is attached a level of significance that it actually doesn't really have.
right.
It's like what's the golden mean? The golden mean is basically a really nice way of making a spiral.
Mm-hmm.
Because it turns out we visualize in many ways in spirals.
Right.
It's our understanding of space. Three. Right? We have a thing about threes when it comes to perceiving space. Almost like we're in the third dimension. I know. So all our mathematical principles, you were going to find mathematical principles in the way we perceive things, and the golden mean is part of that.
Right.
Now, this is like saying that the golden mean is magical is exactly the equivalent of saying that pi is magical for much the same reason.
Right.
And it's one of those, well, when you say it that way, it sounds kind of stupid. And I'm like, yes, it is kind of stupid. Like, all religion is kind of stupid. There's no exceptions. Inherently, they're all ridiculous because they don't work logically. They're not meant to interface with logic.
Right.
They're not designed for it. They're not intended for it. They're intended in its pure intention. It is there to provide some sort of structure for which you find meaning.
Right.
Much like a language.
Right.
And that's it. That's it. That's what it does. That's its point.
By the way, yes, golden mean is similar to the Fibonacci sequence. Matter of fact, the Fibonacci sequence is part of the golden mean.
Yep.
Like
1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 12, 18. Oh wait, 19, no! I fucked 19. It up because I fucked it up because they're all prime numbers.
They're not all prime numbers. Every number adds into itself. 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah, 1 plus. Oh, that's right. 1 + 1. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. 7 + 5 is 12.
12.
19.
12 is 9. Is 19.
Yeah, 19. Yep. 20. Oh no! Wait. No, I fucked up. There's hold on, let me just look it up.
It's 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34. And
13, 21. That's what I was fucking up. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm like, I know 21 is part of the Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah.
What's the difference between religion and spirituality? Spirituality. See, this is a good question. Good question. Spirituality is something that you have.
Yes. Religion
is something an entire people practice.
Yeah.
That's it. Like, that's it.
Like, spirituality is like, it's like Jack praying at his fucking altar to Lilith and all, all the people that he makes sacrifices and prayers to.
Yeah. If I got a bunch of people to do it with me, that starts to approach a religion.
Right. like all not all cults are religions, but all religions are cults.
Yes. Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Just some cults just get so big that everyone just kind of accepts their existence. Well, because those ideas don't seem so weird.
Well, when a cult starts franchising.
Exactly.
That's when it becomes a religion.
Yeah. The thing that really typifies a cult, in terms of like cult mind control and all that kind of stuff, is isolation from everybody else.
Yep.
And this is true, that used to be a defining characteristic of Christianity. During the Greco-Roman times, that was their big thing, is that they didn't mingle with others.
Well,
and
because they started as a cult.
Yeah. They're a cult. They were a cult. And they were a very weird cult. Because while everyone else was just sort of like, well, I mean, it's the feast day of like that god over there. Sure, I don't offer a lot of prayers to that temple except this time of year. But, I mean,
all right.
I'm not saying Zeus don't matter. Like, that's odd.
Listen, I understand Jeff the God of Biscuits is really important here, but like, he's not important to me.
Yeah.
But Christians like self-isolated so much that
like,
they were so insular with their theology that it led to them kind of being violent assholes. Like everyone
Yeah.
wants to like shit on Rome for like putting Christians to death. And to be fair,
They did.
they did.
Until they became Christians themselves.
Right. Well, like, okay, so why did they put the Christians to fucking death? Because Christians were fucking defacing temples and killing people in the streets.
Yeah. They were a weird gang. You know, like they were a weird gang that was a constant problem. Like,
right.
imagine, like, I was about to say they were the school shooters, except like that never really ended, did it?
No, it
That never
hasn't.
really changed, did it? You know, but like, no, they were the ones who would fucking Christian in the world of the fucking Roman times. Christians were the ones going alaka laka laka, and everyone's sucking sand. You know, that's what they were doing. That was them.
And then they got into power, and then they became the oppressor.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Really? Killing people? Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
Hey, kids, what doesn't exist anymore because of Christianity?
A lot of things.
What one big thing that if you're anybody that loves history or research doesn't exist because of Christian?
Oh, the Library of Alexandria.
Alexandria.
Yeah.
Priceless
Library
text.
of Alexandria. All the
Shit.
old world knowledge destroyed.
Why? Because Christians got mad because they were trying to tell people that the world was like the earth was not the center of the universe, and instead we go around the sun. They couldn't handle that.
Nope. Couldn't handle that. Had to burn down a library. You know, like a practice which has never really stopped. You know,
It's time. History doesn't repeat itself; it rhymes, though.
yeah. Well, like you ever notice that non-Christian places don't their response to things isn't necessarily burn all the books, but for some reason in the Christian world that's a thing. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
That's why it's a tradition. It never fucking went away.
Tradition.
It's like an appendix that they developed, you know, and that's just, you know, it's like tonsils, you know.
And that's the bitch of it. That's the reason why it's so fucking hard to get, especially American evangelicals, off of any point that they've sunk their teeth in. No matter how much logic you introduce to them, you can't break through to some people because they're so held on because of the illogical beliefs that they have.
Yeah.
Like, it's sad, but at the same time, it's like I said, you can't save everybody. Pick the ones that you can.
Yeah. It's like we're all in this ride together. Might as well be enjoyable.
Right.
You know, like that's a real big thing with me. I've gotten to this kind of point in watching civilization develop over my brief 40 years where I've just basically gone, yeah, I don't want to die because I'm a little afraid of it because, you know, it's scary.
Right.
But there was a time before people. There will be a time after people.
Right.
So I guess it's going to be okay.
The dodo thought themselves to be immortal too.
Yeah. You know, now they're all dead. Dinosaurs thought they were going to... Hey, they're like, there's no way they're going to kill all of us. There's no way all of us are going to die.
Right. Damn it, John, can I try though? Here's the beautiful thing. Yes, try as much as you can, but understand going into it, you can't fix everybody. You can't save everyone, but you can save some. So you gotta ask yourself the question: is 20% worth my 100% effort?
The answer may be yes.
The
It
answer
might
is yes
also
for
be
some
no.
people. Yeah,
You
the answer
know,
is yes for some people. The answer is no for some people. And the thing is, neither side's really wrong.
yeah,
Like,
it's okay. Like here, there's a line that I from BoJack Horseman that I really got, and it's the episode like the view from halfway down, where like
right,
BoJack Horseman's drowning and
right,
is having like this psychodrama in his head where he meets his dad who looks like Secretariat,
yeah,
and you know Secretariat says I wouldn't have cared so much, and he's like you didn't care about anything. He's like no, I cared a lot. You know, I didn't show it, and it wasn't necessarily, you know, healthy, but I did. I wouldn't have cared so much. And I'm like, I know what the writers are getting at here. I understand what this character's getting at,
yeah,
which is this. Far too often we care way too much about the wrong thing.
yes,
You know, and it's not until you like relinquish and relax a little bit that you're actually able to go like, oh wait, I don't actually care about that. You know, this I care about. You know,
right,
like you know, my kid, my family. You know, my garden. You know, like you know the you know the things that you act, whatever it is that you actually care about.
right,
You know, like everything else is just either it's not even extra. It's just sort of like wait, wait, this is taking up space that I could be using for other things.
right.
You know, fuck that.
And
Um,
it's I hate to say this because it comes off like as a dick, but it's like sometimes the shit you care a lot about is toxic to you.
oh
It can
yeah,
hurt you,
yeah. Sometimes,
and
like, there's
you're
a
like,
reason I don't. There's a reason I don't. There's a reason I only enter political demonstrations when the appropriate response is anger.
right,
Because if the appropriate response isn't understood to be anger,
right,
then I don't work well. I am not one who does a dance demonstration.
right.
You know, I don't do I can't I'm not going to do I'm never going to be in a love in.
You're not gonna
You
like be
know,
sitting around a bonfire fucking playing in the drum circle like to protest. Like,
not as a protest, no.
yeah,
You know, like I might be in that drum circle just to be in a drum circle, but not because I'm like, this is my political protest, man. No, shut the fuck up. You know, like call me when it comes time to break something. You know, then I'm useful. Then I'm useful.
right.
Like that's why Black Lives Matter was so easy because it's like everyone's pissed. Hey,
I could join this.
I
Like,
did this one. I can be a part of because like yeah. You know,
right,
everyone we're all angry. That's the right response. You know, but like I don't like going to a political protest just to be told to play nice.
right.
And that happens a lot. That happens a lot.
Well, and a lot of that is, and I'll fucking take the heat for this. A lot of that is like well-meaning white liberals. Like,
Oh yeah, no, totally.
it's
Totally.
like, well, it's like we don't want to give them the impression that like, we don't want to give them ammo.
Yeah, you don't want to
Discredit
look
her.
dangerous to the power structure, you know. And I'm sort
And
of
I'm like,
like,
yes, I do.
yeah. There's a part of me that is like, oh no, I do. I do. When you get to that point, call me definitely.
I'll be here.
Yeah. So Jack, you're the guy we call when they start burning shit down. Yeah, for one of two reasons: either to help you burn shit down, or how to survive the riot.
It's
You know,
because it's that fun
there's
question.
yeah,
Are we fighting or are we running? Like,
yeah, oh yeah, no, like that, and that changes on a fucking
yeah.
dime, man.
Like,
You know,
like,
that changes on a dime. You know,
yeah,
you got to be aware, you've got to be alert, and like the other, And when you're in that situation, the guy who's hyper fucking vigilant response is to calculate an escape route for anything becomes very useful.
Oh yeah.
You know, like it is kind of amazing sometimes. You know, when you're just sort of like, oh my God, how do we get out of this? All right, quick, over here, down. Now, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't move. Shut the fuck up. You know, they'll run right past us and they'll never see us. But they're right over there. They'll never see us.
Yeah.
They'll never see us. They will never do that. They will never come here unless you make a noise. So, because there is still time, you hide here, and I'm going to hide under that other one just in case you squawk. You know, if they pass by, we'll meet back up and keep going.
Because
now
like
I can trust that you're not going to fucking do the stupid thing.
Right.
You know, you're not going to get me killed in this process. You know?
And it's like, everyone, like, I love how someone brought up Gandhi. Gandhi was for throwing Molotov cocktails. Like, I know Gandhi gets this like rap as like non-violent protester, which yes,
passive resistance, yeah,
passive resistance, yeah, which yes, that does work. But Gandhi was also like an anarchist, like just straight up.
Yeah. Like, well, how to put it? Like having a bunch of Indian people refuse to work or do what the British said. That's what did it. It wasn't the not killing people. It was specifically the not working.
Yeah.
You know, and it's sort of like, oh, you will work for. So why did he do that in prison? What's the thing you're always getting prisoners to do?
Work.
You're getting them to do manual labor. All right. Well, they won't feed us if we won't. Fine. Then we won't eat. And white people are so used to fucking people doing what they say, they're going to freak out and not know what to do.
Right.
Which is exactly what happened.
And yes, as Baron brings up here, yes, Gandhi was also very racist.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know?
So.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I'm sure a lot, like, Noah was a fucking drunk wife beater. You know? Like, what do you want? You know?
God himself cheated in wrestling, all right?
Oh my God.
But I guess I'm saying all this. I guess I brought this up because it's like I came to the conclusion after like spending time with like my parents and like their friends that I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna get through to them. It's okay. I'm just gonna let that go. I can get through to like other people. I can't get through to them. There's not many of them left. Like, it's because that's the thing, right? Like, I know that sounds defeating, right? Like, you can't get through to your own loved ones. Well, yeah, but look, baby, this is 2022. Do you really talk to your blood relatives more than you talk to your friends? Like,
yeah.
When was the last time you like? Can you remember the last time you spent more time with your aunts and uncles than you did with like your D&D friends or your club friends? Like, can you remember that?
No.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
It's like that's the conclusion I've come to. It's like I can't fix them. I can help other people, but I can't. I'm never going to get through to their heads because they literally said that they were proudly racist. Yeah, they're like they brought up something and they're like, I guess that makes me a racist. And I went, yeah, it does. And they're like, well, I guess I'm just proudly a racist then. And I was like, oh,
wow.
There's no hope. Yeah.
Well, yeah. It's like, okay, in that case, it's a choice, and fuck you. Like you're not just doing it because you're afraid of the unknown consequences. It has nothing to do with that, does it? No.
What the like?
Just being
I
a
just
dick.
I just never got like how you like. And I know you're gonna laugh at this, but I don't know how I never got how you could be a Christian and a racist. It never connected to me.
Oh, easy. Clearly. I mean, clearly it's easy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like I can't believe someone can be Christian and racist. You're like, well, yeah,
of
but
course.
they are.
That's why it's so common.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fucking like you can't even get Christians to go to a church of different colored skin.
Oh shit! I love watching when a white church goes to a black church. That shit's like fucking. Oh.
Oh my god! Like you can't even. You fucking worship the same God. You worship the same guy, and you won't sit next to. Oh, fuck you! Like
Yeah.
religion is one of the most is the most racist place.
Yes.
Period.
Yes.
Religion is racist. Like I
Specifically Christianity.
very specifically
I can speak on.
is really really racist.
Yeah.
Like it's racist in the classic sense that you understand the word. And it is the worst perpetrator of it. It is absolutely the fucking worst. It's not the power structure is trying to preserve something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what is that thing it's trying to preserve? White Christianity. That's what it's trying to preserve. That's what all this bullshit is about.
It ain't protecting black or Latino or any other form of Christianity.
No.
It's white Christianity.
It's white Christianity. That's the protected class. That's what you got to do. That's why everything they do.
Yes.
It's insane.
Like again, when you figure out the secret to why are they so like why do they believe and act the way that they do? Once you've like come
God
to
told
that...
them that they were the special people and everyone else is a cockroach. And some people get really attached to this idea.
Yes.
They get really fucking attached to this idea. And Christianity gives that to you. And if you're a white person, Christianity gives you that in spades. If you are a black person, what Christianity gives you is it's okay that you were a slave. Because you worship Jesus.
Oh man, I've had to confront that face to face at a BLM protest. Like with a black preacher talking to me.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And I was like,
that one you just walk away from.
Like I'm just like,
and until they get to the homophobia, you just fucking walk away. Because you're like, what? Look, man.
It's like a level of self-hatred I don't understand, and I have depression.
Oh no, it's fucking. Oh no, it's fucking. It's fucking. No, it's some Uncle Tom shit.
Yeah, it's like
it's Uncle Tom shit, man. It's insane. It's very unusual that you get a Martin Luther King. That's super unusual.
Well, in a way, yes. It's again, Christianity is just, there's so many fucked up things about it that we could do an entire stream for like 8 hours talking about all the weird like inconsistencies and hypocrisies that come from that faith.
Yeah.
And like how much it's been used to subjugate people, how it's been used to like unperson people. Like
Oh
to
yeah.
take not
Yeah.
even just to take away their rights, to make them no longer human in your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's weird. And it's always because of someone's
Very useful if you have to go to war.
100%. God, hey, no killing. All right, cool. What about these people that are over here that have this land that we want? Kill every
Kill
one of
every
them.
one of them because they're not people.
Kill every one of them.
Works a
Salt the
charm.
earth. Salt the earth. Take women as your fucking property and go.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, that's why you are so fucking violent. Y'all keep reading this part.
Oh man, actually, oh man, there's another. The thing I love, the thing I love about the abortion debate is that it's way more about it's way more about racism than people want to admit.
Oh,
And
oh,
way more about racism than people want to admit.
oh,
You know?
oh, that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
That's the beginning of the fucking anti-abortion talk. Because remember, back in the late 70s, nobody gave a shit. Life didn't start until you left the womb. That's all they cared about. Well, then they started seeing white birth rates start to go down, and then they decided, oh, we actually need to tell. Like,
so
we
it
need
turns
to
out
change
the great motivator against Roe v. Wade is and abortion is actually the great replacement.
Yes,
that's it. That's it. That's the thing that's got to be propped up. White Christianity, baby. That's the way that works. Yeah, basically. All right, so here's how it goes. Here's how it is.
All right, kids, sit down. We're telling you some truths tonight.
Which is basically, some white people got together and realized that within a few generations, white people were going to be a minority in America.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So they tried to figure out ways to increase the white birth rate. And there were a few options on the table. One was pay women to have children, i.e. give them like birth leave and like, all that shit. The problem is that would also allow, you would also have to give those rights to black people.
Yes.
And they didn't want that. You could also take up the social needs.
Yes.
Take care of orphans and expand child upbringing. Unfortunately, black people would also benefit from that. So that was out. The only thing left was to convince white people to not have abortions.
Yes. You could think look. That's the reason why.
This is back in like
70s.
Before the 20s, actually.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it was really old. But in the 70s, they were still going with it.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's the crux of it, right? Yeah. Like
abortion is not about abortion; it's about segregation.
Yes. It's about keeping the numbers up.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you can take care of that kid or not is not the issue.
Yeah.
It's about numbers.
Why do you think they sabotaged the Equal Rights Amendment?
Why do you think one of the strictest gun laws ever created was made after the Black Panthers showed up armed? And who signed that one?
Ronald Reagan.
Ah.
That was Ronald Reagan, governor of California. Mm-hmm. So if you're like, hey, why does California have all these weird, fucked up gun laws that we don't like? That was Reagan.
Yep.
That was 100% him.
And like, they want to make it into this, like, child deserves to live. Child deserves a chance at life. Yeah. That's what they want to tell you. But you ever notice it like in all of their fucking rhetorics, all of their propaganda that they put out, it's never a brown kid or a black kid
No, never.
or an Asian
No.
kid that they put in there.
Uh-uh.
It's always
Nope. Don't
white
care about that.
fetuses.
Always white children, white babies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Always. 100% every time.
When I
You
noticed
know.
that, my mind went, whoa.
Jeremy Jenkins is like, Reagan did? Huh. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Fat. Look it up. Look it up.
There's
you know.
Reagan adopted one of the most strict assault rifle bans in American history.
Yeah, because black people were arming themselves.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Don't know what to tell you, man. You know, of course, my opinion is that, well, like that's how racist it fucking is, which is they took assault weapons off the board for black people, but not white people. You know, ain't that about a bitch? You know, like, so when people, so when you hear shit like, excuse me, Ronald Reagan was the devil.
Yes.
If a black person tells you that, you just go, yeah. You just agree because, yeah.
Jay Tilton, and yet it was a white guy who shot him. Yeah, and fucking missed, the asshole.
I know. That's because I don't know how.
Hallie ain't pulling his weight. That's what it is.
Yeah. Hallie ain't pitching in. You know, like, Hallie ain't pitching in, man. You know, ain't pitching in, bro.
It's like that's the reason why all these like Republican dickheads like worship the ground that Ronald Reagan walked on. Sure, they'll say they'll also worship Trump, but deep down they all love Reagan because Reagan.
That's why they love Trump, because he's basically less polite Ronald Reagan. He's also less intelligent Ronald Reagan, but you know, whatever. Like that's
it's a less intelligent Republican Party now.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's relative. It's all relative. But like the thing is that there has actually been a very concerted effort for a very long time. Like we're talking like guess when Trump's family came to America?
I think it was sometime the 1920s or 30s.
Yeah. Yep. Well, it was like the 19 teens. But like, yeah, that motherfucker. Ooh.
And where's my fucking food, horror guru? You son of a bitch.
Yeah. The Trump has been here. I mean, think about this. Really think about this. Trump's entire family has been here for only about 100 years. That is less than most black families.
Yes.
You know, think about that. You know, think about that shit.
Yes.
You know?
Oh, you want to think about some really deep, dark shit?
Well, let me finish.
Oh,
there's
please
more.
Finish.
There's more.
Please finish.
So,
because we're probably getting the same point.
So, the family, prosperity gospel, the self-help, power of positive thinking, same people.
Yep.
And you're like, wait, the power of positive thinking? Yes, that was created by a preacher. Not a psychologist, not a psychiatrist, not anyone in the mental health field.
Yeah.
Power of positive thinking was created so that Christianity could attract rich white people. Because before, they had plenty of white folk, but they were all poor.
Coming in with them dollar donations.
Yeah, they needed bigger dollar donations, bitch. You know, like probably one of the most upsetting things that I've ever heard about is the fact that some of the bigger, like, fucking televangelist megachurch preachers, if you give them your dollar donation, they literally just throw it away.
Yep.
It's not worth it. Not worth dealing with. Not worth taking. a $1 to $5 donation not worth the trouble? Think about that.
And to think these are the same people that are screaming, "Send me your money," so that
Yeah.
so that you
Give
can.
till it hurts, And I was like, no. Mm-mm. I'm gonna get me a Nintendo Entertainment System. Fuck off.
I will say this. One proud moment I have as a Christian is I've never been inside a mega church. Like, never.
Neither have I, but I've never been in a mega church when it was active.
Oh, I've never been in one ever.
I've been in one when it was empty, and it's still horrifying. I'm like, I don't think people who don't go to mega churches have no idea how big those fucking things really are. You think your sports arena is big.
Yeah.
A mega church is foul. Like, this is one of those. This is one of those. I fuck football. Fuck football. Like, holy shit, mega church on Sunday. Holy crap, everyone's got to get the Jesus in. Fucking hell, man.
And it's like, what does a mega church smell like? You ever smelt a hospital?
Like an ice hockey rink,
Yeah, it has that absence of scent in most places.
Yeah, it's very gaudy. There's a lot of white. It's very gaudy, and it's extremely sterile and upsetting. There is something really upsetting about a megachurch just as a building.
It doesn't, like, it's such disconnect from what the fucking text says to how people practice in that situation.
It's like the exact opposite of a Gothic cathedral.
Yeah, it is. Like it's again, I hate to say it like this, but it's like Jesus existed in the Bible. He didn't preach in gigantic buildings. He didn't preach
he's a street
in
preacher.
Yeah, like he was a crazy guy that walked around like fucking around Jerusalem and Israel itself, preaching about like how money has made church worse. That you don't need the church in order to get salvation. You just need yourself.
You ever broken into a church?
Yes.
Good man. Good man, me too. Me too.
Yeah.
I've broken into churches. Turns out, not that hard.
No. Well, they had this whole like believing that nobody wants to do harm to a church type thing.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of that. But actually, what I find most offensive my opinion is this. Every church should be a homeless shelter. Period.
100%.
Yeah. Why do you locking your doors to these people?
Yeah. Doesn't God accept
Are the
everyone?
pews too valuable, Father?
Yeah.
Are the hymnals too sacred to be taken?
If they're stealing a Bible, what's the issue?
Yeah. Word of God, isn't it? Well, we have to replace them. Well, that sounds like a you problem.
You have to replace Bibles that are stolen. I want you to think about that for a second. That's kind of a good issue to have. Like,
oh no, these homeless people, they're undeserving. They're undeserving.
God,
unless they have enough money for me to steal.
That's something. Okay, I guess we're going bashing Christianity tonight. I'm kind of down, but it's something that bugs the fucking piss out of me. Like, people who claim to be Christian, therefore morally better than me or you, at least in their mind, But like when it comes to helping anybody out, they can't be fucked with. They can't be fucked to try.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the shit that blows my mind. Like you can't say God is love and Jesus loves everybody, and then within the same fucking sentence or same paragraph, be like, "Oh yeah, but homeless people are just lazy and nobody should fucking help them."
Yep.
I've heard that. Like, it's like I'd never go to San Francisco. There's so many lazy people. It's like, oh well, you should build some houses for them. That's what the church should do. Oh
Yeah,
well,
absolutely.
they if they did that, then
Then they'll drag property values down, and then people might realize that we're actually a fucking realist running a real estate scam. Yeah.
So basically, me and Jack
When
both
you
agree.
find out all this shit, all of a sudden you start looking at things and going like, huh, yeah, yeah, the law isn't always the law.
Well, just because it's legal doesn't make it right.
Yeah, just because it's legal don't make it right. Especially when it's legal to just say like, well, people would be upset if we accuse these people of doing what they're obviously doing.
Right. Well, like for instance, like the whole real estate scam. Churches are not taxed. Not like they can go and buy like fucking go and buy supplies and not have to pay tax. No, at all. Property tax, fucking any type of tax. They are not taxed 1 cent. And there's mega churches that fucking blow up everywhere. And they don't have to pay taxes. Yo, you want to talk about taxing the rich? Tax the faithful first, and then we'll tax the rich at the same time. Holy fuck.
Oh yeah.
Like, could you imagine if we just started collecting property taxes from churches? Like, the budget would be flipped overnight. Like,
yeah, think about how many churches are in your town.
Oh, I live in South, so there's like 3 every square mile.
Yep.
And not all of them are small little churches. Some of them are massive churches with massive congregations that are just a money laundering scheme.
Yeah.
Give me your $1,000 so I can make you believe you're deserving of heaven.
Yeah. Like, let me put it this way. All right, yeah. You ever notice that churches never rush to like places that have school shootings to offer the comforting word of a word? Some talking head a preacher will get on TV and say it. Like that's.
Will they though?
Sometimes.
Some of them will.
Some of them will. Yeah, but ain't it kind of interesting how? You notice no church ever decries that shit?
You ever notice the NRA doesn't decry that shit?
NRA doesn't decry that shit? No.
You ever notice the NRA never shows up to a mass shooting to talk about like how this is wrong and they fucking disavow this and how that's not how responsible gun owners act? Yeah.
They used to.
Oh, they used to. They used to have a soul. They sold that shit years ago.
Oh yeah, now it's gone, baby.
The NRA has now become a fucking a political donation machine.
Yeah. It's a political block. It's very easy. It's an easy way to get people to follow Republicans.
Right. Well, what the NRA only exists now because they want to scream about gun.
I know,
rights.
can't even decry it, and it's another church shooting. That's how racist it is. Can't even be bothered. Can't even be bothered.
Can't be fucked. Like to go
Yeah.
say.
You know, or the other thing is, okay, so here's the other thing. I gotta say this to like a lot of conservatives in the world. I'm just gonna stop being a pick me bitch. Stop it. Stop being a pick me bitch. You know, just really. Like, we all know that you're the ones who are going to get reamed first. Why? Because you're already bent over. It's right there. Ah.
But again, it's like, and I know like the
Wolfman's like, I'm sad now. I'm heading out. All right.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
we are dealing in dark truths today.
Yeah. I'm not like, okay. Just as awful a topic, but I fell down a rabbit hole.
Oh God.
And that rabbit hole was the world of alt-right streaming.
Oh, what the fuck is that website? They have a new website that's
Yeah. I didn't actually go to that website, but I did find out about it. I forget what it's called though. But I was like, no. There's that. Just I've looked into that abyss already.
Right.
I don't need to see more. You know. Yeah. Courting dark forces there, and it basically comes down to the. You know how I know that place is truly evil? Because it's so fucking pathetic.
Isn't it?
It's so fucking pathetic. You know, you're just like, oh my God. You know, like, what the, I mean, really? There are this many losers? You know, like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, this is insane. You know, like, and you know what the most common talking point is?
Oh, I can't wait.
I don't want to be called a Nazi. And I'm like, wow.
Then stop talking like
but
one.
you are in that wheelchair, Blanche. You are. Oh my God. I fucking like, you just look at him, you're like, oh my God, you're all stupid and pathetic.
Yes.
Like, I mean, like, just, oh my God.
Well,
you know, like, you know how, you know, I know that being the nerd who's sitting out of gym class sucks.
Yes.
Don't get me wrong. But when you're 30 and you're still that person, that's your fault.
Well, here, okay, you ready for the uncomfortable truth? Because someone brought the Pentaveret, which is it's a
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it.
Watch it. It made me cry.
Well, like tears of laughter, or like, oh, I'm depressed now.
It made me cry because, like, at the end of it, I was like, oh fuck, we do kind of need more people like this. Trust me, it makes more sense.
Okay,
also,
all right.
Also, you see Mike Myers' dick. It's a rated R Mike Myers film. It's
okay.
Anyways, they brought this point. It's kind of towards the end, but they were like, we always like the whole thing is like they're a secret society,
right?
But for good. The one that's basically the Rupert Murdoch sit in. He goes, we created these others to distract you, to push you in the direction we wanted you to go. These people don't exist. All the problems in your life are not because of the others out there. It's you. You're the cause of it.
Yep.
Like, it's like everyone like wants to blame, like, you know, the other out there, you know, whichever flavor it is this week, you know, whether it be gay people, Jews, Muslims, brown people, black people, like whoever you're fucking blaming this week for the fact that you don't have a job. And they all like it's so fucking sad because you're like, I don't know how to fucking tell you this, but you are the cause of all your fucking issues, not some fucking guy that's like working in the factory. You lost your job to a guy that doesn't speak English because he's willing to take less. Why are you mad at him? You should be mad at your boss.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I just can't
Mm,
fucking get past that. And you're right, because all these like alt-right safe spaces, because that's what they
that's
are.
what they are. Yeah.
Like, they're just filled with like mediocre men that just could never fucking do anything with their life. So they hold on to this one thing that
Yeah.
tells
And
them.
it's very, very, very weird because you find yourself going, you created a demon. You created a demon that oppresses you, but it only exists in your mind.
Right.
It's not actually doing. There's not something outside of you that is doing that to you.
Right.
That's not something that can be said for anybody else. You are choosing to behave this way. Everyone else is just trying to survive.
Right.
What? What? You would rather be the oppressor at great personal cost to yourself to hang on to a fantasy period.
Yes.
Whoa. That's insane. That is completely insane. How do you make that conscious choice? You know, like it's one thing when everything is going wrong.
Right.
It's one thing when everything is going wrong and it just feels like you're Job and everything is coming down upon you.
And you're just like,
everything's going wrong and you're like, what the fuck did I do?
right.
You know, like, but that's not the situation. The reason everyone's mad at you is because you're spouting Nazi shit. Maybe don't do that. Well, I should have a right to do it. Is this about your right? Or is this about you being an asshole?
Yes.
You know, what are you fucking, look, you fucking screaming rhesus monkey? You know, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You don't have to do this. You know?
Someone put it beautifully. It's the Babadook. They create their own fucking Babadooks that they have to, like, they can't fight.
Yeah. 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 And it's all covers up, it's all trying to cover up for the fact that they are deeply, 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 deeply insecure and terrified.
Right.
You know, to a ridiculous goddamn level. And they've learned one or two tricks, one or two social tricks to trick people into thinking that they are important. But here we run into a problem. Who's the first one that's going to see through that shit? A girl. They're going to see through it first.
Yeah.
Because they're going to already know about that time you did that thing and were a complete idiot. Because you were probably doing it to impress her.
Right.
And she saw it and decided, no. That's why you got to shut women up. They'll insult you. They will humiliate you in public. Now, why? And like, here's the other thing. A lot of people are like, why are girls so attracted to like actual assholes? And the answer is, they're attracted to guys that don't give a fuck about them. Because they don't give a fuck about them.
Well, I would say yes and no. I think it's becoming less and
Well,
less
I
of a
mean, like, I'm
thing.
not every girl, obviously,
Right.
but like,
But
you know,
like
like,
but but people that are like, why are girls only attracted to assholes? And it's like, because they fuck good.
because they either fuck good or they haven't humiliated themselves in front of them because they didn't care.
Right.
It's easy to be cool when you do not care. It's very easy.
Right. And it's like, oh God, oh God, I had so many fucking people I've had to talk to because I play video games that are just like, oh my God, stop blaming women for your ineptness. Stop blaming saying that women don't want to date you because women only want to date assholes.
The only time a
motherfucker.
woman is a reason that I am doing badly in a video game is if she's sucking my cock at the time and using too much teeth.
Right. like stop.
You know.
Stop.
And at that
this
point,
shit.
that's really kind of my own fault. I probably shouldn't have been playing Call of Duty at that point. You
But
know.
the one that I had just fall out of my mouth one time when one of these chuds was talking about women are the cause of all the evils and shit like that. It's
Oh God, yeah, that's when I fucking I man, why does that one? That one always comes back, baby.
I don't, because again,
That's perennial. Men. That's evergreen. You know.
Yeah,
that one never goes away.
It's because men, there are mediocre men that exist, and we're in a game. No, not Gamergate. If we're talking about the realness, though, this is a real thing that we have to deal with as gamers.
Yeah. Oh no, man, Gamergate, where it all went wrong.
I still think there's going to be a fucking sequel to that thing.
Oh no, we've already had it.
Yeah,
that was the Trump presidency. Now there might be another sequel,
right?
But we've already had the first one. You know.
But what I'm about to say is the truth. No, they don't just want to fuck assholes. They just don't want to fuck you. Yeah. You're the problem.
Sometimes, sometimes girls are cunts. You know,
and
that also happens. That also happens.
Oh, it does. 100% of the.
But
100% it happens.
But if you go through a majority of your adult life without one girl wanting to fuck you, the problem is probably you. I can almost guarantee the problem is you. You know, like you are specifically doing something to make that not happen.
Yeah.
You know, because you don't. What a lot of these guys who can't get laid don't realize is that is actually really weird and unusual. You know, most guys, even those with severe crippling social anxiety, can find someone who will have sex with them, who will gladly have sex with them. You know, it happens.
Look at us. We get laid.
Yeah. You know, like, look at me. I'm living proof. You know, like, and the thing is that it's an X factor, baby. It's an X factor, man. You know, looks help. Unless you are the kind of person for which looks don't help.
Right.
Oh boy. You know, like I've seen that. I've seen it just like, oh, well, this guy's reasonably attractive. Oh my God.
God. Oh, he opened his mouth.
He opened his mouth. Shit. Like, oh God, no wonder this guy's got problems. You know, like, done with your shit. Oh, it's just because women just like hot guys. I'm like, no. You could be as hot. You could be like fucking 90s Brad Pitt levels of hot, and it wouldn't fucking matter.
Yeah, if you still
Elon Musk is learning that right now.
Like if you had the hottest body, but still had that fucking incel mindset, yeah, no one's ever gonna want to fuck you.
Yeah,
and also
because all you're gonna do is make everyone's friends go away.
Exactly. Also, allow me to put this out there. You ready for an ugly truth, Jack?
Oh, let's go for it. Let's go for it. We'll do it. Your turn. Your turn.
If you would just admit you're gay and live your life that way, your life would be a lot easier.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of that.
Like,
There's a lot of that.
I'm
Sometimes,
trying to be the
sometimes
most
you just want some. Sometimes a guy's not an incel. They're just a person who just won't admit that they want a serious deep dicking.
right. Look, I get it. I was in the closet for 30 years. I get it.
Yeah. But like, sometimes it's really just like, oh, actually, I don't like girls. I kind of like guys. I can't do that. That makes me gay. Yes, it does. Congratulations. You've now figured it out. This is the source of many of your problem. Oh, I'm gay. Yes. Now, here is the good thing about that, which is you're way more likely to find someone who's willing to fuck you if you're gay. Like it
Surprisingly
dudes,
so.
Yeah, dudes, because dudes are always horny.
Master
Dudes are always
Cutler,
horny.
come on down.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Like you fucking what's this guy? Oh, cockmaster? Yeah, okay, yeah. Assmaster. Okay, yeah, no. Dudes are just horny. So
Right.
so if you're just sort of like, how will I ever find a guy? All right, that gay club? There. Now stop with your bullshit. Fucking put on some assless chaps and fucking shake that moneymaker and fucking get out of my fucking life.
Here's your phone. Download this app called Grinder.
Download Grinder and stop bothering people. Like, damn.
And it's like, because like that's the thing that I think a lot of this like homophobic bullshit that comes
That's
out.
what I was like. I've seen attractive looking incels bitch about not getting laid. Yeah, because like the worst thing, like, what's the joke? The joke is always, well, she has a good personality. That's a joke, right?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. If a guy has a bad personality, he's off the menu. Just off. Out. And women talk. Yes. Men talk too, but like,
Oh, no,
they're
don't.
the heterosexual girls who fuck guys are actively shopping. Like they're reading all the Yelp reviews. Okay, like that's very common.
Right.
They take those. A lot of them take those Yelp reviews very seriously.
Well, like I guarantee you, if you are dating a woman,
Kingdom Creep's like sure helped me. Yeah, see.
Look, all I'm gonna say is, if you're dating a woman, and you're a man, and you leave the room with her friends sitting there, you are officially in the audition. Tell me I'm wrong, Jack. Tell me I'm wrong.
Oh, dude.
Because as queer men, we're sometimes allowed to be part of that conversation.
Whoa. Oh, yeah. I have been on. Look, I have been on both sides of that fucking moment.
Exactly.
I have been the male friend who they come to and they're like, he did this. What do you think of that? Like they don't have me in. I'm not part of the jury, but I am occasionally brought in as an expert consultant.
You're a character witness.
Yeah, character witness. Yeah. Oh no, friend zone's real. Friend zone's real. It's not as. Someone puts you in the friend zone, but you decide to stay there. You can just leave. You can't just walk away.
Like, here's the thing. Yes, the friend zone exists because sometimes girls just want to have a friend.
Yeah, sometimes they want to have a friend, but if you're like, no, that's not what I'm after, take off.
Yeah, fuck off.
Take off. Same thing goes. The same thing goes for girls. If you're like, hey, this guy isn't noticing me, fuck off. Find someone else. Screw him.
But
forget about him. I know that's hard, but it is possible.
It is.
You know, it is possible. It's very possible. And you do actually respect yourself a little bit more for having done it.
Oh, I've done it so many times.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like there just came to be a part where I was like, no, I'm done with this.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
like,
like I'm just done with it. You know, like you call it's one of those like you call me, you know, next time, you know. By the way, I'm not gonna wait.
yeah.
You know, just
I
letting you
actually,
know, leaving that out there.
I actually had that conversation with someone right before I started dating my wife, where it was like, she was like, "Well, where did this one come out from?" And I was like, "I kept waiting for you. You never made a fucking move. I made all the moves. You didn't reciprocate.
Yeah.
I'm good." Like,
Yeah. Yeah. No. We're fine. We're fine. You know, it's I don't know what else to say. It's just like
but
the ability to respect yourself enough to say, no, this isn't good enough for me. I'm gonna just leave.
right.
I'm gonna walk away quiet. I'm gonna, I'm going to walk away and I'm going to do my best to not be resentful about it, you know?
Well, that's the thing though, Jack. As much as we like are very prideful about ourselves and like very much braggadocious at times about
Oh,
the
yeah.
things we do, we also have humility. These guys
I hope so.
don't have
you know?
that. These guys don't have that.
Ooh.
These guys cannot understand why you don't want to be with them because they've been told by other men mostly that they are the peak of manliness, that they are the peak of the male specimen of the
What?
species. Oh yeah. Oh, you like that what do you
There
think
are
that-
no Jason Momoa looking motherfuckers in this group, by the way. Just putting that out there.
right. But like what do you think that alpha male mindset shit is about?
It's about the fact that Joe Rogan's only 5'7".
Again, mediocre men trying to convince everybody that they're the peak of the species.
Let me put it this way: it's like, hey, you saying that if Joe Rogan was a better looking guy, he wouldn't,
and Joe
always be
Rogan's not even
hanging
that
out with these
ugly.
alt right chodes?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, yes.
Joe Rogan's not even that ugly.
No,
If
he's
you
not a
could-
bad looking guy, but like when you get to like peak of manliness, like I know who I want to wish I looked like. Like, which is kind of nice. I kind of like having Jason Momoa around because I was like, oh hey, a not white guy that's not The Rock. Yeah, I wish I looked that good. That guy looks really good. I'm jealous.
Taika
You know, I'm
Waititi's my
super
goal.
jealous.
Like,
You
like after watching Our Flag Means Death, I'm like,
I just,
is it hot in here? Shit.
oh, damn. Yeah. Oh, that was great. Yeah.
I was like, whew, why am I looking at this man?
Oh, I've got the vapors.
But like that's the thing, right? It's like the whole mentality of the alt-right, at least men, is we're the midliest men that ever mend.
At least that's like their ideal. And I'm like, what? Who cares?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I don't want to like dye my hair or paint my fingernails any colors because like that might make me look.
Do you know how late, dude? Do you know how much? Look, I'm gonna tell you. Post mohawk and fingernail painting, Jack. I mean, I don't do it anymore, but I used to. But the Jack that did that got play. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I got play that way. Yeah, it wasn't always play that I wanted, but I got it.
Right.
It was there.
Well, it's like they base their beauty standards.
But I will say this though.
Mm-hmm.
The one you have the super hots for is the one you're always going to make the stupidest decisions around.
Oh, totally.
It doesn't matter how good looking you are. Like the one where it's like, oh God, like,
there
like
she goes.
It's a dream weaver. But like, okay, so like there was one of those I had one of those moments. Like I had moved away, I'd moved to California, and one day I was sitting there, and I forget what I was doing, but I went, "Oh my god, she was hitting on me."
Yeah, I've done that before too.
Oh my god, she was actually hitting. What? I wait. How did I not get that? How did I not get that? And it's
You know how many times I've sit there
and
like,
we're not talking like I wasn't like a little attracted to this girl. This was like I'm
head over
around her and
heels.
I am immediately like, oh god, I want to fuck this girl so bad. I want to have sex with this girl so bad. And that was one I've never forgiven myself for.
Right.
Because that's one of those like, brain, you were supposed to be looking out for me. You're supposed to be my bro. What did how'd you let me fucking feel that one?
And Brain's like, don't blame us. This is all hormones' fault.
Yeah, don't look.
We had the good sentences in our head, all right? Like, hormones
Yeah.
made you feel fucking self-conscious about that shit. No,
yeah, but oh god, yeah, like
I've had that moment.
so fucking annoyed, so angry at myself for that one.
I've had that moment, but with the same sex, right? Where it was like, oh, you wanted, like, oh, you thought I was gay, and you were right. I just didn't know it. Shit.
No, it's annoying because it's one of those. She flirted in a way
Yeah.
that made me go, wait, she wanted me to flirt with her the exact way I wanted to flirt with her.
Yes.
Oh my god, I'm an idiot. How did I miss this? It's one of those like 24-year-old Jack had a clue. 19-year-old Jack not so much.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like just not so much. I still think about it. I still think about it. I don't know if the relationship would have been any good. But
So
like
you've ever had that with like with a guy or anything like that ever?
uh
Because I've had that happen to me because I wasn't out of the closet. So
no, because like it was always way easier for me to hook up with a dude. You
right.
know, like that was simple. That was one of those like, do I want to fuck him? Yes, no. You know, like done.
Oh, I was the friend zoning bitch because I was in the closet and I didn't want to.
Oh yeah. Oh no. I didn't do that. If a guy acted like he was into me, I knew the ball was in my court. So it's like, okay, yes, or no, take that somewhere else. I've had that.
Or-
I have had the done. Actually, the way I would usually, there were a lot of guys. This was the most common one. The most common one wasn't for me to reject them,
Right.
like outright. What was the most common thing, however, was I don't play gay chicken. Like I don't play gay chicken. Like it basically, there's a point where if you get comfortable enough touching me and you're a guy and I feel like this is getting a little sexual, I go, don't push that any farther unless you mean it.
right.
Because I am not the bunny slope of your first gay experience. If I'm going to be your first gay experience, this ain't going to be a bunny slope.
This is Black Diamond.
Yeah. We're doing the chocolate starfish, like, like we're going in. Like things are going to happen.
You're the mountain that killed Sonny Ono.
Yeah. Like things are going to happen, and I am totally willing to do that.
Right.
But if you're not, you need to stop right now.
Right.
Just so we're clear. Touching me like this equals You telling me in no uncertain terms you want to fuck. And that usually what happened at that point is that they would back off because usually while they were bisexual, they'd never been with a dude before.
Right.
And I'm like, I'm not the guy who's going to be your first dude experience. Let me introduce you to my friend Jace. He'll oblige you. Like that guy's the master of like fucking first gay experiences. Oh, it's funny that I never slept with him.
Well, yeah,
it was weird. It was like it's like we just didn't have that relationship. You know?
It's because like he was the Moses, like he was the one.
Yeah,
Canaan's
exactly. You know, like he was like Buddha, and I was like Buddha's angrier brother. You know, like that's just the way it was. You know, but yeah, no. It's like no, if you need a dude to like gently usher you into the world of fucking dudes, that's Jace. He'll cover you. He'll get you.
I need to be cuddled.
Yeah. If you need to do that, he's your man. He will do that. Now, I will also say this. Just be warned. He's going to do this magic trick. And the magic trick, he'll start the magic trick, and then he'll stop halfway through it. And you'll go, aren't you going to finish the trick? And he'll go, I'll finish the trick later when we're fucking. And then you're going to go like, you're not fucking me. Next thing you know, you wake up, you get a phone call, and you answer the phone. And it's him, it's Jace. And he goes, look up. That's me fucking you. Yeah.
And you can't say anything because your mouth's just filled with cock. You're like, oh.
Yeah.
That's the trick.
Yeah, that's the trick. That's the whole trick. You know, like, although, oh man, so many parties where the secret hallway conversation was, okay, are you okay with crying boy, or does like he need to go? You know? Are you fucking him, or does that guy just need to go? You know, like he's like, oh no, it's cool. You know?
Well, one more.
Already, it's like yeah. It's like, are you gonna fuck that guy? It's like, oh, I already did that. You know, like no.
That's why he's crying.
That's why he's crying. You know, this is why he's crying. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know who he is right now. And I gotta go back in and like make everything okay. So you know, don't worry about it. You know, if I need you, I'll call. You know. If you need me, if I need you, I'll call. Or if you want to double up on this guy, come on in. Not really my type, brah. You know, like I didn't think he was. You know,
that's why he came to me.
yeah. It's like exactly. It's like a guy attracted to you is probably a guy attracted to me is probably not also going to be attracted to you. You know, we are two different types. Oh, no, he was. Jace was a magical being. I love the guy. I love him.
And you are a demon.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the thing is, he was too.
Well,
he was too. He was like, he was like a genie. He was like a genie, but like a really sneaky one. You know, like that's one of the things I really liked about him. You know, like he always knew. He's one of those guys who knew whether or not you were going to do something before you did.
Right.
You know, it didn't matter if he had to wait 6 months. He knew you were going to do it. You know, my favorite one was entering the rave scene. Because
fucking.
Well, here's the thing. I was like, all right, man. I want to go to Raven, try ecstasy. And he just goes, I have waited for this day. I knew it would come. I knew this day would come. Follow me. We have much to discuss.
Come, like, come and learn from
Come
the
and know the ways. But yeah. No, I really love that guy.
He's like, lose a leather jacket. Why? It's gonna get hot.
Yeah. That's actually one of the that's kind of when I started wearing like I had always worn sleeveless tees, but it became more and more of a habit.
Right.
Because this was punk rock days. Mm-hmm. And then I went into, I'll try to be as goth as I possibly can. And that meant like sleeves, trying to wear fancy coats and stuff. No, I always just did better with the leather jacket and the fucking like wife beater. It was more comfortable, and I generally had a lot more fun. If I had a really nice outfit on, I was like, "Oh god damn it!" I just do things that would just. I used to have like a latex Cenobite outfit. I ruined that thing. I ruined that thing.
As one should.
Mm-hmm. My god, like I miss it. I fucking miss it, but I'm like, no, I fucking destroyed that thing. Because it turns out that rubbery latexy, stretchy latexy stuff, yeah, that will start if you sweat in it too much, it starts to separate from fabric and it tears. And then all of a sudden it just smells like it doesn't even smell like armpit. It smells like you imagine the fat folds of a guy on My 600-Pound Life smells. It's pretty bad. It's pretty gnarly.
And that's like, again, that's before we even introduce ecstasy or Molly or any of those fun drugs that are like,
oh no, that's what did it.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
that's what did it. Or like Euphoria. It's already yeah. Like when you go full Euphoria, those outfits don't last. Like. No, because there's going to be a time. You do not think that there is going to be a moment in your life where you cannot wait the 2 seconds to just take your pants off.
Right.
You are wrong. When you are on Molly, that moment comes like really fast. So you're just like, no, fuck it. But you don't care. You're just like, $100 pants, don't care. Rip them off. I don't care. I don't care anymore.
I only want to feel skin.
Yes. Yes. I only want to feel this right now. Oh, what I think about the new She-Hulk trailer? Okay, I was really worried that they were going to get way too serious until we got to the end of that trailer and she picks that dude up. And I was like, no, nailed it.
Yeah. Kind of an aside, but I like the She-Hulk trailer. I think it's gonna be a fun series. I think there are gonna be some very angry men about it, but I don't give a fuck about them.
The only problem I have with it is I feel like She-Hulk CGI is not
looks a little off.
It looks a little off.
Yeah,
and I'm hoping that's because they haven't perfected it. They're like, it's like it'll be there by the time it's showtime,
right?
Because with Marvel it usually is,
right?
But
anyways, Molly and
Molly and ecstasy. Yeah, that shit'll make you sweat. And then when you add acid on top of it, you sweat more.
Ain't that the fucking truth? Holy shit.
Oh yeah. No. You feel like your flesh is constantly melting. And then someone comes along with cool water on their fingers and touches you on your temples, and you immediately orgasm.
I know you're not joking, because like I'm thinking about that and I'm like, no. Oh, that would send me.
No. Like there was this There was this one guy I was kind of into, but I could never get to that point where it was one of those friends where I was like, are we is he also attracted to me or are we just friends?
Right.
And we never crossed that threshold. You
Right.
know, I was willing to, but like I wasn't sure if it's one of those. I wasn't sure if he was, and
Oh, okay.
unlike unlike girl 6 years later, I haven't had that like, oh no, he was totally trying to sleep with me. Like it was like, no, we never really did quite figure that out. You
I
know,
think I think he was straight. Like,
yeah. Was he straight and just had like some boundary issues, or was he bisexual? You know, like sometimes it's hard to tell. But yeah, it wasn't the like, hey Jack, you remember that one thing?
yeah, yeah, I
She
remember
totally
it.
wanted to sleep with you. Wait, what? Why are you telling me this
What?
now?
Well, see, you're taking a shit, and it's 6 o'clock in the morning, so
Mm-hmm.
this is the perfect time for you to think
Perfect
about
time for you to
this.
be reliving this. You
Yeah.
know, congratulations. God, I that wasn't even the one that got away. That was the one I was too stupid to pick up. You know, like I just, God damn it.
I've had a few of those.
You know?
I'm happily married, but I've had more than a few where it's like, oh, she was totally trying to fuck you. And I like again,
Yeah,
look the way I look. I'm like, oh, I'm just dumb.
yeah.
Like,
Like, yes. You know, like sometimes girls are dumb. Like I've watched that happen.
oh yeah.
You know. Oh, but nothing gets dumber. Oh, this is my favorite. This is
Oh,
my favorite. A girl who realizes she's bisexual and is now trying to figure out girls on that level.
oh fucking hell.
Oh my
Oh,
god, that's what my thing was is like, you know, you sleep with women, can I? And I'm like, there is no help for you. I'm sorry. There's no help for any of us. If you're asking me what does this mean when a girl does it and you're attracted to them, the answer is no fucking idea.
I literally literally had a friend. I was working as a line cook. And she burst through the fucking like walk-in doors, and she was like, "I don't understand women." And I literally said, "Well, if you ain't got it, we're all
We're
fucked."
all fucked. Yeah, and that's the answer. Like, no. It's just, girls are confusing. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Are
Uh
are guys confusing? Yes, but in a
so
frustrating
in a
way.
frustrating way. Yeah. Yeah, usually because they don't recognize shit,
They
you know.
guys just are terrible at communicating.
Yeah. Yeah. We're kind of raised to be that way, and I think girls, especially white girls, are often brought up with the idea that not only do they need to be like nice to everybody, but like that's actually kind of like their job. And
Yeah, I've never
I,
understood that.
yeah. Well, like all the girls I got along with were always ones who like toss that aside. We're just like made the conscious choice of like, yeah, no, we're not. We're specifically not doing that. You know.
Like again, it may just be because like of the person that I'm married to and our relationship, but I've never understood the whole like the whole dance around like not communicating or not saying what you actually believe and feel. I've never understood
Yeah,
that.
yeah. It's a really it's a really fucked up dance because like it's hard enough to just take the risk,
Right,
and broach the subject.
right.
Um,
Because like, okay, so this is the thing that I've actually had to deal with, where it's like I have two friends,
hmm
both of them are dating each other, and I'm having to sit there and play therapist to both of them, like kind of like a relationship counselor,
Right.
because out of my friend group, I've had the longest relationship, like consistent
Right.
relationship.
Right.
So listen to both sides of this, and I came to the same conclusion, which you're probably gonna laugh at when I say it, but I was like, have you ever thought about talking to each other about this shit?
Oh. Oh. Nothing.
Nothing more frustrating than that realization is there.
Nothing is more frustrating than watching two lesbians have relationship problems with each other. I I I
um,
I I
um,
because you just can't, because it's a constant. Well, I think someone ought to say something.
I've literally said this statement. You already live together. Just admit that you like each other and continue to date.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
like, eh,
y'all sleep in the same bed.
you're already fucking. What's the problem?
Problem.
How can we cross the fucking threshold, but we haven't crossed this one?
Like again, I have a group of friends. They all live in the same house. They're all like, we call it the lesbian house,
Okay,
lovingly. And but two of them are married. The other two are single, but they don't date anyone, and they kind of just hang out with each other. And they used to date, but they don't date anymore. And I'm like,
oh, oh, um. Well, okay. What the question at that point becomes? All right, what switch gets flipped?
right.
Like what is going on? Because somebody's not saying something. Someone's not
Oh,
being honest about something. Someone's not being
right,
honest with themselves.
right.
You know, and I don't know which one it is. So you're gonna have to figure that out.
But it's weird how like it seems like every relationship issue is just breaks down to like, have y'all ever tried talking? Like, because like me and Jesse, our relationship is weird. Like we call each other bitches and sluts to our faces, and fucking, we're incredibly aggressive with each other, but we still love each other the same as the first day.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The
I
relationship
don't.
changes, but the love's still there. That
Well,
is
I don't
one
know
of
if
the
that's
great
like.
mysteries.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, I don't know if that's just a me and Jesse thing, or if like you and the counselors are the same way, where it's like you constantly dig at each other, but you know where the boundaries are.
Usually, yeah. Okay, so this is yes, but between us, it's often nonverbal.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Actually, it's usually nonverbal on my part. Sometimes she does it verbally, but she also does it nonverbally.
right.
Um, a thing that is not entirely uncommon around this house is one member of the couple, one of us, looking at the other and going, oh, I guess we're just dinosaurs today. Okay, are we raptors or tyrannosauri? I need to know. I need to know how far I'm allowed to extend my arms.
Right.
Because like raptor, I can use my whole arm. Like T Rex, I gotta do this. Um, yeah,
before
Oh,
before I do my evil shit here,
mhm.
no, like that is some things where it's like, oh, today is a day where I can't really fuck with you. Got it. Like,
Yeah, yeah. Oh God, no. Okay, worst day for me, and there's nothing that can be done about it.
right.
It just happens. I think the countess's words were, "Yeah, I can tell that whether or not you know it consciously, You become way insecure whenever I'm on the rag. because you're because you're picking up the slight difference between my normal mode and ow, I'm in pain. Ow, I'm in a little bit of discomfort. Yeah, she's like it
Right.
doesn't matter how bad it is. It's because it happens on light ones and it happens on hard ones. But it's one of those, you know, there was a point where I was there have been points where I'm on the couch clutching a pillow or a stuffed animal, wondering what's wrong, and I'm going like, I don't know what's wrong. All I know is I'm really upset and I'm terrified. She's like, I started my period today. That's what happened.
You're like,
I'm like, well, I didn't know that. He's like, no, you didn't, but like you're hyper vigilant fucking mental trauma did. Like that's
this is what your mother did to you.
this is what your mother did to you. Like, yes,
Sorry, I couldn't leave that one over the
No,
over the
no,
hard
oh
to
no,
play.
100, no, 100% the truth, 100% the truth. Like it's just, God. I mean, so many uncomfortable memories. You know, a lot. The
Yeah,
weirdest one being, I don't even know how to explain this. I was the doll that she used when she needed to demonstrate a terrible thing a man had done to a woman.
holy fuck, what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that's
Yeah.
abuse, man.
Yeah. Yeah. A matter of fact, matter of fucking fact, it was weird because like it never got like too intense, but it was invasive.
Right.
Like I and it just came down to like when I became an adult and I was like, oh, I was the first male who was ever under her control. That was it. That's what that was. I was controllable, and it's also why I have a hard time letting my guard down because the person I loved most in the world abused me the most.
Right.
To the point where I just cut them out of my life and had to had to leave it at that.
Right.
You know, so it's one of those. Huh? Do I have issues with women? Yeah. 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 Definitely. It
Which is
hurts.
again, it's fine. I mean, look, I have daddy issues because my dad abused the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't
Yeah.
trust most men. I trust a lot of women. I'll be around girls all damn day, but around a man, I kind of like I go in that hyper vigilant mode of like I need to protect myself. I like shit like
Yeah.
that.
The only here's the fucked up thing with me. The only way that I know that I can the only avenue where I can have a relationship with a woman and it is somehow uh normal is sexually. Like that it's one of those if I can't cross that threshold then the trust doesn't ever start to build.
Right.
Or at least not quickly. Like
Right.
we could be just friends. Like that's fine.
Right.
But I'm like, yeah, this whole thing that leads up to the moment of sex, I hate. You know, that typical typical moment in the movie where will they, won't they, like that shit actually enrages me, because I'm just sort of like, no, you just need to make up your mind. Do you want to do this or not?
Right.
Because that is torturous. I'm not talking about flirting.
Right.
I'm talking about the like thing that you always used to see in the sitcoms all the time.
Hmm.
Oh, do we really like each other? Oh, are we dating? Oh, are we not? No, fuck it. No, fuck you. If you can't say that we're dating, then the answer is get the fuck out of my house, out of my life. Like, come on.
And do you feel like that's like linked to the fact that you kind of got fucked with as a, not like sexually, but you kind of got fucked with in your life with your mom? Like,
Oh yeah, yeah, totally. Like it totally
because you,
has to do with that because if best
I
way to
mean,
put it,
mhm.
um, you know how some people act when they're using sex as a carrot on a stick
Yeah,
to get you to do something,
yeah,
but they're not necessarily going to tell you what it is.
yeah.
That's the way my mom pretty much interacts with her children.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, yeah,
Just the constant feeling of like I'm being led on because she wants something from me.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And with my mom, it wasn't sexual, but like you knew when she wanted something but wasn't going to tell you.
right.
And you did not have a fucking clue about what it was she was after. You just knew that it was either going well or it wasn't.
Right.
So when that I started to see that in my early relationships, uh, I went, you know what? No,
Yeah.
the minute I see that, I'm out because now and here's the thing. I was like, I paid a lot of attention to it because I was like, all right, so am I just leaving just because they're not fucking me? And the first thing I told to myself is like, that's actually good enough, right? Like
Right.
baseline, that's actually good enough. We're not having sex. I don't want to be dating you. Done. Um, but what it? Yes. Yes.
We're in the middle of a breakthrough. God damn it, go Mets.
No, you're getting a hugging. You're getting a hugging. You're getting a hugging. Oh, kitty, kitty.
Let me go,
Oh
father.
man, look at that face.
My skill.
I saw that in some of my early relationships, and it got one of them. My really early relationships was really toxic. It was really bad.
Mm-hmm. Like
Um,
most of them are.
yeah,
Like, let's be
and
honest here. Most first relationships or young relationships are very toxic.
oh yeah, but I learned something very early on because of this one toxic relationship,
Mm-hmm.
which was, oh, they're doing it on purpose. A relationship that's not working because of things that people because of things that people are doing that they don't realize looks very different.
Right.
You know, um, I started to recognize those kinds of traits in other people, in women, and it became my first red flag.
Okay.
It was like, no, 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 no. If you're gonna string me on, if you're gonna try to make me wait for physical intimacy, you're using that as a control lever. And I don't like that. So I will just leave.
Which, again, some people definitely do that, but some people just aren't comfortable being that physical that early on.
Oh yeah. But that looks different.
Oh yeah,
that looks very different. You know, the girl who's not quite sure about you behaves very differently from the one who is purposely fucking manipulating you.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's like, do they exist? Oh fuck yeah, they do. Hell yeah, there's a bunch of them. Every guy's got at least one. You know, just like every girl's got that one really super fucking emotionally manipulative, abusive guy ex. Every guy's
just
got
one.
Yeah, well, at least one. You know,
Yeah,
he has at least one of those. Like every guy has had like the one girl who used sex as a control mechanism. You know, or any physical intimacy for that matter as a control mechanism. You know.
Oh yeah, her name's Stephanie.
Jessica.
Well, that's my wife's name, so.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not her.
What I'm saying is, it's like you remember it, like, and it sticks in your brain.
Yeah,
this girl,
and rather than look for it again,
yeah,
I made sure it would never happen again.
Right.
And that only really did me good. It did prevent me from certain sexual escapades, but they're ones I'm pretty sure I would have regretted.
Like, the secret is that, like, sex is great, but good sex is better. And you can have bad kinky sex. You can also have good vanilla sex.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But like, yeah, like, it's Stephanie. Like, it was worse because it was like she was going, like, she would purposely stir the pot in everybody's relationship.
And this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like she would purposely stir the pot in everybody else's relationships and like cause them to fucking argue with each other, and like did it on purpose. Like, she falsely accused one of my friends of like sexually assaulting her while I was there. And when I asked her why she did that, she said that she was mad at him. And I was like, that's not good enough. Now get the fuck out of my house.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's not good enough, you know.
Yeah, like but yeah, I can understand like some of the trust issues and the hypervigilance.
Yeah.
You know, I get it. Sometimes, like, look, not every trauma response is necessarily something that's damaging to you. I mean, it does hurt you, but in the same sense, like, it's protected you too.
Yeah. It's every trauma response you have is attempting to keep you alive.
Right.
You know, like that's very clear. You know, RLM's like, I'm kind of afraid of getting into romantic relationships. Friendships are hard enough to form as it is.
Okay.
I don't know what to say about that, because like
here's the thing.
I remember feeling that way when I was a teenager, but like not really since my adult years.
The only advice I've ever given that really works with a situation like that is friendships are just romantic relationships where you don't fuck.
In many ways. Oh, you're ace. Oh, okay.
Right.
Right. All right. I cannot speak to that experience at all. I have no idea what that means. I understand the definition. I just have no intrinsic instincts about it.
Right.
You know,
romantic, and it is a little bit more tricky if you're ace, but I don't think that like it's impossible for you. Let's put it that way. I have ace friends. Yeah. I have ace friends that are happily married, that are in long-lasting relationships. It's like you just kind of like have to accept that it's just another friendship. You just get to spend a lot of more time with them. You get to kiss them.
Yeah.
Like, so
friendships are just as valuable as romantic ones. Yeah, that's a classic ace symptom.
Which, again, that's not bad, because that's kind of what romantic relationships are. romantic relationships or friendships where you fuck.
Yeah. Well, well,
If you don't
this is
fuck,
another thing.
it's still it's
There is a nuance. There is a
yeah.
nuance difference, and I've noticed that a lot of ace people tend to throw up all over this line,
Mhm.
because like they're not quite getting it. Which is, there is a level of physical distance near a person that once they are fucking somebody, it's reserved for them.
Right.
And if you are a sexual creature, you start to understand that very instinctively.
Right.
Like, oh, this is now invading personal space. I'm not supposed to be here anymore because this person's supposed to be there, and you just kind
Right.
of you get this is an instinct. If you're
Right.
ace, I've noticed that instinct tends to not be there, you
Which it,
know, which
I mean,
so that sometimes causes problems,
right.
you know.
But that also being said, like nobody's doomed to ever not be in a relationship. You just
Oh
have to
no,
learn
not
how
at
to.
all, not at
You
all.
just have to learn like what your levels and how much of yourself you're willing
Yeah,
to
yeah,
like.
yeah. If there is nothing outside of you that keeps
Yeah.
this from happening.
Right.
Um, that's that's the bitch of it. The bitch of a relation. The bitch of love is this: if you don't risk everything, you don't get anything.
Oh my god, yes. I
Yeah.
especially in like a monogamous sense. Hell, not even in a monogamous sense.
Oh
Any
no,
type of
just any
relationship,
relationship, any relationship. If you're
you
not
you
willing
have,
to risk everything for the relationship, you're not going to get a damn thing. You're not
and
going to
if you're
get what you want out of your
and
relationship.
and if you're not willing to risk everything, like this works even for friendship, because it's like I've had friends where it's like there came a point where it was like either respect me as a person or you don't,
Yeah.
or I don't like this thing that you did and I kind of need you to explain why you did it. And like some people get past that point and it's fine. You continue the relationship there. But like some people are like some people like don't aren't willing to give you the same amount of effort you're willing to give them.
Yeah. There is a little. I know that one of the problems that I have socially is this.
Ooh, another
Uh,
breakthrough.
yeah, yeah. Oh, well, no, this isn't a breakthrough. I've known this. I
Okay.
have kind of a ride or die mentality. Um, so whenever I start to realize that someone is not worth that, I tend to just drop them completely.
Right.
You know, because I'm like, no, it's got to be ride or die, and it's weird. Like, here's one of the things. If I get into a fight on the street, no, knowing nothing else, are you going to jump in?
Of course.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Like, that's a big ask for a lot of
Right.
people. It's a very big ask, you know.
If I see two people jumping you, Jack, I'm joining. Like
Yeah. That's my mentality. That's my mentality. It's just sort of like
we can
being a
sort out whether
friends.
you deserve.
Now you might. It's like, let me put it this way: there are some allowances for I frozen. I didn't know what the fuck was going on.
Right.
But that's not run away. Like, because sometimes, because I've been in that situation where like a friend got into a fight right next to me. I stood there like a dumbass. And I was like,
I
wait,
feel like I should be
I
helping.
feel like I should be. Yeah, so it was that was it. It was like, I feel like I should be doing something right now. And just for some reason, it's just like, no, Jack.exe has crashed.
but but
It
also like some
happens.
but also sometimes like I'm willing to help you in a fight. and then afterwards they'll talk about whether or not you deserve the
Oh
ass
no,
kicking that
oh
you
yeah,
received.
exactly,
Like,
exactly. That's a different situation altogether.
right.
That's different. But in that moment,
Yeah.
are you willing? Are you willing to have that? Are you willing to do that? That's big
Right.
with me.
And then
Um,
and I kind of have that too, like to an extent. Like I don't want someone to give me like 100% of themselves, but I do like want them to understand that like if I'm friends with you, like I'm willing to fight for you and with you. Like I
yeah,
can't be
yeah,
friends with somebody who I feel like wouldn't have my back in a situation. Like
yeah.
like one of the big ones that happened to me, like, and this happened like within the last year, is I literally had to tell someone, I'm sorry, dude, but I'm giving all the effort here and you barely
Oh
give me any
yeah,
attention.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I was I was like, you can't blame
You're
me
making me
for
give you the breakup speech, but we're not actually fucking.
right.
You
Well, it's
know.
it kind of it was like basically I was like, look, I understand that you think I'm mean because I can be.
Mhm.
But I also need you to understand that like I like not everybody not everybody like certain people I'll text first, but like not everybody, right? Because I'm busy and also I have probably some undiagnosed ADHD.
Oh yeah, yeah. Who
but
doesn't at
but
this point?
right. Like but like I'm also like I understand like this person was mad because like I called them out on the fact that they didn't ever respond to anything I said, and then they were like, I didn't like the fact that you called me out on that.
Whoa, that was a response.
Yeah. They're like I don't like the fact that you feel that you said that, you think that friendship's a two-way street and I've not been walking it because I've been there and like they went on and on and on and on. And I was like, all right, asshole, I need you to understand this. I did not. I said I've reached out to you so many times and gotten nothing back. I said I've tried my damnedest to be there for you in situations and try to talk to you about shit and talk about shit that's weird between us, and you just ignored it and fucking went on. I said
Ooh.
I'm always the first person that talks that messages you. I was the person that was fighting, like was telling people he's not a bad person when I felt when I saw all the shit you were doing. I did all this. And then you went on and fucking made ass out of yourself. And now nobody wants to talk to you. Like, it's like, don't blame me for you being an asshole.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
like I was basically like, you're the one who put yourself in this situation. And all I said was like, yeah, you don't you're not it's not a mutual friendship. You're demanding that I worship you like a fucking god, and I'm telling you that's
Ooh,
never gonna happen.
that no,
Like
no.
he
I
got
gave
he got mad.
I gave up the big G. I ain't gonna go after. I'm not gonna go after some like pissant wannabe. Forget that.
He was mad. Like he was mad because he had top surgery and never, like, no one wrote him letters. They texted him and called him and sent him messages, but no one wrote him a letter. And I was like, no one writes
No one
letters.
writes letters. Yeah, like if they're messaging you and texting you, that's the contact.
Again, it was never enough. Like it was just a constant fucking suck of energy. And
Oh,
yeah, because
oh,
but yeah, I've had to do that too. Where and it's part of my fucking childhood trauma response of like I got tired of trying to live up to like my parents, specifically my dad's like
yeah,
rules and
yeah,
standards. Fuck this. I can't give you everything. Like,
yeah, yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you. It's like you got to give back sometime, man.
right. It's like it. Oh God, they hit me with like, was this an ultimatum? Yes. Like, yes, it
Yeah,
is.
as a matter of fact, like whether or not we're going to be friends kind of hinges on this little interaction we're having right now. You know.
Oh God, it was one of those things that I just I have problems with people that aren't willing to meet me on an even playing field. You know what I'm saying?
You're like, yeah, or we'll meet you halfway,
Right.
like, no, fuck that. No, no, people who do that, like, they're always worthless. People who won't meet you where you stand, meet you halfway. Just they're fucking worthless.
Right.
They are the kinds of people who live very solitary, very lonely lives that only they sabotage.
Well, and like you ever notice that a lot of them have like a tons of friends, right? Tons of friends, but no one that they actually
Yeah,
spend
yeah, yeah. A
time
lot of
with.
superficial relationships, but not like
Yeah.
really close ones.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Because those things require effort, and there you go. Like, you have to give something.
well, it's like
At least your time and attention.
right. It was like, it just felt like he had main character syndrome bad too. Oh god, it was fucking terrible. Oh, oh, it was like every. You know what it's like? I wonder if your friend has depression, John. I would think he does. He's just not, and he won't admit it. Anyways,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah. Well, there's a
but
there's a there's a different there's a difference between, like, just being depressed and then, like, not reciprocating.
uh,
Like,
he
it's
was
a big
toxically
difference.
positive, so like you can't have negative thoughts around him.
But
Yeah, exactly, Jack.
what?
I
No,
was I was
no.
like, I have
Part of
depression.
friendship is you're gonna be there when the shit goes down.
Right.
Like, that's part of the deal. That is the deal, actually.
It's
You
it's
know.
like it's like I couldn't fucking say like anytime I would say something negative, they would just retreat internally. And I was
Oh.
like, okay, we could just never talk then. Got it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because, like, I'm gonna be in a bad mood sometimes.
But
You
not even
know.
just that, like, God, he what the piss out of me. We were playing D&D and like he was like, am I like it was his first time. He's like, am I doing good? And I was like, yeah, you're doing all right. I mean, like sometimes I feel like you get lost when like scenes are being described. I didn't want to say because you didn't pay attention, but whatever.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I was like, sometimes you get lost in scenes of this, but it's okay because, like, we're here, we'll bring you back into it and everything like that. Never forgave me for that.
Wow.
Yeah.
O'Reilly's like, that's a fair weather friend, and I'm like, yeah, I've known plenty of
Oh,
those. I
100%
have
was.
I have plenty of those, more than I care to count. And yeah, it's always, I'll just say it this way. Yeah, I'll give you a call if Central Casting ever needs anything. Mm.
Yeah, I'll hit you up if I.
Other than that, don't count on it.
Are you are you throwing money my way? All right, well, hey now.
Yeah, yeah. It's ooh, man. And
Yeah.
one of the things that weirds me out, is, um, some people have this really weird, take friendships another way and make them very transactional.
Oh yeah.
And you're just sort of like, what? Like, what are you doing? Like, you're doing some sort of weird thing here that I don't understand. You know, I, I don't know. I've
I've
been in
never
and out of several friend groups. You know.
I've never understood the whole like grading your friends on like the value they bring. And like for instance, like
Yeah, like, that
let's
seems
say
like that. It's like you either appreciate someone or you don't.
let's
Like,
say let's say we're let's say we're going out to eat somewhere and like I don't have money to eat or you don't have money to eat.
right.
We're not gonna be like, well, guess you're sitting there fucking looking at me eat my Taco Bell. Like.
I have had people that I thought were my friends do that.
Oh yeah.
They weren't my friends because that's fucked up.
Yeah. By the way, if you do that to people, you know, person to person here, if you do that to people, you're a shitty person.
Yeah.
If you have the ability to pay for someone else to eat and you don't do it, you're an asshole
Yeah.
and no one likes you. Sincerely, you will never
Yeah.
find love
Yeah. Yeah.
because
Yeah.
you don't understand what it is to not think of someone as a fucking price tag.
Yeah.
Like,
The means of the money's more important.
well, not even just that,
You
just
know?
like even if like if you're living tight, that's one thing. I mean, like we've all been broke, I'm
Oh
assuming.
yeah, 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 yeah. Like if you're broke, that's one thing, you
Yeah,
know. But like if you have the money and you're eating, but like you have this other person around, I guess just to watch you eat, like that's fucked up,
yeah. That's
you know.
again, you will never find love because you don't understand the concept.
Yeah.
Like, because like, but I've had friends that do that shit. Our friends are like, well, like this is just me, and there are other people that share this, but this is just me. I hate when I hate when some people will just buy shit for you because then you get to like that point of like because you've had transactional friends, you're like, oh shit, I have to get something for them now. You know that fucking feeling? It's like it's
That.
like yeah. It's like that sense of like I don't ever want to be owing someone something.
I actually no, because if I wasn't okay with that, I would usually refuse outright.
Right.
You know, it's like if I really don't want to be attached to you in that way, I won't even accept your charity.
Right.
You know,
Same. I've told
yeah.
friends this before. I was like, stop buying me shit. It's like, and they're like, why? And I'm like, because you don't need to. Every time you buy something that makes me feel fucking awkward as shit because I don't know how to react. But like, buy them, and then I sit here and I'm like, I don't know what to do for you, man. Like, I'm broke. I can't buy you shit. Like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like it I yeah. Yeah, I've gotten to the point where I don't worry about it as much. But I'm also at that point where if I get a gift and someone's like, "What do you think of it?" And I'm like, I hate it." You know, I hate it. I will probably give this to somebody else. You know,
somebody else will love this. Like,
somebody else will love this. You know, oh, I think you should really. No, no, I don't. I really don't. Like the Countess has things that she is afraid to throw away because they were given to her.
right.
You know, it's like, oh, I feel like it's disrespectful, and I'm like, do you have any memories of that thing other than I feel bad for not throwing it away? I feel bad for thinking about throwing this away. Is that the primary memory? If so, it goes. It's gotta go. You know, because anyone who's gonna get mad about like, oh, you remember that porcelain dog over there? No, nobody cares. Anyone who does is an asshole.
Yeah. It's like what'd you do, my precious memories set? It's
Yeah,
like
it's like it
I threw it
threw it in the
away.
garbage where all the other fucking junk goes. You know, like,
Yeah.
I don't want that shit. You know, would you?
But like
God, I forget what was it. I was pretty sure there was this one time where it was like, oh, what'd you do with that thing? I broke it. Oh, it broke? No, I mean like I
I
took
broke
it
it.
out back and I hit it with a baseball bat. You know, what? Why did you do? Why did you do that? I don't know. It seemed like a good way to get rid of it. You know, I wanted to see what it would look like if I hit it really hard with a baseball bat and it broke, and it did. And you know, I got like half a second of joy out of that. Thank you.
I
I
thought of you when I bought that.
not very well apparently. Like I know a perfunctory gift when I see one, you know nothing about me, like that, like those gifts,
Yes.
I came from a family where I had this one aunt, my mother's sister,
Hmm.
and she would try to dominate Christmas by giving the most gifts, but the problem was is they all sucked. They all sucked. I can't tell you how many books from like the book section at Kmart
Hmm.
you would get, and you're just sort of sitting there like, what? Why do I need this? I didn't. I didn't ask for like the fucking large, tight, expurgated version of fucking like 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
Nobody wants another Bible.
No, nobody wants another fucking Bible. Thank you for the yeah, and I just started to just realize, oh my god, every gift that this woman gives is just pure shit. It's just pure garbage. It's like the detritus. You want to know who buys all that like crap at Walmart? Someone like this. So who doesn't want to have to think about people when they give things. That's who fucking buys it. Like holy crap. You know.
It's someone who thinks of you while in the checkout line. Like,
Yeah, and
oh,
you're
he'll love
like,
it.
"Oh, thank you for this thing that I never asked nor ever gave any indication that I would enjoy or want." And I can't use it either, because it's
Th-
terrible.
Thank you for the scrub daddy.
Yeah.
I
Yeah. Oh, thank you for the fucking loofah. Like, the
Yeah,
fuck?
thanks for the sham wow.
Yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Shit like that. And you're just like, I, I didn't ask for this, nor do I want it.
Nobody
You
wants
know?
this.
Yeah, nobody wants this. Like why? I don't even know why people make this. Um, but yeah, so yeah, I got really used to looking at gifts and going like, this is what you think of me. All right. Okay. Well, two can play at that game. Um, like I can't tell you like fucking how many. I don't know how to fucking explain what it's like to get off-brand Smurfs.
Yeah, you do. Just say GoBots.
Yeah. Oh no, that's off-brand Transformers.
I know. I'm saying it's like almost the same, like same pain right there.
Almost, except Smurfs are already so inexpensive. They were like $3 a Smurf.
Yeah, you're right.
Like I think they might be like $6 now or something. Like whatever. But I'm like, Smurfs are already such a low buy-in. You couldn't just get me a Smurf. You had to get me this thing, whatever the fuck it is, if indeed it has a name at all. Like, come
It's
on.
it's the Snorks, Jack.
No, it wasn't even the Snorks. It wasn't even the Snorks. Poor GoBots. Well, maybe if GoBots were worth a fuck, they wouldn't have kept breaking.
Yeah, you gotta tell them, Jack. Like,
Yeah. I fucking, like, dude. Those things broke so easy. Off-brand Smurf. Well, here's the thing. Like, not even like the good off-brand Smurfs. Like, because there were decent off-brand Smurfs, right?
the Snorks being one of them.
Yeah, it was the Snorks being one of them. Yeah, but like, this is like, how dare you give this to me? Like, this is, do you not even know what a Smurf is? Which,
Wouldst thou lie to me?
wouldst thou lie to me? And like,
What is
it's like,
this?
how do you not know what a Smurf actually is? The fucking cartoon is playing all the goddamn time, because we're fucking children.
I imagine this brought out your inner like Werner Herzog. Like, why did you bring me the off-brand
Why have
Smurf?
you brought me this off-brand Smurf? A Smurf is already such a simple, perfunctory, I found this by the cash register kind of gift. But in an ironic twist, it is one a child will accept. It will accept it in substitute of love. And yet, you have fallen short of even this.
I'm not even worth substitute love.
Love. Is this what you say? Rock Lords! Oh, dude. Okay, here's the thing about, dude, I love Rock Lords, but they're terrible.
They're goofy looking sons of bitches.
Well, but dude, it's like, hey, they're rocks that transform into things.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Can I throw them at people? Like,
you know, I saw that GoBots movie too, like, you know, Battle of the Rock Lords, and I'm like, so the GoBots meet the Rock Bots. Fantastic.
you don't even have Frank
Transformers
Stallone.
the movie, that shit wasn't.
It's like
Yeah.
you don't even have Frank Stallone in your fucking comparison, much less than Stan Bush. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh
You
my
fucking
God. Oh my God. Yeah, like it's the Smurfs, you got blue buddies. Well, like here's the thing, they weren't even blue.
What are they, the black ones?
They were like orange. Orange and red. It was weird. You know, Rock Lord, the show Rock Lord is great if you're Palestinian.
Okay,
Exiled.
get out. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, I
um,
remember the Rock Lords movie. It sucked. Yeah, it kind of did. It kind of did. I can't even remember how that shit ended. You know, like there was a fight. I don't know. Somebody won, I guess.
they definitely didn't have the touch. That's for goddamn
Oh
sure.
no, they did not have the touch. They did not have the power. You know, like that was. Whew.
You've got the thought. You've got the no drive.
Yeah. Ah!
Yeah.
You know, like, oh God.
I bet
Like,
you the
I was
GoBots.
always I had GoBots. I had GoBots. But like there's a certain point with GoBots when you realize that they're just shitty Transformers.
Mm-hmm. It's usually when you're like midway through the transformation.
Yeah. Like the thing just breaks.
Yeah, and you're like,
And you're like,
motherfuck.
You know, what the fuck is this? You know, and the funny thing is that a lot of the GoBots were literally toys that when the guy was buying up toys for the Transformer line, they went, no. You know, so grandparents, look, no, relatives that give you cash, bomb.
Love them.
Bomb ass.
Yeah.
Like, that's one of those, like, everybody's getting something. Yeah, something. You know, like, hey, 20, $50. All right.
I could go buy a He-Man action figure with
Yeah,
that.
I could buy He-Man with this. You know, like, let's go do it. You know, like, that shit's great. Yeah, actually, yeah, I remember way more of the Rainbow Bright movie than the Rock Lords movie, too.
That's because that Rainbow Bright movie kicked ass.
It kind of did. Like, you just sort of, like, it was the precursor to, like, in many ways, it was like a precursor to, like, Sailor Moon.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, it didn't quite reach Sailor Moon levels, but, like, it was reaching for it.
Right.
You know, most cartoons didn't, you know.
No. Well, I mean, it's Sailor Moon. It's different.
Well, yeah. But I mean, like Sailor Moon was, like, fucking unlike what a lot of people had seen before at the time.
Oh, yeah.
You know, because, like, you know, anime.
It's true.
Yeah.
Uh, but like, look, I know the fuck we are, man. I'm tired, but I'm exhausted. But it irritates, like it just irritates me, man. When it's like when people put no thought into like relationships or friendships, which are relationships in themselves. Like it always kills me. Like when someone's like, I never like whenever I have to end a friendship, and it's just because it's like I gave so much attention to you, and I got nothing in fucking return, and then you blame me for shit, like for friendships failing. That's always
Yeah.
bothered me.
Oh, God.
Maybe I'm just maybe I'm just an emotionally traumatized bitch, but like I
No,
just
Rainbow
it's
Bright did not have a boyfriend who was also a star. She had
yes,
um uh, a
Rainbow
fluffy
Bright.
wiggle butt thing that was a
Yeah,
star. She had a boyfriend who was actually a regular boy who, for some reason, she didn't want to reveal that she was Rainbow Bright too.
exactly.
Don't ask me
God,
why, because it's not like Rainbow Bright had like an alternate identity. She like lived on the moon and shit.
right.
Um,
Her boyfriend was already living on the moon.
well, he's like a normal Earth boy, you know.
Right.
Um,
Who who knew she was Rainbow Bright. This was no like Superman Clark Kent type
yeah,
situation.
yeah, it was really weird. You know, it was really odd. It's like, oh, I can't be with him because I'm Rainbow Bright. Who said? You know, who said? Like it was like they just did that because that's what all the comics did, cartoons did at that point. You know, fight depression with the Care Bears stare. Oh man. All right. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about Care Bears. Those Care Bear cartoons I was really into, and those Care Bear movies were were pretty good, but there was always one moment that looked real Uncle Touchy.
Oh, what's that?
No, no, no. They each just had one.
Oh, okay.
You know, like the old guy in the beginning of the first Care Bear movie, the Care Bears. You know, it's sort of like,
Stop it.
don't do that. You know, don't do that again.
You're
Like
making that
that's
face again.
yeah, that's upsetting, and we already have like a face that's a book somehow. You know, I
Listen, we need to ship fucking plastic, all right?
yeah. Oh yeah, there was a robot horse. Yeah, and yeah, like the Carrier movies got really weird. You know, I always love how the villains always turned into like these weird, and you're
Because
just
that's
like,
what the
what the fuck is going on? What's wrong with your face? You know. But yeah, like the Care Bears were always like kind of off-putting. Where like I liked Care Bears, but they were a little off-putting. You know, because somehow their movies got really creepy in weird ways.
they just shouldn't exist. Like, like
I wouldn't even go that far. I would just go like I
I don't know who this cartoon's for. That's the thing.
I feel like anime would have pulled this off better.
Anime did pull it off better.
Yeah.
like, like there's a reason why every generation goes through a Sailor Moon fan like fixation for a
Oh,
second.
dude. I remember the first like thing I saw that was anime that I recognized that wasn't like Speed Racer
Mm-hmm.
was Unico. You ever seen Unico?
Maybe.
Gotta check
Like,
out Unico.
how do you spell it again?
You like it's spelled, like it said, Unico.
Oh, okay.
UINCO. The little fucking unicorn with red hair.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I may have seen this. Like,
Yeah.
it's starting to look for. Oh yeah, I've seen this. Okay, never mind. Sorry, I'm tired. I blame it on that. Yeah, I've seen like the little cute little unicorn fella. It's got like a little bowl like bowl cut or some shit.
Kind of a bowl cut. Yeah.
Yeah,
And, you know, he goes around, he makes people happy, but all the stories are actually tragedies. because the big tragedy is the gods are trying to destroy him because he brings happiness.
Deep.
Yeah. And well, okay, so the first movie is really bizarre and a little sad at the end, because with the big tragedy of his life, he always has to leave his friends behind.
Right.
And he has no choice. He doesn't even get to make the choice. He's just like, they're being taken away. The second one, Unico and the Island of Magic. What the fuck? I don't know how to explain that movie.
The writer was going through some things.
It's okay. It's about an evil wizard puppet that turns people into puppets and then uses those puppets to build a castle on an island out of puppets. And he looks like he's like a little ball with a triangle hat on. And he's always making that face. I forget what his name's like Lord Karuku or something.
Yeah, it's Karuku.
Karuku.
I'm looking it up right here. By the way, folks, if you want to watch this film, it is free on Tubi.
Yep.
So
yeah. Here, that's yep. There he is, Lord Karuku. Let me get a picture of this freak. Fucking here and
fucking abomination.
Yeah, this fucking abomination of everything. Come on. Bam and bam. There he is. Look at that. Drink it in. That's the villain. That's the bad guy. Now the ends of his fingers also light up and shoot lasers.
Of course. Like they should.
Yeah, and when he freaks and when he gets angry, he looks like this. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. When he gets angry, he looks like... Oh, man, why aren't you coming over here? Oh, you're a web P. Oh, fuck you. I fucking hate these things. Web... Why is everything a web P? I fucking hate
I don't know. Okay, Jack, I need you to explain why he's in a bubble.
That's... it's... Why is he in a bubble? Oh.
Yeah.
Why is he in a bubble? Because he floats in that bubble, and it's a magical shield.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah. And he rolls around in that bubble and occasionally, changes shape.
Oh. Okay. I asked the question. That's for sure.
Yeah. You weren't expecting an answer. There you go. Yeah. He'll often like when he gets angry, he like freaks out like this.
Oh my god, I want to watch that while tripping now.
Oh, dude, like this is some Raggedy Ann and Andy like movie level horror.
Change your life.
Yo, jeez. So whew. And it really is all about like it's all about Unico trying to save the family of a little girl. And a little girl that he never gets to see again.
Oh,
yeah, because that's Unico's, that's his whole deal. Like he never gets to stay friends with people because he's always being whisked away.
Right.
Which you're like just sort of like, geez, damn, like that gets you. Like, even as an adult, you will, okay, if you watch Unico, there is a decent chance you're going to be like, I'm not crying, you're gay.
Yeah.
You know?
Shut up.
Shut
Shut
up.
up.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. That fucking that now if you want one where you're just going to be like, nope, that's it. That's this is actually a movie I recommend like every like teenage boy watch. Because I think every teenage boy needs their heart broken,
Okay.
you know, just once. At least once, just shattered into a million pieces. The Sea Prince and the Fire Child.
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, it is a Romeo and Juliet story about a prince of water and a girl made out of fire.
Oh, that fucking movie. Yeah, that shit hurts.
Yeah, yeah, you will hurt by the end of that movie. You will cry tears. You will cry, you know, because it's all about regret. It's all about regret. It's about regret of things done, things not done, things that are your fault, things that are not your fault. And how basically, like Romeo and Juliet, they say love conquers all, but god damn it if shit don't try.
Look, the the moral the moral of Romeo and Juliet is not that love conquers all. It's that love makes you do stupid shit sometimes, but it's important.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think love does conquer all.
It does.
It
I
does
would
in an
agree.
odd way. But you know, be careful, you know, but not too careful. But it really, what it really comes down to is, hey, if you want to start, sometimes love is gonna require you to break through a lot of fucking barriers. So get comfortable with that.
Love isn't always easy.
Oh no. Oh no. And sometimes the worst things that happen are not even your fault.
Mm-hmm.
Not even your fault, not their fault either. Not the other person's fault either. Holy crap. Holy shit. Sometimes people do just stand in the way. And why? No good reason.
They don't even know.
They don't even
Like,
know. Yeah, they don't even know. They're just doing it. You know, I here is something. Allow me to show a terrible, terrible, terrible thing with you.
oh God, here we
It's
go.
it's one that you will probably recognize in your life. It either happened to you or someone you know.
Right.
It all comes down to the fact that family values my ass. You can always tell how big of a piece of shit someone's family is by how often they invoke that crap. Because if they invoke it, if they say it, then it makes up for the fact that they don't do it, doesn't it?
Again, I've had this conversation with my mom recently, where she's like, "What happened to the family?" And I was like, trying to think
Bunch
of.
of fucking assholes, I'm assuming.
Well,
Um,
it's. I didn't know how to fucking say it to her without like. I still don't know how I'm gonna break the real truth to her, because the real answer is like y'all abandoned us. like
yeah.
like a lot of us, like a lot, the reason why we were really close is because we had a really close network, and then as we became adults, y'all just fucking dropped us like we didn't exist. like,
Yep. Yeah, we became the other, you know.
or we like stood out just a little too much, and like you didn't like that. We stepped out of line just a little too much.
Yep. Yeah, and I guarantee it's going to be something stupid like, well, like, what was this really about? Oh, it's about the fact that your mother was divorced. You're like, what? It's going to be something retarded like that,
See, my mom and dad got divorced after I moved out and went to college. And if anything, I would have been fucking elated if my parents got divorced when I was younger.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Your kids ain't stupid.
Yeah.
Like there was definitely a time when I was like afraid my parents would break up, and then there was a period of time when I was kind of wishing they would just get divorced.
Yeah, it's like as a kid, I was like, my mom and dad are gonna get divorced. But like as I started reaching teenage years, I was like,
Yeah,
I
you become a
really wish
teenager, and it becomes like, I really wish you guys would knock this shit off.
Yeah.
Like I need one of you to look. I need one of you to try to look for love again, because I need to know this is possible. Set that example, why don't you?
But like, yeah, no, that's not an issue. Like, my issue is my mom waited till I got out of the house till I get divorced. Like, just I'll never forget the day she called me and let me know she was doing that. She was fucking crying, boohooing big time over the phone. And she's like, are you gonna be okay if me and your dad get divorced? And I was like, Mom, I would have been okay if you did this 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
I've been waiting for this day. Trust me. I get it.
No, this is fine. This is
Yeah.
absolutely fucking fine. But yeah, like I fucking okay. Here's a scenario. Say you live in the same city, town, as a grandparent. You move to said city where grandparent is, not necessarily because of them, but you just go be there.
Right.
Like, oh hey, I've moved to this place. Do you? Yes, cat. Okay, there he is. At what point is it okay for the grandparent to say, I never really want to see you in my house?
I mean, I guess the moment you start like fucking cutting people's tits off with a rusty fishhook knife,
That's what I would think.
Yeah,
that's what I would think. But no.
If you
Rusty Fishhook relative, he's cool. He's always cool.
I mean, like, unless you're like Amber Herding yourself, like fucking through their house, like a shitty like Easter toy. I don't like. Again, like I got lucky. I love my grandma. My grandma loves me. She doesn't understand me, but she loves me. You know what I mean?
That's
like,
a big deal. Yeah.
like it's like my mom loves me. She doesn't get me, but she loves me. Like,
yeah. Like I've never known, and the thing is I've never known this person to not just give love.
Right.
So it's one of those, why? It's because she's part Hispanic, isn't it? Fuck you. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe the best thing that ever came out of your family, like, managed to fucking slide its way between, your foul offspring's fucking blessed pussy, because some Hispanic guy who maybe wasn't a prize himself somehow managed to squirt something good out there. Probably the best thing he ever did in his life. And now that person's not good, and now that's not good enough for you? Fuck you.
Yeah,
fuck you. Die alone screaming.
See, like, that's one thing though, right? Like, it's one thing to know where you stand. It's another thing for like it to never be said, but you kind of like figure it out.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Because that's always how it goes down.
Yeah.
That's how that shit goes down. Because if they were willing to have those kinds of confrontations, it never would have come to that. You know, they had to confronted something a long time ago and been like, okay, yeah, gotta get over that. Gotta get over this. Still family. That's the important bit. You know, they're not, they are their parents' kid. They are not necessarily that person.
Right.
You know,
But
but,
like, because that's the thing that I have to deal with. It's like I've had aunts and uncles I've spent like a good chunk of my life with that have nothing to fucking want to do with me. You know what I mean? Like I have family members
yeah.
that are just kind of like when I was a kid, like I would spend so much time with them, but like since becoming an adult and moving out on my own, it's just like
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, my favorite is those relatives where it's like you want something from me. The answer is no. Yeah, how did you know I want something from? Because you're talking to me. You're talking to me out of the blue for no goddamn reason. After after your sister insulted me
right.
very directly.
You're just
And
drama farming.
after, yeah, you're drama farming. Fuck you. You know, like, oh God, tried to make me pay for a funeral I didn't even attend.
Holy
That
fuck.
was fucked up. Like, that was like, I, that was the time my friend was like, you're not allowed to leave California. You know, you're not allowed to leave California because you're going there to cut somebody. And I'm like, no, I'm not. You're holding a knife right now. You know, like
Saying I'm gonna cut somebody.
somebody. You know, like, well, okay.
Shut up.
You know, it's like, yeah, it's like you've been in a fugue state for the last 4 hours looking over knives. You know, like you're not allowed to leave California. You're forbidden. I forbid it.
Damn. Fucking
Yeah,
like,
yeah, 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 yeah. I
made the
actually had a
pacts
friend
and
give me that
everything.
talk. You know,
like like we're fucking doing this and we're making we're making a ritual of it. You are not leaving California.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
You are
yeah, yeah,
magically
yeah, yeah.
bound to this place.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do you need to go to a strip club? Do you want to like get a pizza? You know, anything else? Anything else? But you're not leaving California. You know,
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, that's probably a good idea, man. Anyway, but yeah, yeah, yeah. Tried to get me to pay for the funeral, and I was like, didn't even ask.
Mm-hmm.
This wasn't like asking. This was like, I get a fucking telephone call from a funeral parlor. Like, and I'm like, hello, this is the funeral parlor, blah, 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 blah. Are you so and so? Yes. Are you the grandson of this person? Yeah. What's this about? And they're like, well, we were told that you had promised to pay for these expenses. And I'm like, well, I didn't.
That's funny.
That's funny because I never did that. That never
Right.
happened. You know. Well, we have a note right here, and I'm like, which isn't my problem.
Right.
Which isn't my problem. By the way, who signed that note? And they told me.
Of course.
And I was like, aha. Well, the answer is no. I'm not gonna, unless you want to come to California and sue me.
Right.
So, you know, like, well, we are talking about your grandmother here. She's already dead, and she's not going to get deader just because I don't pay for something that I didn't agree to. You got me? You feel me?
And also, if you're calling me about a funeral I didn't even attend, what does that say about my relationship with my grandmother?
You know, yeah. Well, the thing was, it wasn't even the problem. Wasn't my grandma. It was everybody else.
Right.
This is one of those everybody else. It's like, nope, nope, Nope. I
That's some white trash shit right there.
Oh, it was pretty bad. It was pretty fucking bad. And so, like, I get this like email in all caps, and not just all caps, but like 48-point type,
Uh-huh. So big.
talking about how because I refused to pay for the funeral, I have ruined cousin's life forever, and they were trying to go to college. My response was, "You didn't get in. Why the fuck?" If you don't go, you not going to college has everything to do with the fact that you're stupid and that your grades suck and that
Right.
you fucking are a piece of shit. That I don't have to. Actually, no, I didn't even go on that long. I just said what I actually said was, yeah, if you didn't get into college because of me, I have fulfilled my purpose on this planet. Send that. But like, yeah, she was just fucking. This was it, and the thing was, I knew some other shit that was going on.
Of course.
I knew some other shit that was going on. Like, probably the most hilarious part was this. So my grandmother dies,
Mhm.
and I am like, I gotta find a will. I gotta look for the will because if there's a will and anyone else has it,
I'm out.
this is going to be a nightmare.
This is becoming a circus.
Oh yeah, it's officially a circus at that point. Well, it turns out in the state of Maryland, you actually have to register a will for it to be legal. Not every state does it that way. But so I was like, do me a favor and look. And they're like, nothing. No, we got nothing. Nothing tied to that address. Nothing tied to those names. Nothing. There was never a will registered. And it's like, okay, what happens then? And it's like, well, legally, all their property reverts to the state. And I'm like, okay. Fine by me. Fine by me. Fine by me. So this whole time, this one section of the family has fucking invaded my grandmother's home.
Of course.
Clearly with the intention of inheriting the property, which they didn't get.
Of course not, because it's state property now.
Yep. State property now. And
damn, you were slow. Like, should have got that will made, huh?
Yeah.
Ain't that a bitch?
Too busy not taking care of grandma and letting her get bed sores. Bed sores to the point where, like, wore down to her hip bone. Fuck you. Like, that was I'm just like, no, fuck you. I'm done with you people. Like, I am so fucking done. Like, the funny thing is like, members of that family. This is also the woman who was married to Uncle Touchy.
Right.
And he's dead now.
Good.
Oh, and of course, the church blotter says all kinds of nice things about him, and I'm like, yeah, of course I left out the Kitty Diddler part.
Well, see, we didn't talk about that.
Yeah. That wouldn't be appropriate. Oh, of course not. I understand you're Christian.
He's a dead man,
and he needs.
He needs you to. We need to respect, who he was to a lot of people. We can't talk.
Would you care to donate to?
No,
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 not a dead cent, not a red cent, not nothing. In fact, if anything, I think you should be giving me money, but I'm willing to be magnanimous and forego such things.
If you leave me the fuck alone,
leave me the
right
fuck
now.
alone right now. Hey, we're having some problems. Oh, that sounds really bad for you.
That sucks.
That sucks. Like, hey man, oh, we should get together sometime. No, I think you need to stay the fuck away from me. Go fuck yourself. Bye, you fucking piece of shit. It's like, hey, I got a better idea. Why don't you get to know 3 of those kids that you had?
I had to I had to have this conversation with my half sister because she was talking about our dad a lot, and I was like, I want you to understand this right now. If you can't talk to me without bringing him up, then we just aren't going to have a relationship. If I said maybe one day I'll explain this to you, but I'm not going to explain it to you right now. I don't care. And she's like, well, he's not doing great. And I said, good.
Good.
like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
like they called me to be like they think he had a stroke, and I went, okay,
That sounds too bad for him.
terrible. Yeah, that sounds terrible for him. I hope that y'all surround him with love. I won't be there. And then I had to sit with that fucking thought for 2 days. Because you're like, nobody should really feel that way about their parent, right?
It's not ideal.
Yeah.
It's not ideal.
It took my cousin Scott.
Yeah, they just and yes, David, they just put the funeral under my name.
Of course they did.
And I'm like,
because they're piece of shits.
Yeah, and I'm like, really? And you thought this was just gonna get by me? I'm in California, bitch. I don't have to care. So as a consequence, I don't. What did you think was gonna happen?
Again, it's like you're.
Are you gonna let her have a pauper's grave? She had a pauper's life because of you people. I don't see why not.
It's weird how often it's like, well, don't you care? I do, but not. The only
thing I cared about in this fucking equation is already in the ground. Okay,
right?
They're done. Fucking done. Yeah, I remember I got reports from, oh God, I remember when I reconnected with my brother, I was like, I gotta ask, how was her funeral? And he's like, I am so glad you were not there. And I was like, why? He's like, I think you would have killed somebody. And I know, and he's like, and I don't mean that in the no, you were gonna kill somebody. I mean, no, you would have killed somebody. And I was like, it's really funny because my friend said the same thing. He's like, yeah, not surprised. Imagine one of your relatives getting up to eulogize grandma and instead going into a tirade about our mom.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong, our mom is infuriating. But excuse me? We're going to talk about this now?
Is this what we're doing?
Is this what we're doing? Is this how we're doing this? Why? Why are we even doing this? And he was like, God, I was just so glad to get out of that fucking church. Did they end up paying for the funeral? No, I don't think so. I think they just stuck grandma on a hole in the ground.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, too bad. Let me put it this way. I'm just sort of like, no, she's dead. She's out of that situation. And that's good enough for me. I don't know what she did. I don't know what her part in the obvious awful family life that those people had. Right. She had a hand in. But she was my grandma. I loved her. She's dead. But I will not have my affection for her used as a weapon against me.
Right.
I will not do that because that does me no good. So I'm like, no, I'll eulogize her by myself.
I'll mourn by myself.
Yeah. I'll nice and by myself, and I'll tell her I love her, and which I do. Mm-hmm. And that love is not transferable. I do not love you, oh bitchy cousin. You fucking died. They might actually be dead. One of them actually ended up in jail. Like, and not like, actually, not jail,
Prison.
prison.
Yes.
One of them ended up in prison. I'm just like, how did you end up in prison? What the fuck did you do?
Well, it's obvious. They're idiots. Like they
Oh no,
fucked
they're
up.
definitely
I gotta use the
stupid.
bathroom. Be right back.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I've had cousins that have played that fucking game too, and they always
Oh.
lose. Like,
Yeah, yeah. It's like, come on, man. Jodorowsky recommends grave pissing a lot in his psychomagic system. What, just like a random grave or like the grave of a relative? I could see that. Yeah, sorry, I was musing a little bit about how much I would have preferred to have a family I could have cried with, you know. But it's one of those like you never earned my love, so you didn't get to have that. You don't get to share that with me.
okay,
Pissing on the graves of people who have pissed you off, dude. Sorry, my brain immediately went to Uncle Touchy, and I'm like, I would not stop at pissing on his grave. I would want to deface that shit,
mm-hmm.
like completely, oh, just ruin it, just
Oh,
completely ruin it.
oh,
You
if I ever
know?
like if I ever find my father's grave, that shit is toast. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I just want to deface that stone and then come back the next year and see if they replaced it, and if they did, I'll deface it again.
I'll keep doing it until
We'll
they
keep
stop.
doing this until someone stops coming by and replacing it, and I know they will because they're all pieces of shit.
Well,
You
it's like
know?
eventually you run out of family members to give a shit about you, man.
Yeah, and it'll be like, all right, nice talking to you, nice seeing you, you fucking piece of shit. You know, how's it feel? You know, oh, oh, I still don't care. No, God, guy was such an asshole. And his mother was a fucking cunt.
Of course.
You know, like, not my she wasn't my grandma, thankfully. Like, this is an uncle by marriage.
Right.
But like his mother, she was such a fucking loathable cunt. You know, and I don't know what to say other than this. No, you knew your son was a piece of shit. You knew he was he was a terrible piece of shit. You know, but you soldiered on and acted like you loved them anyway, whereas the reality is you didn't love anybody.
Right.
You know, God, I hate. I don't know what looking at down at like this kind of generational like worthlessness. You know, it's not all white people. You know, it's not only white people. You
It's
know, but like just looking at it and just going like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, are there really this many like truly loathsome people in this world? Like, we're just worthless? And the answer is unfortunately yes. There are a
yeah.
lot of people in the world who are just worthless, and I didn't. Oh God, it maybe the joke's on me because that actually hurts me.
Well,
To
it's
realize that there are that many people that are that worthless.
well, it okay. In a way, yes, but you also like this is how I've come to terms with it. It's like some people are worthless simply because they not because of what they did, but because of kind of how society dealt them cards. That's terrible. That's the shit you need to mourn.
What is it? I
Some
was about to
people
say I don't
some people
consider.
are some people are just are useless in the sense that they are like they have no purpose in life because they refuse to stand or do anything. Those are the ones that are
Yeah, yeah,
that are
yeah.
the
Like
irritating as
people
fuck
like there's a
ones.
difference between people. I'm not talking about people who feel worthless. Like that's
Right.
different. Usually, the people who are worthless think very highly of themselves. I've noticed that irony. You ever seen that shit? Fucking
oh, oh,
aggravating.
oh, you talk about the most like do nothing bitches that have ever existed that think they're like at the top of the world. Oh, so many
Oh
times,
yeah,
Jack.
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah. It's like you ain't Khloe Kardashian. You need to fucking stop. Please stop. You're embarrassing me. Like I'm not doing it, and you're embarrassing me. Like I need this to end.
right.
You know, um,
I fear we're going into a very I fear that we're going into kind of a grumpy status, and I don't know,
yeah,
man.
yeah, 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 yeah. Let us let
I
us
I
let us
I,
let
I
us
was about to say
uplift ourselves and then call it a night. Because you looking a little tired. I'm feeling a little tired. Cat's
yeah.
meowing at the damn. No, fuck that. No, 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 no. We're not playing this game. Must we? Must we? Okay, okay. You cannot escape my love, kitty.
Then your
No,
face I should
kitty.
kill.
No. Urgh. Big cat. Big, big chunky boy.
Why are you staring at me, Jinx? Is all cats out to
Killer
get me
whale
up?
cat.
Gomez is like, puts me down, you ignorant shit.
Ah, I know, kitty. Man, Jack, have you heard anything new on X Killer? What?
It's a video game,
X Killer?
apparently.
Huh.
I uh, it's a video game. I don't know what else to
It's a
fucking
video
tell
game.
you.
What's the video game? What's the video game do?
It looks like a fucking like western of some sort, but like a post-apocalyptic western.
EXE
Looks
Killer?
cool. Yeah, looks cool. It's made by a Paradark Studio. I don't know what else
Oh.
they've done.
Oh, so it's like the cyberpunk old west.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I mean that. Oh, I was this many minutes old when I learned about this. Da 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 da.
it's like Welcome to New York 1998, and this is like yeah,
And this is
it's
what we're
basically
doing.
well, it's like uh it's like Escape from New York. This is the outlaw age of 1998, shit like
Oh,
that.
okay. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got
Yeah,
it. In the
looks cool.
future of
Don't know shit about it.
1996.
Don't know shit about it. Um, the new Evil Dead game. I've heard good and bad
Oh, I
things.
keep intending to check that out, and I keep not doing it. Um,
It, it's an isometric multiplayer game that has an Evil Dead skit on top of it. Might
any
be
good?
fun. I've heard mixed things.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the next game, one of the games I wanted to check out was little
Little Nightmares.
No, not Little Nightmares. I already have that one. Oh god, Tiny Tina's Wonderland.
You will either love it or hate it.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How do you feel about Borderlands humor?
I'm fine. I like Borderlands humor.
All right, cool. You're gonna love this. Like,
Oh yeah, great, great,
yeah.
great, awesome.
Because I
Like,
had this feeling like you didn't like Borderlands for some reason. I don't know why.
I'm not the biggest fan of Borderlands, but like that had nothing to do with uh yeah, the game just didn't grab me.
All right.
You know, that's it. That's really all it was. Although
Okay.
there was like one thing that I thought was really dumb. I had a problem with one of the guys who wrote for Borderlands.
Is it Anthony Birch?
It is Anthony Birch.
Uh, what was your issues with Anthony Birch?
Oh, my issues with Anthony Birch were that it can be best summed up with like this. Hey man, like I I understand that like you're it all comes down to Gamergate.
Uh-huh.
You
Like it
know,
always does.
yeah, like it always does. Like it came down to this, and it's one of those like I'm not on. Me and Anthony Birch are not on opposite sides of that thing, but it was one of those things where it's like, oh Jesus fucking Christ, dude, stop! You know, like stop! You're doing the thing. Like this is okay. This is why I'm like Gamergate happened and everything broke down. Like you know the promised land had died. You know, it was over. You know, it was a major. It signified a major shift into an extremely bad direction for internet
Mhm.
culture, and that was that of outright misogyny, outright, because whether or not anyone was going to admit this,
Mhm.
in Gamergate, congratulations, you made girls the football. You made them the ball. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations. You know,
Yeah.
you made girls the ball.
I,
Fan fucking tastic. Both sides.
yeah.
Both sides too. Takes two to tango on that one apparently. You know, and that super pissed me off. Like that super pissed me off. It's one of those like, look, I'm not saying how to put it. It's one thing. Oh God, I don't even know. Oh God,
I was
fucking
like, are you going to be able to get this out? Like,
yeah. I don't know if I can get this out, but let me see if I can try. Let me see if I can try. Okay, look. One side is outwardly misogynistic,
Mhm.
but you are using girls to score points against them. What the fuck does that make you?
Oh, are we going to talk about like? Are we going to talk about the progressive liberal bullshit that exists because
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
like basically the whole like, oh well, I'm an ally, so I feel like I should have a speaking voice in this.
No, shit, no. Sit the fuck down and sit the fuck down, Marco, and shut the fuck up.
And like
You
and like
know,
and to be honest with you, Anthony Anthony Birch
well, he
was like
wasn't the worst of it. You
he
know,
wasn't the worst of it, but he became like such a fucking he put himself out there so often
yeah,
that he became a fucking joke.
yeah,
Like every good deed that he did, he wrapped it around himself. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah, and that became part of the problem. You know, that it was that simple like It was just that simple, like, dude, chill.
Yeah.
You are a dude.
Chill. Like,
Chill. There comes to a point, there is always a point. I, there's always a point where white homie is trying too hard. White homie's trying too hard.
mhm.
You know, and he's not white, but like Anthony Birch is not white, but like, you know, same thing applies.
Suburban middle class kid needs to stop acting
Yes.
like, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, like he is actually personally involved. You're not. Back off, because the fewer people that are involved in this shitstorm, the better. You know, this is crap that like this is crap that everyone just needs to deflect. Like
Right.
everybody. You know, like you got to be kidding me. Like you're everything that you assholes do, and here were the real camps. Here are the real camps. It was basically a bunch of people who were gaming journalists, which I'm going to be honest, you're puff piece writers. You always were. There was I never had that question. Ethics in game journalism. There's no ethics. Who fucking gives a shit?
Yeah.
Like nobody cares. You care? Why? Why do you care what a fucking magazine says about the video game, this video game that you're playing? Why do you fucking give a shit? Like, you shouldn't. You know, that should be over and done with. Well, yo, ethics and game. Who the fuck? Oh my God. You mean a bunch of magazines revolving around a single industry? Like, has to prop that industry up to keep itself in business? Say it ain't fucking so.
You're gonna tell me that like these big AAA companies pay for reviews. Scandal.
Shocking. Scandal. And what does this have to do with a girl fucking Five Guys anyway?
Well, see,
well, she did it for good reviews. Well, she didn't get them, so she's stupid.
so she, why are you mad?
Yeah, so why are you mad, bro? It didn't work. I don't care if she's a bitch. I believe you she's a bitch. I believe you. And like, from the little I've seen of her, live and in action, I am inclined to agree. I don't need to make that part of my identity.
Right. But then you go to the other side of it. Like, and the other side of it was like, I don't know how to explain it.
Look, White Knight need to get off his fucking hobby horse. Okay? You know, fucking get off that cross. We need the wood. Stop it. You know, stop empowering these assholes by responding to them. That's how this works. Without you to fight against them, they get nothing. But no, you had to go, you had to hand wring and fucking, you had to hand wring and, like, you know, get your knickers in a twist.
Wag your finger
and go like, gamer is dead as an identity. Shut the fuck up. You're having a fight about nothing. And if the fight is about something, maybe make it about that.
Right.
You know?
Well, it's like, look, we can either have the conversation about, like, why is there so much misogyny in gaming, and that would be kind of cool, or we could just, like, not make the poster child of that discussion be someone who's the problem is that the people that were the loudest about it were not the people that should have been talking.
No. No, not even a little. And I'm going to say this. Fucking Anita Sarkeesian was a monster that Gamergate created.
Yes.
All you had to do was not care. All you had to do was pretend to not care. Hell, it was even simpler than that. You know, some girl says video games are sexist. Yeah, what? Yeah, all right, yeah, and the sky's blue. You know, seriously? Like, seriously? Like, that's this is the hill you're going to die on? No, it's not. You know, like, and the response of, like, well, they're saying that she's not a real gamer girl, and that's, like, fake gamer geek guy stuff. And I'm like, it is, but the problem is in this case, they're right.
Right.
You know, she's clearly outside of the hobby. You know, because look, she's doing the equivalent of saying she's a Star Wars fan, but doesn't understand why the Force is a big deal.
Yes. Like,
that's a problem. That is a problem.
Again, it's just like the issue we have now with, like, you know, all these fucking wannabe Nazi assholes.
Oh yeah.
It's well, how do you defeat them? You kick them out of the bar.
Mm-hmm.
Stop letting them sit down and fucking talk.
Yeah.
Tell them to go
realize,
piss up the rope.
Yeah, realize that when it comes to that fucking them, that opinion, and you, Buck just stopped.
Right.
Buck just stopped. And whether or not you are scared of a physical confrontation, you're going to bring it anyway because you're not going to make it easy on them.
Right.
Because we're talking about fascists here.
Right.
We're talking about people who want to take away not just your rights, but your personhood.
Right.
You know, fuck them. You know, fuck them. You know, like, just the hero in all this.
Right.
The unnamed man who socked fucking Richard Spencer in the face. A hero rose that day. It wasn't the hero perhaps it wasn't the hero we needed, but it was the hero perhaps we didn't deserve him, but we did need him.
It's the one we needed. Like, but that's the thing I'm fucking saying. Like, sometimes you don't need to entertain all ideas. Not all ideas are worth the same in the marketplace of ideas.
Oh no.
But also, like, don't be afraid to fucking speak out, but don't try to play nice.
What they have is intimidation, and that's it.
Yeah.
You know, once that stops working, they got nothing.
Yeah.
You know, they got nothing. Like, things have to escalate to violence at that point. So, head them off at the pass. You know, head them off at the pass. They don't know what to do. All they'll know is that, oh, this one's going to fight back. Because they're bullies.
Right.
They're stupid bullies. You know, they're not going to fucking... If you make yourself a hard target, they're not going to fuck with you.
Well, not even just that. Like, fucking stop allowing them to... It's like the whole, like, when they go low, we'll go high. Well, sure. And you can feel fucking fantastic.
You know what I thought that Zoe Quinn had done? This is what I thought she should have done. I was like, all right, this is what you do. Lean into it.
Yeah.
I want to see her in a video wearing a Five Guys t-shirt that says Five Guys on it.
fucking just go, yeah, I did try to fuck my way into good reviews.
Oh yeah, or even that, and yeah, or even if she's like, yeah, I cheated on my boyfriend 5 times.
Yeah,
5. What?
Yeah.
Oh, you're a fucking cunt. Oh, really?
You're
well, I've gotten
slut.
laid 5 times more than you have.
Yeah, you're a
Oh shit!
you're a
One of them was a
slut.
midget. We call that guy the Five Guys Junior. We call him the Junior Bacon Cheeseburger.
It's 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 like it's one thing I really do love, like in the last couple of years that has changed, where it's like you're a slut, and it's like, yeah,
Yeah,
and what?
and now what? You want to come at
Yeah,
me with the other one? Yeah, what's that gonna be? Oh,
like
you girls are whores.
no, I'm a slut. Whores get paid.
Whores get paid. You know, I'm not paid enough to be a whore. You know, like it's, oh my god, girls have it so easy. Bullshit. The only thing that comes easy is if they're pretty, they get attention. That's it. They don't get to be selective about what that attention is. That becomes its own problem real fast.
Right. No, Zoe
Oh,
never confessed to it, but like, here's the fucking thing: it doesn't matter. She fucked 5 guys that happen to be fucking games journalists.
yeah. She didn't even have to. She didn't even have to admit to doing it for good reviews. What she needed to do was fucking humiliate them.
Yeah,
Because it would have made them angry, but like, so what? They wouldn't have known
they'd
what to
have
do with that.
they would have fucking went away.
Yeah, they would have fucking stopped because it would have been like, you would have cut their
Case
balls off at that point, you know?
case in point, Jordan Peterson opened his wretched Kermity the fucking frog mouth and was like, "This girl is disgusting, and nobody should find this appealing." And
Who
the
is he
internet
talking
went,
about?
someone that was on like the new swimsuit issue, and she's like a thick girl.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, the swimsuit. Oh, no, I'm sorry. See, that's the thing. That's the thing. Never underestimate the power of tits and ass.
yes,
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't underestimate it. They are powerful tools. You know.
but
Always
it's like,
remember, you might if you got that in your corner, you're not you're not helpless not
right.
entirely. You know, like you've got something you can
But
fight back with.
the thing is like, she wasn't like his version of hot, and he was like, "Yeah, this is disgusting," and everyone was just like, "Shut the fuck
Fuck
up!
up.
You
Yeah.
look like you're like
So
two."
that's why I all of a sudden knew who was on a swimsuit, the Sports
Yeah,
Illustrated swimsuit issue, because I was like, oh, they put like a stick girl on there. I wonder why I'm hearing about it. You know, like I mean, I'm not. I mean, don't get me wrong. I put that in the spank bank, but like, I didn't know why I had encountered it in the first place. You know, it's like they still do this. They still have a swimsuit issue. Oh my god, I
they
didn't know
do.
that crap.
Yeah,
You know, but no, it was because Jordan Peterson complained about it. That's how it came into my orbit.
and
Oh,
and,
okay.
and the internet bullied him off Twitter.
mm,
That's the positive we're going to end on there. You know
mm,
what? Sometimes it's good enough
mm.
to ridicule someone that they just fucking leave.
Yeah. Oh man. Oof. So good. So fucking good. I mean, I gotta be. Hold on. We're gonna. Look, I know. No, just. Oh, God damn it. He ruined my timing.
I'm sorry, bud.
That well, I'm not you, but like
Oh,
like the internet ruined my timing. It's that WebP format. I hate it.
god damn it.
There we go. There we go. See there it is.
This this this
This
this
that
this woman.
this woman.
Hot.
I was like, well, let me put it this way. Like, I was kind of surprised that someone that I would find attractive was on a swimsuit issue, Sports Illustrated.
Right.
You know, like I was like, oh, I. Jordan pulled a Lindsay and left. I think it both stay off. Jesus Christ. Like,
Now you're
Oh, wait. No. Tits and ass. Okay. Mm-hmm. Something the bigger girls got a lot of. It's a
They got
gift. It's a gift from the goddess. If only you have the will to wield them. Yeah, I think she looks hot.
yeah.
But don't underestimate sexual appeal. That's just what they want you to do.
Now Jordan Peterson, can we find a picture of that fucking
dude? Dude, that guy was wearing a fedora and shit. And I'm like, you've got to be shitting me. You have got to be shitting me. He turned into that guy. I didn't think he was gonna go. Bam! He went like Super Saiyan with his fucking bullshit. Jordan Peterson with a hat. Yeah. Okay. So, oh my god, this is. I saw this and I was like, oh, so good.
As a former hat person.
Oh no, this motherfucker! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that!
That guy right there said that girl was not hot, and it was only considered hot because of authoritative tolerance. That guy. Look at him. Look at him.
Look at him. Look at him trying to be a mafia guy. And realize how pathetic that is.
That's the guy who said that she was not pretty. Who gives a fuck about him, right?
Yeah, look at that. Look at that dude. And now, no, he was scared off Twitter. Oh, boo. Oh.
The left is just so intolerant. Good. It's about our time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. I'll take it. Look, I didn't leave Twitter. I was made to leave for saying that I would punch a Nazi. I wear that as a badge of honor. Wear that as a badge of honor. Punching Nazis, how Granddad did it. That's how America used to do it. And I think it worked out pretty well. All right.
Well, Jack.
Has there been an increase of masculine muscle mom? Yeah. It's all in preparation for the She-Hulk.
Yes.
They see that coming over the horizon. They gotta get ready.
Yes.
You can't just like fucking start off jerking off to She-Hulk. You gotta work up to it.
It started with Lady D.
It did. It really fucking did. That was like, oh, that's it. No, the 9-foot woman fucking unlock the gates of Babylon. Like, here we go.
That's what me and Jack were like, it's our time.
The time has come. This is a sign.
Gehenna's calling.
Oh, yeah. Repent. All who do not fucking worship that ass shall be found wanting.
They shall be scorned.
There'll be a great gnashing of teeth and a great plowing of ass.
Okay, that's it. It's not gonna get any better.
Yeah. That's it. All right. Still till next time. I'm Stas, Disco Inferno. Remember, keep watching some fucked up movies. Watch The Sadness. It's good.